Chapter 1. Do you want a wife? It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening when Lin Yu walked out of the library. This was his habit. He would stay in the library for a while after class every day, but not for studying. I simply think that the library is more convenient for sleeping. Unlike other students, Lin Yu rented a house outside to live alone. The sons in the dormitory always liked to play games all night long, which made Lin Yu, who always had difficulty falling asleep, sleep even worse. Daddy loves you guys too, but you guys are just too naughty. Lin Yu mocked his sons in the dormitory in his heart while checking the time. I have to go. I have to go to work, otherwise I will be late. Because he rents a house off campus, Lin Yu's financial situation has always been average. In order to pay the rent, he also needs to work in a bookstore. Although his family did not withhold his funds, he was just accustomed to a more fulfilling life. After all, a paper wife still needs money. It's strange to say, Lin Yu's appearance is actually not bad. He can be considered a handsome, refreshing and sunny young man, but he has never found a girlfriend. Of course, it may also be related to his lack of focus on this, comparing what wife could be better than my senpai. Good evening, manager. The bookstore is actually a small cafe that combines reading and coffee. It is located near the school and is especially popular among college couples. Looking at the intimate student couples in the bookstore, Lin Yu could only say that he was genuinely envious. After changing into work clothes, Lin Yu officially started working. While Lin Yu was taking care of the guests, he would occasionally meet schoolmates who knew him and greeted him. It must be said that Lin Yu was quite popular in Aoki College. On weekdays, Lin Yu always likes to observe all kinds of guests, but today is different. He always has a very strange feeling, that is, someone is always watching him. Even though he looked at it several times, he couldn't find the source of this feeling. It was not until the end of the get-off workday that Lin Yu changed his clothes, tidied up the counter, and was about to close the shop when he found a figure standing at the door of the bookstore. Lin Yu didn't care much about it. He just quietly packed up his things, locked the shop door and left. But he never expected that the figure followed him all the way to his rental house. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Could it be someone he knew in school? When he arrived at the elevator, Lin Yu deliberately stood in front of the elevator and waited for a while. The figure walked over from the corner of the corridor and was stunned when he saw Lin Yu standing at the elevator entrance. It's amazing that Lin Yu actually knows this person, the school beauty of Chingmu College, Bai Yu. In Aoki, there are probably few people who don't know this famous beauty. Her stunning dance at the welcome party when the school opened almost made her a crowd of fans all over Aoki College. This beautiful lady has always been very popular on the university forum. Could it be that this beautiful schoolgirl also lives here? Lin Yu's mind began to wander. Men, their minds are full of stars. Then Lin Yu walked into the elevator first. In fact, he was also very nervous when he saw this school beauty. After all, she was a celebrity in the school. The two of them walked into the elevator in silence and went all the way to the 17th floor where Lin Yu rented his house. Then the two of them got off the elevator together again. Now it was Lin Yu's turn to be speechless. Did this school beauty live on the same floor as him? That didn't make sense. I hadn't heard of any neighbors moving in nearby. Until this time, Lin Yu had not yet started a conversation with the beautiful girl, and he really didn't know where to start. I can't just rush up and say I'm your fan. Although he intuitively felt that this school beauty looked very pretty, with a cute little face, she was always called the energetic goddess on the school forum. It is said that several major societies fought each other to the point of bloodshed in order to win her membership. But in the end, she didn't choose to join any club, and Lin Yu didn't know any other news. After all, in his opinion, it seemed that an ordinary person like him couldn't be compared with the school beauty. It's normal that there shouldn't be much overlap. With complicated and curious thoughts, Lin Yu stood at the door of his house, took out the key and was about to open the door, but Bai Yu was still following him. Lin Yu was confused, but he did not stop his hands and opened his door naturally. Then Bai Yu walked straight in without even asking Lin Yu if he agreed. Lin Yuren was stunned. No, even if he was a guest, shouldn't he greet the host first? Because Lin Yu is quite particular about the living environment, the place he rented was not a simple single room, but a cozy small suite. Bai Yu first entered the entrance hall, then bent her white and tender legs and took off her shoes at the door, and then walked into the living room barefoot. As a otaku, Lin Yu's living room was not as messy as imagined. It was even tidier than many girls' rooms. Bai Yu looked around and then sat down on the sofa. Lin Yu looked confused, then walked into the living room. That. Bai Yu raised her head, her beautiful face full of calmness. Your name is Lin Yu, right? I am. Lin Yu touched his nose. You are. How old are you this year? Lin Yu didn't know why he was instinctively nervous. He stood up straight as if he was being trained. Yes, that's right. I'm 20 years old this year, a sophomore in the management department. Seeing how nervous he was, Bai Yu couldn't help but smile on her originally expressionless face. What a cute boy. Do you know me? A hint of youthfulness flashed across Lin Yu's face. Well, I think there are probably few people in Qingmu Academy who don't know Bai, especially boys. Bai Yu stood up from the sofa, put her hands behind her back, and walked step by step to Lin Yu. Her voice was as sweet as an oriole. You seem nervous? Lin Yu's Adam's apple moved and he swallowed unnaturally. Why did this school beauty look so attractive now? 20 years old. Bai Yu walked around Lin Yu. Is this the house you rented? Yes. The faint fragrance from Bai Yu's body continued to stimulate his sense of smell. How can a girl smell so good? This doesn't even seem like perfume. Also, how does she know me? Bai Yu suddenly came up to Lin Yu, revealing her fair face and delicate features. She asked earnestly, Lin Yu, do you want a wife? Chapter 2 Wife Bai Yu. Lin Yu? I'm a sophomore, how can I talk about marriage or wife? Although according to the current laws of manhwa, 20 years old is indeed the legal age for marriage. But after all, we are still college students, okay? Why do you ask this question? Lin Yu felt that he couldn't speak clearly. Bai Yu could be said to be the perfect lover in the minds of almost all boys in Qingmu. But now, this perfect beautiful girl suddenly looked like she wanted to give herself away for free. Bai Yu gently lifted Lin Yu's chin, and Lin Yu suddenly felt that this scene was a little familiar. Isn't this some drama about that overbearing CEO? No, this is wrong. This is obviously the wrong script, okay? Lin Yu reminded himself that this must be a dream, but deep down he hoped he wouldn't wake up from it. Why do you ask this question? Bai Yu retracted her slender hand and said seriously, I think you should answer my question first. Or are you a fat, nerdy guy who doesn't like real women? Did that damn fat otaku mess with you? Lin Yu immediately wanted to explode his little universe, but in front of Bai Yu's beautiful face, he couldn't muster up the courage at all. I am not a fat otaku. Lin Yu said in a low voice, but he didn't dare to look at Bai Yu. Bai Yu curled her lips and calmly sat back on the sofa. She immediately took out a few anime magazines from under the sofa and from the drawer of the coffee table. Well, the cover is still the kind with a polite loli. Lin Yu felt that Bai Yu had completely transformed into a demon, and that he himself was completely coerced by her. He was already a sophomore, yet he was still obsessed with these things. The anime magazines were placed on the coffee table. To Lin Yu, it felt like he was being publicly executed. So, classmate Lin Yu, now, isn't it your turn to answer my question? Bai Yu was very satisfied with the result. She clapped her hands lightly, feeling like she had solved a trivial problem. Lin Yu admitted his fear and said weakly, Mr. Bai, just tell me what you want to do. From today on, I will live here. Bai Yu stood up and said seriously, we will live together. Lin Yu. Living together. Lin Yu felt like an idiot. His originally gentle and mellow voice sounded unusually harsh due to the shock. You seem quite reluctant? Lin Yu felt his scalp tingling when he was stared at by Bai Yu's dangerous eyes. So, what does Bai Yu want from himself? He has no money, no power, and even his looks are just ordinary. Maybe not ugly, but definitely not handsome. It seems like I haven't suffered any loss, right? Bai Yu looked at Lin Yu with a half smile and asked, how is it? Have you thought about how to answer me? Okay. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss. Living with such a delicate and beautiful girl, I wonder how happy others would be. Although I don't know the reason, I just agree to it. You are pretty and you can say whatever you want. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction, very good. Do you have classes tomorrow morning? No. If there is anything special about Lin Yu, it is probably that he has good grades. He has always been in the top 10 in the grade, no matter whether it is basic courses or professional courses. He was definitely a top student at school, and as a top student, his memory was naturally very good. He answered Bai Yuyu's question almost without thinking. Very good. Remember to find your household registration and ID card tomorrow morning and go out with me. Lin Yu was puzzled. Ah? This. Don't tell me you didn't bring it or that you didn't bring it at home? I brought it. Lin Yu was frightened by Bai Yuyu's dangerous eyes again. He didn't know what it meant for a boy to be frightened by a girl. In short, Lin Yu felt that if he didn't obey, he might die. That's good. However, things like household registration books and ID cards should be very important, and Lin Yu felt that he should be more cautious. I want to ask, what do you want to use these household registration books for? When Lin Yu thought about those online users using their ID cards to commit illegal acts, he felt like he had been tricked into joining some kind of pyramid scheme. Now the leader Bai Yuyu is going to impose personal restrictions on himself. Well, it's okay to tell you, it's actually very simple. Bai Yuyu pushed open the door to Lin Yu's bedroom. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get married. Oh, so it's a marriage. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This wasn't illegal, and both parties were old enough, so it was normal. Wait. Lin Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. What Bai Yuyu said just now should be marriage, right? Get married. Lin Yu was almost scared to death. You. However, he didn't say the rest of the words because Bai Yuyu had already entered his room and even locked the bedroom door. Lin Yu didn't have the courage to open the door. By the way, this uninvited guest locked the bedroom door, meaning that he wanted me to sleep on the sofa. Although he would occasionally sleep on the sofa when his sons came over, the problem was that this was the first time he had been forced to sleep on the sofa for no apparent reason. When Lin Yu thought about the school beauty sleeping in his bedroom, he found it extremely difficult to fall asleep. He had a roommate for no apparent reason, and she was the most beautiful girl in Aoki College. How can I sleep like this? Lin Yu, it's really hard for me. Lin Yu was so drowsy that he didn't know when he fell asleep. The next day he was awakened by the sound of pots and pans colliding. He opened his eyes in a daze. Why am I sleeping on the sofa? Wait, in the kitchen. Then he immediately remembered the dream-like scenes of last night. Just as he was stunned, a girl in an apron came out of the kitchen holding a spatula. When he saw Bai Yuyu, Lin Yu felt like he was still dreaming and hadn't woken up yet. Bai Yuyu is naturally extremely beautiful, otherwise she would not be called a school belle. She is wearing a white short-sleeved shirt and a black short skirt, which is a perfect uniform style. She also has an apron on the outside. What the hell is this top-notch wife dressed like? Are you awake? I saw some ingredients in the kitchen, so I made breakfast. Come in and serve it. Oh. Lin Yu rubbed his face in confusion, making sure he was not dreaming, and then went into the kitchen. Nowadays, girls are more conscious about eating takeout than boys. Lin Yu didn't think that the school belle buy would make anything good, but the reality surprised him. What does it mean to have color, fragrance, and taste? Love. Chapter 3 You Should Call Me Wife. It turns out that classmate Bai Yuyu's cooking skills are so good. Although Lin Yu can cook, he has to admit that his cooking skills are indeed not as good as Bai Yuyu's. Bai Yuyu raised her head, and a sweet smile suddenly bloomed on her originally calm face. Lin Yu was immediately stunned. By the way, is Bai Yuyu so attractive? Seeing Lin Yu stunned, the school beauty couldn't help but glance at him coquettishly. What are you doing? Fuck. Ugh. No, I'm fine. Lin Yu quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Bai Yuyu smile again. After breakfast, Lin Yu took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Bai Yuyu watched Lin Yu walk into the kitchen with a nice smile on her lips, but no one saw this scene. Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Yu walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, marriage certificate still in hand, feeling completely bewildered. How come I became a married person after just one morning? Although Bai Yuyu is indeed very beautiful, a beauty on the level of a school belle, the problem is, no matter how you look at it, he is the one who made the money. I got a beautiful wife for nothing. Bai Yuyu followed behind Lin Yu, still with that calm expression. Have you seen enough? From today on, we are legally husband and wife. Lin Yu scratched his head and felt dizzy. Especially when he looked at Bai Yuyu's delicate face, and then looked at the marriage certificate in his hand. Let's go. Bai Yuyu pulled Lin Yu's sleeve and calmly prepared to leave. Where? Of course I'm going back to school. Don't you have classes in the afternoon? Okay. When I arrived at the dormitory, there was indeed only one person there, a rather immortal-like figure. His name was Itae, the second in command in the dormitory. A genius who skips classes all year round to play games in the dormitory. Needless to say, I must have skipped class today. Why did you arrive at school so late today? Lin Yu thought about it and decided not to tell Itae about his marriage. It was too exaggerated. He was still a student. Something happened at home, so I'm a little late. Lin Yu answered a little unnaturally, then returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down in his seat, Itae cursed under his breath. Lin Yu asked curiously, "Don't you dislike swearing, Lao Er? I remember that last time we played with the guys from class 6, you were the only one who didn't swear." "Well, they were scolding me." Itae said shamelessly, "I am a magnanimous person and I won't bother with them." Lin Yu, so you are still very proud, right? Itae ran over and said, "Third brother, what do you think? How does second brother treat you?" Lin Yu was a little cautious. Although this guy was fat and looked big and strong, he was actually the most gay among the 4 roommates, and he always talked about picking up soap. "I won't pick up the soap." Lin Yu looked at the second child in resistance. "You are quite filial." Itae spit out a mouthful of disgust. "Well, although you are indeed good looking, you are not my type, okay? Well, how about playing with me?" Lin Yu shook his head and said, "I'm not interested. You can go play with the guys in class 6. Just as he finished speaking, the dormitory door opened. "Oh my, this weather is really. It's so hot, sons, Daddy is back." Lin Yu and Itae cursed in unison, "Son, get out." The 3 of them hammered each other for a while, and then the boss who had just come in asked mysteriously, "Do you know who I just saw?" "Who?" "Bai Yu. TSK, I've only seen her picture on the school forum before, but just now downstairs, she was so beautiful, I almost rushed up to her to ask for her autograph." "Lin Yu, if I say Bai Yu is my wife now, will I be beaten to death by the boys in this dormitory?" Lin Yu's dormitory number is also magical, 404, which is a very harmonious number. Bai Yu is the collective goddess of 404. Although Lin Yu doesn't want to admit it, he can't stand the crazy infatuation of his roommates and Bai Yu. Do you think she'll become a star in the future? I heard from people on the school forum that there seems to be a scout trying to discover Bai Yu. Become a star? Lin Yu suddenly remembered Bai Yu's look as the perfect wife this morning. Well, this shouldn't be her becoming a star, right? "Bossy Xiao, I support you in asking for autographs. If you get beaten." Itae said with a mean smile. "What? I'll beat you up too. Xiao, why don't you just die?" Lin Yu felt a little helpless. He had never participated in these topics before. After all, although Bai Yu was beautiful, he had always thought that the 2 of them had nothing in common. "I think she's not easy to talk to." Lin Yu thought about Bai Yu's dangerous eyes, and his scalp tingled. Who knew if he said bad things about Bai Yu behind her back, would Bai Yu kill him? Although Bai Yu doesn't look violent, Lin Yu feels that she is dangerous. This fear is almost innate, and I don't know why. At this time, the dormitory door was pushed open again, and the 4th child was shocked. "Sons, something terrible has happened. Everyone, a strange target has entered the boys' dormitory." Everyone rushed to the dormitory door and gathered around to watch. University is so strange. If ordinary boys dare to enter the girls' dormitory, they will probably be beaten to death by the teachers. But in most cases, girls can enter the boys' dormitory at will. When will boys be able to stand up? They are shivering in the cold summer air. The dormitory corridor suddenly became quiet, and only a beautiful girl in a white miniskirt walked into the boys' dormitory. What's the difference between this scene and a piece of meat falling into a wolf's den? But the aura of school beauty Bai Yu was too strong, especially with the crowd of men and women who surrounded her on the school forum, so that no boy in the entire dormitory on the 2nd floor dared to approach her. Finally, Bai Yu stopped at the door of 404. Lin Yu's scalp tingled. Why was Bai Yu here? Bai Yu looked around Lin Yu's dormitory expressionlessly, then looked at Lin Yu. "It's time for lunch, do you want to eat together?" Anyone with eyes could see that Bai Yu's words were directed at Lin Yu. Lin Yu said nervously, Okay, let's go, classmate Bai Yu. Bai Yu frowned. "Lin Yu, you addressed me wrongly." "Lin Yu?" Seeing Lin Yu's puzzled expression, Bai Yu said calmly, "You should call me wife." Chapter 4 Secret. The entire boys' dormitory building seemed to become quiet all of a sudden, as if you could hear a pin drop. Lin Yu felt his head buzzing. Why did Bai Yu want to tell this story? Bai Yu, the school beauty goddess, came to invite the third roommate to dinner, and it seemed that the two of them had a close relationship. As the eldest, He Xiu was the oldest and reacted the fastest. Ah. Mr. Bai, you're dating our third child now, right? Seriously, you guys haven't even mentioned anything to the third child. You're so low-key. Bai Yu thought about it and said seriously, please don't misunderstand, we are not dating. He Xiu had a lot of words stuck in his throat. What was going on? Bai Yu stretched out her hand, apparently asking Lin Yu to hold her hand. You know, as a single man who has been single for 20 years, this was the first time that Lin Yu was invited to hold hands by a girl. Almost without hesitation, he stretched out his hand tremblingly, and then their hands were clasped together, as if they had held hands many times before. At this moment, Lin Yu seemed to hear the heartbreaking sounds of the entire boys' dormitory. Also, why are girls' hands so soft? And so fragrant? Is it makeup? But Bai Yu doesn't seem to use makeup, does she? Bai Yu, take care. He Xiu, as the dormitory leader, said this with some restraint. Bai Yu's aura was simply too overwhelming. Bai Yu pulled Lin Yu over. The scene was truly bizarre. What I meant by don't get me wrong is that we're not boyfriend and girlfriend. We're husband and wife. He Xiu. Yi Tae. Fourth brother Lu De. What did we just hear? It seems like Bai Yu said something extraordinary. Not boyfriend and girlfriend? But husband and wife. When Lin Yu and Bai Yu walked out of the boys' dormitory, they seemed to hear the sound of an explosion inside the boys' dormitory. Although early marriage is quite normal nowadays, it is still very rare for college students to become husband and wife, okay? School cafeteria. Although Lin Yu knew that Bai Yu was very popular in school, he still didn't expect her to be so popular. He was just having lunch and was surrounded by a group of people. This is the first boy in history who successfully sat next to Bai Yu, and he seems to be quite ordinary. Gossip spreads faster than the speed of light. Lin Yu knew without hesitation that the Aoki Academy Forum must be going crazy right now. After all, Bai Yu is well known for her chastity and basically has no friends of the opposite sex, and Lin Yu is the first one. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Lin Yu still ran to the window to get lunch for Bai Yu. The two sat down face to face. Bai Yu supported her chin with one hand and looked at Lin Yu with the other, looking very cute. Especially the smile on her lips. Lin Yu was amazed and quickly lowered his head to eat his lunch in peace. Although he was also under a lot of pressure at the moment, after all, there was a delicate campus beauty sitting opposite him. Bai Yu also ate her lunch in small bites. It was a pleasant thing to watch a beautiful woman eat, but because of the onlookers around, Lin Yu didn't even dare to raise his head. He was afraid that if he did something excessive, he would be drowned in spit by a group of people. However, Bai Yu seemed not to care about the eyes around her. Seeing that Lin Yu had his head down and didn't say anything, she picked up a piece of meat from her bowl and put it on Lin Yu's plate. Do you have classes this afternoon? Bai Yu's movements were very natural, just like an ordinary wife and husband picking up food. The group of people watching around them suddenly felt like they had eaten a mouthful of dog food. Who exactly is this unassuming-looking man? Even the school beauty Bai is so submissive. Yes, until 4 o'clock. Okay, I'll wait for you in the library. Come pick me up after class at 4 o'clock and help me pack my luggage. Bai Yu said calmly. Okay. Okay. Luggage. Bai Yu nodded. I already said that I want to live with you, so I will move the luggage in my dormitory to your place. Even though Bai Yu was already living in her own home last night, she even moved her luggage there. Is this? Okay, well, won't the people in your dorm say anything? After all, we're still young. Bai Yu said indifferently, if I cared about what people around me thought, I wouldn't marry you. Lin Yu. So, classmate Bai Yu, can I ask why you want to marry me? Lin Yu asked cautiously, fearing that Bai Yu's facial expression would suddenly become dangerous again. I know you. You're the campus beauty, and you're very pretty. But you probably didn't know me before yesterday. It was even the first time we met. Although the atmosphere in the school cafeteria was not very good and there were a group of people watching around, Lin Yu thought about it and still talked about his doubts. Bai Yu, do you understand me? Do you know what kind of person I am? So, marrying me is really a very rash thing for you. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. At this time, Lin Yu undoubtedly had no temperament, giving people a feeling of being timid and even a little fearful. Perhaps it was because Bai Yu was too beautiful, so the two of them looked a bit mismatched even when they were just sitting together. But Bai Yu suddenly laughed, and with this laugh, it seemed as if time in the entire cafeteria had stopped. Husband, you are so stupid. I will not marry someone I don't like. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and then his face began to turn red. Maybe it was because it was too hot? When did you fall in love with me? Lin Yu didn't know whether he should believe Bai Yu's words, but he could feel his heart beating very fast. She just called herself husband. So she really acknowledges her husband's identity? Bai Yu made a super cute expression. This is a secret. Because he had classes in the afternoon, Lin Yu accompanied Bai Yu for lunch and then returned to his dormitory. However, as soon as he entered the dormitory, Lin Yu was almost pressed down on the bed by his 3 roommates. Tell the truth. What's going on between you and the campus beauty? Lin Yu's face was a little stiff. These guys were really cruel when they pressed him on the bed. He felt like his hands were about to break. Bai Yu, the collective goddess of 404, was actually taken away by that bastard Lao San. Lin Yu didn't know how to explain it, because it was too unbelievable, so he said dryly, "It's just as you think. 3 best friends in the dormitory, do you think we are stupid?" Chapter 5 Where to Sleep. Novels require logic, but reality often does not. Lin Yu couldn't even imagine that the school beauty would cry and beg to marry him, but there was no logic to this matter. Everything happened so suddenly that Lin Yu even wondered if he was dreaming. The 3 gay men finally let Lin Yu go because Lin Yu was so pitiful. Tell me, how did you manage to get our goddess? Lin Yu. You may not believe it, but I was the one who was hooked. Actually, we knew each other a long time ago, and we got together by chance. In order to prevent the gays in the dormitory from thinking that Bai Yu was crazy, Lin Yu still considered and came up with a barely acceptable excuse. So you're really married? The second son Ite asked sourly. Other people are already an old married couple, but I'm still asking them if they're gay or lesbian. What could be more tragic than this? Especially since the girl is the school beauty. Lin Yu thought about it and nodded. We have already obtained the marriage certificate. Hsiao gasped. You got married in college, so you're doing this just for academic credits? That's a bit too high profile, isn't it? Lin Yu didn't know how to answer this question. In short, no one would believe it if he told it. If such a lovely girl were to go out with Bai Yu, others would definitely think she was very rich. Lin Yu has a good habit, which is that he almost never skips classes. As a top student who has always been among the top 5 in the grade in both professional and public courses, the teachers don't really care if he skips classes. After class, Lin Yu went to the library and saw Bai Yu at a glance. She was wearing a white short skirt, and her pair of long, white legs were very eye-catching. There are quite a few girls in the entire library, but there are not many who are as pretty as Bai Yu. Bai Yu was reading a book. Lin Yu walked over and raised his eyebrows. Here you can set a condition and then bring in the condition. Bai Yu raised her head and glanced at Lin Yu, then followed Lin Yu's instructions and quickly solved the problem. As expected, he is a top student who has always been in the top 5 of his grade. Bai Yu's academic performance was average, and she was just average in Xingmu, so it was not difficult for Lin Yu to guide her. Doing this kind of thing in the library would really attract hatred, especially for a pretty schoolgirl like Bai Yu. After finishing her homework, Bai Yu said, "Husband, help me move the luggage." This was simply a mockery, especially since there were so many boys in the library. Lin Yu felt an inexplicable sense of pride in his heart, and then he happily followed Bai Yu to the girls' dormitory. It was naturally impossible for Lin Yu to go up to the girls' dormitory. The dormitory manager was not blind, so he waited downstairs in the dormitory. Not long after, Bai Yu came down with a suitcase. Let's go. Lin Yu thought about it and decided that as a boyfriend, no, he should go a step further and be a husband. It should be his job to help Bai Yu with her luggage, right? Lin Yu, who has been single for 20 years, took the suitcase from Bai Yu's hand somewhat stiffly. Bai Yu smiled slightly at Lin Yu with a hint of smile on her lips. Lin Yu was stunned again. He knew that the school beauty was cute. After all, she was surrounded by people in the school. But being so cute in front of me. Mom! Your son has made it big. Anyway, it looks cute. Thank you, husband. Lin Yu. Such a lovely girl, is she really my wife? Is this heaven? When they arrived at the rental house, Lin Yu helped Bai Yu pack the suitcase and some clothes. He didn't act like a pervert and peek inside the suitcase to see if there was anything like panties or something. Bai Yu came out of his bedroom, and Lin Yu took the initiative to ask, "Do you need to buy some necessities for your life?" Along the way, Lin Yu didn't see Bai Yu bring any cosmetics or anything. Lin Yu didn't understand this, but the internet said that these are necessities for girls. Necessities of life? Bai Yu bit her pretty fingers, thought for a moment, then looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu. If there's anything I absolutely need, it's probably you, my husband, right? Lin Yu. Just now, a group of Awei died on the spot. Lin Yu felt his face getting hot. Why was Bai Yu so seductive? Bai Yu looked at Lin Yu's shy look and couldn't help but feel a little funny. She didn't even know that this guy was so green in this era? Well, let's go to the supermarket. Toothbrushes and other things. Well, let's buy some vegetables. The food in the school cafeteria is not good, and takeout is quite expensive. Lin Yu, what kind of magical conversation is this? No, has she really entered the role of wife? Bai Yu raised her beautiful eyebrows and said, "Husband, I am really sure that I am your wife." Lin Yu? Did I just speak out what was in my heart? So shameful. There is a supermarket downstairs in the community. Lin Yu buys daily necessities such as toothbrushes and toothpaste here. The two of them are like an ordinary couple, buying what they need in the small supermarket downstairs. There are many students renting houses in this community, and Lin Yu often visits this supermarket, so the supermarket owner already knows Lin Yu. Xiao Lin. Get out of classes over so early today? The auntie in the supermarket is a very nice person and has always been very nice to Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu often takes care of her business. When the aunt saw Bai Yu, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Your classmate?" Yes, that's right, my classmate. Hello, I am Lin Yu's wife, my name is Bai Yu. Bai Yu stared at Lin Yu unnoticed and greeted the supermarket owner with a smile. The supermarket owner joked, "Lin Yu is a nice guy, but he's shy. Other girls are more generous than you." Lin Yu. After finally buying everything and escaping the teasing of the supermarket owner, Lin Yu and Bai Yu returned to the rental house and put away the things they bought, such as toothbrushes, toothpaste, and face washcloths. After the two of them finished washing up, Bai Yu took a special shower and walked into the bedroom. Lin Yu took a quilt and planned to continue sleeping in the living room. After all, it was still summer and he was not afraid of catching a cold. Bai Yu walked out of the bathroom, looked at Lin Yu and made the bed, and said seriously, "Husband, why don't you sleep in the living room tonight?" Lin Yu subconsciously asked, "Then where do I sleep?" Bai Yu blushed, "Then, husband can sleep here?" After saying that, Bai Yu sat on the bed and patted the bed next to her. Chapter 6: Bai Yu's sleeping posture. Sleep, 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 where to sleep? Bai Yu patted her side calmly and said, "You should sleep on the bed tonight. Sleeping on the sofa all the time is not good for your cervical spine." Lin Yu's face flushed immediately, and he said with a red face, "No. It's okay, I'll just sleep on the sofa. If it gets out, it will be bad for your reputation." Bai Yu covered her mouth and smiled, "Bad reputation? Husband, we are already married." Lin Yu. So I can actually lie down on it? I won't be kicked right off the bed by you? Or. However, when Bai Yu looked at him with her bright eyes, he felt that his people seemed to be disobeying his will. The two little Linyas were fighting madly in their minds. Isn't it just going to sleep? What's there to be afraid of? Are you a man so timid? The other Lin Yu slapped him. Look at yourself. Do you deserve it? How many do you deserve? However, Bai Yu's cute and charming appearance finally aroused Lin Yu's inner thoughts. Isn't it just asleep? It should be nothing, right? After Lin Yu finished washing up, he carried the quilt into the bedroom. Bai Yu was playing with her phone. Seeing Lin Yu hugging the quilt, she couldn't help but smile and said, "You want to sleep on a different quilt, right?" Lin Yu nodded, not daring to look up at Bai Yu. Bai Yu smiled slightly. "Okay, go to sleep." Lin Yu, how can I sleep like this? Lin Yu, who has been single for 20 years, has never slept in the same bed with a girl. Bai Yu's slow and soft breathing sounded in Lin Yu's ears. Lin Yu forced himself to sleep for a long time, but still couldn't fall asleep. He turned his head carefully, but was directly faced with Bai Yu's sleeping face. Because Bai Yu had fallen asleep, Lin Yu had the opportunity for the first time to look at Bai Yu unscrupulously. She had a very delicate nose. The plump lips looked particularly charming in the moonlight, making people want to take a bite. Under the moonlight, her already fair skin was highlighted like a sleeping beauty. This beautiful scene was something Lin Yu had never seen in his 20 years of life. Are there really girls who are as beautiful as fairies? This girl sleeps so soundly, is she really not afraid of doing something out of the ordinary? Lin Yu felt his breathing become heavy. How could he possibly sleep with such a delicate beauty? Since she's my wife, it should be okay for me to kiss her, right? Lin Yu's mind wandered for a moment, especially when Bai Yu's plump red lips were so close. Bai Yu suddenly moved, and Lin Yu was so scared that he quickly turned over, fearing that he would be discovered while peeking at Bai Yu. However, Bai Yu just moved her arms and changed her movements. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He had gone too far, actually trying to take advantage of her while she was asleep. Things like kissing should be done while you're sober, right? Just as Lin Yu was daydreaming, a heavy object pressed on his thigh. Lin Yu's body stiffened, and in the moonlight, he saw white calves as white as jade. It seems that my wife's sleeping posture is not very honest. How can I sleep with you pressing on me like this? The strong sense of shame and tension made Lin Yu feel that his body was almost numb. He tried to turn over, but when he turned over, Bai Yu's thigh, which was originally on his waist, fell directly on some indescribable place. Lin Yu. What should I do now? Push her away? Will I wake her up? And why is this girl so terrible in her sleep? The quilt had been lifted by Bai Yu. She was wearing a loose pajamas, and coincidentally, from Lin Yu's perspective, he could see some unusually full curves. Along the neckline, black hair is scattered casually, and the snow-white chest is extremely eye-catching. Lin Yu, I'm really not a henty, but Bai Yu is really too big. That night, Lin Yu didn't know how he fell asleep. He had some snowy, soft and cute dreams all night long. When he woke up, it seemed that he was almost late. It's over, it's over. I'm going to be late. Lin Yu hurriedly put on his clothes, but Bai Yu walked out of the kitchen. Ha! Honey, you're going to class, right? Yes, I'm going to be late for morning class. I'll leave first. That won't work. Honey, you haven't had breakfast yet. Bai Yu stopped at the door. If you're really busy, you can bring your breakfast. Lin Yu? Then Bai Yu took out a small bag of sandwiches from the kitchen, which were obviously made by Bai Yu. The milk is frozen, so don't rush on the way. There she is, this damn gentle wife Aura. Poor Lin Yu had never been treated so gently before. His face turned red. He took the sandwich and said embarrassedly, well, thank you, Yu. I'll be leaving first. Bai Yu smiled and said, take care, husband. Because he didn't have breakfast at home, Lin Yu arrived at school just in time and was not late. There were still a few minutes before class started when he arrived in the classroom. Lin Yu looked at the sandwiches and milk on the table and felt something was wrong. Why is Bai Yu so familiar with my taste? Frozen milk is actually quite bad for the stomach, but Lin Yu has never told anyone about this habit of his. Damn it, third brother, are you really that serious? Said Lu De, the fourth brother who had the same professional course with Lin Yu that morning, speechless. Why are you staring at a sandwich? Aren't you hungry? If you're not hungry, I'll eat it. I haven't had breakfast yet. As he said that, the fourth brother was about to take the sandwich. Lin Yu took it in his hand without hesitation. Old four, you are thinking about eating peaches. This is what my wife made for me. Lu Da's hands were hanging in the air. The feeling of being fed dog food so early in the morning without eating was really sour. He looked at Lin Yu with resentment. The relationship has faded, son. Lin Yu, you are so unfilial, it's hard for your father to deal with it. Lin Yu stuffed the sandwich into his mouth in a few seconds and took a sip of iced milk. He felt that his summer had become beautiful. However, since Lu De actually wanted to steal his breakfast, this was simply unforgivable, so Lin Yu pretended to be very happy and chewed it several times in front of Lu De. Lu De was speechless and said, you're so cruel. You think you're so great just because you have a wife? Lin Yu immediately started to mock, I am proud to have a wife. At this time, the teacher happened to walk in. The teachers of professional courses are all big names in related fields. Everyone is required to study seriously in class, and no one is paying attention to other things. Chapter 7, Housekeeper. Bai Yu had no classes in the morning. She stood in the living room of Lin Yu's rental house, with her hands on her hips, looking at the room. Many memories flooded into her heart, and a smile bloomed on her beautiful face. Were you always so fond of cleanliness? How adorable. Since your husband is out, let your little wife clean up the house? After talking to herself for a long time, Bai Yu sent a text message to Lin Yu. Husband, are you going home for lunch at noon? Lin Yu was in class. He was always focused, but for the first time he took out his cell phone to be distracted. When he saw Bai Yu's text message, Lin Yu's heart moved. Good. Bai Yu was leisurely at home. Lin Yu had good living habits and there were some fresh vegetables in the refrigerator. Bai Yu rolled up her sleeves and began to prepare lunch. It was past 11 o'clock and Bai Yu was still in the kitchen when there was suddenly a knock on the door. Get out of class and so early today? Bai Yu muttered and opened the door, only to see a middle-aged man standing at the door with a calm face. Good afternoon, miss. Bai Yu covered his forehead and asked, how on earth did you find this place? The middle-aged man said calmly, Miss, it's not difficult to know your whereabouts. Bai Yu pursed her lips and said, tell my family I won't be going back this semester. The middle-aged man nodded and said, Master said that Miss is already grown up and can make her own decisions on anything. I am married. The middle-aged man's calm face showed a reaction for the first time. Miss, are you married? Bai Yu nodded. Uncle Ming, could you please keep this a secret from my family? Especially about the marriage. For the first time, the middle-aged man revealed a helpless smile. Since you said so, Miss, Ming will naturally help you. However, I'm curious, have you found that person? Bai Yu nodded affirmatively. He can't be wrong. Bai Yu, will only marry him in this life. Uncle Ming nodded with satisfaction. Miss, you have known what you want since you were a child, and now you have found someone to rely on. This is a very good thing. Bai Yu understood what Uncle Ming meant and nodded happily. Uncle Ming is the one who has watched her grow up, and he is also the only one in the Bai family who knows her secret. If Uncle Ming does not approve, it will be really difficult for her to withstand the pressure from the family alone. I'm curious about what kind of person Uncle is. Ming bowed slightly. It seems that the eldest lady has been living with Uncle? Bai Yu nodded without hesitation. I'll introduce him to you later. Now is not the right time. Ming bowed slightly and said, yes, miss. I will find a way to deal with it at home. Bai Yu pursed her lips. Thank you, Uncle Ming. The housekeeper smiled slightly and said, Miss, I watched you grow up. No need to thank me. After sending the housekeeper away, Bai Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. If even Uncle Ming didn't think this matter was a good idea, then it would be really difficult for her to handle it alone. After 12 o'clock, Lin Yu also finished class. He had classes for the whole morning and had not slept well last night, so Lin Yu felt a little tired. Let's go to the cafeteria to find something to eat. Lu De had been hungry all morning and was eager to go to the cafeteria, but Lin Yu shook his head. I won't go to the cafeteria today. Lu De, what? You want to cultivate immortality? Don't eat grains? Lin Yu touched his nose and said awkwardly, well. Bai Yu is cooking at home, so I have to go home to eat. Lu De and the other students around him immediately ate a mouthful of dog food. Damn, you're killing us, right? We want lunch, not lemons. Lu De said sourly, damn third brother, if you don't marry Bai Yu in the future, you'll be letting someone else down for this lunch. After saying this, Lu De himself was stunned. I almost forgot that this guy seems to have already gotten married with Bai Yu. The newlyweds thing is the most annoying. When Lin Yu returned to the rental house, he could already smell the aroma of food. It was hard to imagine that a girl as cute as Bai Yu could actually cook. He knocked on the door and heard the sound of running from inside. He opened the door and saw Bai Yu wearing an apron, looking at Lin Yu with a smile as beautiful as a flower. Is get out of class over? The dialogue was a bit strange, because both of them were still students, but they acted like an old married couple. Lin Yu blushed slightly. Ah. Well, the professional class is over. Bai Yu smiled slightly, looking very cute. Then wash your hands and eat. 2 dishes and a soup were already on the table, and they were delicious. Usually, Lin Yu did not go home for lunch, but at this time, Lin Yu truly felt the taste of home. Because someone is waiting for me. Feeling a little warm in his heart, Lin Yu said gently, I'm back. Bai Yu put her hands together, tilted her head, and said gently, hubby, let's eat. It was amazing. The two had just known each other for a short time, but when it came to chatting, Bai Yu was able to keep up with Lin Yu's pace. After a meal, the last trace of alienation in Lin Yu's heart disappeared. Because Bai Yu knows herself too well, there are some things that she has never even told anyone, but Bai Yu knows them. How on earth did she get this information? Yu, have we known each other before? Bai Yu was stunned for a moment, her face slightly red. I told you not to call me Yu anymore, it always makes me so shy. This shy look made Lin Yu's heart beat wildly. Although he had long known that the charm of school beauties was very strong, this kind of scene. School beauties are really cute. Lin Yu silently chanted the meditation mantra, fearing that he would do something strange suddenly. Seeing Lin Yu staring at her in a daze again, Bai Yu felt a little sweet in her heart. He was still like this. He liked to make people very shy. Silly husband, what are you looking at? A layer of morning glow appeared on Bai Yu's face, which was very beautiful. Lin Yu was once again stunned, and quickly said embarrassedly, sorry. I'm sorry, it's really. Yu, you are so cute. Then both of their faces turned red quickly at the same time. Bai Yu said unnaturally, hurry, eat quickly, I have classes in the afternoon. Do you want to go back to school with me? Lin Yu said quickly, I have to go to work in the afternoon, and I don't have classes in the afternoon. The atmosphere was both charming and youthful. Both of them were silent and finished their lunch in silence. Lin Yu stood up and took the initiative to clear the dishes. After all, Bai Yu cooked, so it's only natural that I should wash the dishes. Chapter 8, Keeping Your Husband's Appetite Gluten-Free. Lin Yu often washes dishes at home. Since the two adults in the family don't like doing housework very much, Lin Yu has developed the habit of cleaning the house since he was a child. Bai Yu sat in the living room, watching Lin Yu busy in the kitchen, and couldn't help but pursed her lips slightly. Of course, she knew that Lin Yu didn't have that kind of feelings for her yet. Although the two of them were officially married and had a marriage certificate, in the final analysis, it was almost like she had threatened Lin Yu to get married. The reason why Lin Yu was willing to do these things is probably because he is a person with a strong sense of responsibility. Isn't it because of his strong sense of responsibility that I am attracted to this guy? When Lin Yu came out after washing the dishes, he saw Bai Yu staring at him in a daze. Lin Yu? This kind of look should usually appear on me instead of Bai Yu. What are you looking at? Lin Yu asked curiously. Bai Yu came back to her senses, her face slightly red as she whispered, look at you. The aura of the campus beauty of Bai University is very strong, and it is rare to see her looking shy like this. Lin Yu felt that his heart skipped a beat, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. The school beauty is so tempting. Bai Yu was very satisfied with Lin Yu's infatuated expression on her. Men, after all, have minds full of stars. Bai Yu didn't believe that Lin Yu would not take the bait even if she deliberately seduced him from time to time. Of course, a good and long-lasting intimate relationship requires relatively consistent values, so there is no rush, just take your time. A frog in boiling water will eventually be cooked. Lin Yu didn't know that Bai Yu had turned him into a frog and was boiling it. He rubbed his head and said, "Oh right, I should go to work." Bai Yu nodded, "Be careful on the road, thank you for your hard work, husband." Lin Yu was still not particularly accustomed to this kind of conversation that theoretically only occurred between couples. He nodded, wanted to say something but couldn't think of it, and finally left the house calmly. The bookstore business is not very busy, and Lin Yu can still find time to complete some projects while working. This was actually the reason why he moved out. Starting from his sophomore year, he started to take on some private jobs, both for large and small companies, including copywriting and data work. Lin Yu, who is quite familiar with computers, can only support his life of renting a house outside the school by adding up all these incomes. Lin Yu is still very busy recently? The person who spoke was the bookstore manager, a very charming lady in black stockings, named Mang. According to Lin Yu's understanding, more than half of the male customers in the bookstore were there for this lady manager. Manager Mai. Lin Yu raised his head and greeted him. To make a living in someone else's territory, being gentle, respectful, and frugal are essential skills. Xiao Lin is really hardworking. Mang smiled, then walked into the dressing room to change clothes. Lin Yu knew that Mang was not only the store manager, but also one of the real owners of this bookstore. Usually she only came to take a look at the store at night and rarely received customers. But today is different, it is obvious that Mang can be dressed up. Is it a blind date? Lin Yu laughed dumbly, thinking that he was too gossipy. It was 9:30 in the evening, time for Lin Yu to get off work. There was no so-called blind date scene as expected. It can only be said that Manager Mai was able to attract a group of restless students to come in and consume just by standing in the store. When Lin Yu was about to leave, Mai Mang stopped him. "Shaolin, it's time to settle your payment tonight." Lin Yu nodded. He had been working in the store for almost half a year and had never encountered a case of delayed wages, so he didn't pay much attention to this matter. "Last month, you worked a total of 20 days. Your daily salary was 120 yuan, for a total of 2,400 yuan. Do you want cash or WeChat?" "It's all fine. Whatever's convenient for you, Manager Mai." Mai Mang nodded and directly transferred money to him via WeChat. "Excuse me, Xiaolin, have you saved any money in the past 6 months?" Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, and did some mental calculations. "Yes, there are always some things that can be saved. If I ask you to take over this bookstore, do you have any ideas?" "Ah? Manager Mai is not going to continue doing this?" Lin Yu asked in surprise. Because of its geographical location, this bookstore is only 100 meters away from the gate of Aoki College. It can be said that the business has always been good. Lin Yu has a good memory and is a top student. He can tell that this store should be profitable with a little mental calculation. Mai Mang nodded. "I'm busy and often can't take care of this. You know, I only come here occasionally. If you want to take over, I can give it to you at a lower price." Lin Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Manager Mai, I'm interested, but I might not have enough money. This bookstore takes in more than 100,000 yuan a year. Even if Lin Yu saved as much as he could in the past 6 months, he could only save 60,000 yuan. This is a speed that ordinary college students can't even catch up with. But it seems that my job is about to be lost." Mai Mang said with a smile, "Then how much do you have?" 60,000, this is my entire fortune." Lin Yu shrugged. Mai Mang should not be short of money. This bookstore is just a hobby. She is definitely a rich woman. "Is that so?" Mai Mang looked at Lin Yu, whose eyes were clear, and after thinking for a long time, he smiled and said, "Look, you become the store manager in the future. I'll give you a raise, but you have to focus more of your energy on the store, okay?" Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. He thought that this part-time job was about to be lost, but he didn't expect there to be a sudden turn of events. "I know you're a good student and you also take on some private work. If you can take less of that, I'll use my salary to make up for the rest. The only condition is that you manage this store well." Lin Yu shrugged. "Why not?" "Thank you, Manager Mai, for your kindness." Mai Mang was also in a good mood. "From now on, I'll call you Manager Lin." "Okay, as a token of my sincerity, I'll give you a 6-month bonus for the 6 months you've worked as a waiter." "It's not much, just 5,000 yuan." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Thank you, boss." Mai Mang pointed at Lin Yu and smiled without saying anything. "Okay, I will inform the work group about the acceptance of fate. You can go home early." Lin Yu nodded, thinking of the delicate campus beauty waiting for him at home. "I have to go back early." When I got home, Bai Yu was still awake. She must have taken a shower. Her wet hair was casually draped behind her, and her unmade-up face had a hint of redness from the shower. Lin Yu said gently, "I'm back." Bai Yu gently took the small box from his hand and said, "You've worked hard. Would you like some midnight snack?" "You made a midnight snack?" Lin Yu asked in surprise. "Thank you." Bai Yu smiled faintly. I hope to cultivate your appetite, husband, so that you will only eat food cooked by me from now on." Chapter 9, The Mass Death of Ah Wei. Bai Yu smiled as she looked at Lin Yu, who was eating the delicious food she had made herself. She looked so cute. "It's like I've done something extraordinary." To be honest, Bai Yu's cooking skills are indeed the best among the girls he has ever seen, no doubt about it. Even if the ingredients are just very simple, once they pass through her hands, they will immediately become delicious and fragrant. "Don't you want to eat?" Lin Yu asked hurriedly when he saw Bai Yu didn't move her chopsticks. "Well, no need, this is made for you, my husband." Bai Yu supported her chin, wearing a cool long skirt, her white and tender calves wiggling, very eye-catching. Compared to Lin Yu's reservedness, Bai Yu was much more casual and looked at Lin Yu unscrupulously. A familiar face, a familiar voice, and even a familiar way of eating. Certain images flashed through Bai Yu's mind, and she suddenly felt a little shy. She looked forward to seeing Lin Yu using chopsticks to put the food into her mouth, and then saw Lin Yu's face full of satisfaction and enjoyment. "Is it tasty?" Lin Yu nodded. You are so amazing. For girls, you must give them more praise, and Bai Yu is a very good cook. Bai Yu smiled and said, as long as you like it, husband. Lin Yu was amazed again. A girl like Bai Yu was so cute even in her every move, and he never got tired of looking at her. Although Lin Yu still didn't know when she fell so deeply in love with him. But this did not prevent him from feeling comfortable. It can be said that Bai Yu's performance so far can be said to be that of an almost perfect wife. Lin Yu felt a little flattered. After dinner, Lin Yu took the initiative to clean up the dishes. Bai Yu washed up and went into the bedroom first, while Lin Yu followed behind. Of course, the two of them still slept on two quilts. Good night, husband. After Bai Yu said this, she turned off the lights, and the entire bedroom fell into silence. But the problem is, Lin Yu can't sleep. After taking a shower, Bai Yu was like a lotus emerging from the water. The shower gel mixed with her body fragrance kept entering Lin Yu's nostrils. It was a unique fragrance. Under the moonlight, her skin was as smooth as cream and seemed to glow. Lin Yu suddenly remembered a myth he had read before, which told the story of the moon goddess Aphrodite. Now, Bai Yu is Aphrodite. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to peek like this? Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and met Bai Yu's bright eyes. She was looking at him with a look of spring water in her eyes. There is longing and love in this look, it is so beautiful that it is breathtaking. I'm sorry. It is wrong to peek, Lin Yu quickly apologized. However, Bai Yu rested her head on her arm and looked at Lin Yu and said, husband, you don't have to apologize. The voice was soft and sticky, like a gentle spring breeze caressing your ears. If you, my husband, like to watch Yu will be very happy too. After Bai Yu said this, her face couldn't help but turn red. Lin Yu is a novice in love, how can he stand this kind of teasing? Reason told him that there was actually a huge gap between the two of them. Bai Yu was the school belle, and it was also said on the school forum that Bai Yu's family conditions were very good. He had no money, power, or influence, so the only thing he had going for him was his good grades. But Lin Yu knew that compared to Bai Yu's many qualities, this was actually of little significance. What his mind told him and what his heart told him were two completely different things. He could clearly feel his heart beating fast, especially when he was stared at by Bai Yu with such affectionate eyes. Bai Yu seemed to know what he was thinking and whispered, I know my husband still has a lot of doubts, but if he feels it is necessary, we can start a new relationship. Lin Yu, restarting a relationship? It's okay to get married first and fall in love later. These words were very bold. Bai Yu felt her face getting hot. No matter how many times, whenever she faced this guy, she couldn't help but feel moved. I can give you a chance to pursue me, Bai Yu whispered. Lin Yu swallowed and said, can I really chase you? Boyfriend and girlfriend, can I just hold Bai Yu's hand? Then the two of us can walk around the school at will? Even, you can do some embarrassing things. Lin Yu just felt that if there was nothing wrong with Bai Yu, then he must be dreaming. Wait, this dream is too real. How can a girl's hands be so soft? Lin Yu reacted all at once. Bai Yu's slender, white, and tender little hand reached through the quilt, into Lin Yu's quilt, and firmly held his hand. This is indeed not a dream. Hubby can hold Yu's hand, and we can walk around the school at will. Husband, anytime you want. Of course, if it's something else. Yu is also willing. Lin Yu. Way. Everyone, come out and die. None of you will live to see tomorrow's sunrise. Also, is this other thing exactly what I understand it to be? What brand of condoms is best? Also, what preparations do I need? Wait, Lin Yu, are you sure you are not dreaming now? Subconsciously, Lin Yu began to exert force in his hands. After all, the book said that pain can make people sober. However, what he called out was Bai Yu who couldn't help but retract her hand. Husband, please be gentle. Yu is hurting. Lin Yu. What a terrible line this is. The three gay guys in the dormitory would watch some indescribable movies. This made Lin Yu think that Bai Yu was driving, but he had no evidence. Wait, did I just say that I want to hold hands with Bai Yu again? Lin Yu felt like he was not feeling well, but Bai Yu put her hand into Lin Yu's quilt again. She reminded herself in her heart that she had to take her time to boil the frog in warm water. Husband has classes tomorrow, right? Ah, yes, a half-day professional course, and a basic course in the afternoon. Husband. Ahem. I'm listening. If you don't have to work tomorrow night, could you go shopping with me? Tomorrow night. I don't seem to have a shift scheduled, but I still have to go to the store. I should be considered a promotion, right? I'm the store manager. Bai Yuyu's heart moved, and she said softly, my underwear. I want to buy some new ones. Honey, can you go shopping with me after you get off work? Lin Yu, please leave a way out for All Wei and the others, classmate Bai Yuyu. Chapter 10 Fairies Descend to Earth. Bai Yuyu's grades were average, but a place like Aoki Academy, where 3 out of 4 people could be top students if a brick was thrown, generally meant poor performance. Whether it was professional courses or basic courses, Bai Yuyu managed to pass them. Sitting in the classroom, Bai Yuyu watched the teacher lecturing at the podium, but her mind was not on the class. Yuyu, have you visited the school forum these past 2 days? The person who spoke was Bai Yuyu's roommate, or one of her rare best friends, named Tang Feiying. Once a girl becomes too popular among boys, she will have fewer close friends. Bai Yuyu had many close friends when she was a freshman, but after her sophomore year, she could only be counted on one hand. No, what was said on the forum? Bai Yuyu knew that she had a group of fans on the forum, one could even say it was a fan club, but she herself did not often read the school forum. They're all saying, you're being kept. Tang Feiying whispered, you haven't been back to the dorm these past 2 days, so some people actually believed it. Keeping a sponsor? Bai Yuyu let out a smile. I really want to be kept by that guy. Tang Feiying was stunned, is this true? You. Bai Yuyu smiled and said, that's not wrong. I eat that guy's food, use that guy's things, and live with that guy. It's no problem to call him my mistress. Seeing the smile on Bai Yuyu's lips, Tang Feiying felt a little helpless. It turns out that a fairy really came down to earth. I just don't know if it was that rich boss. Who is this lucky guy? He must be very rich. Tang Feiying said jealously, I envy him so much. Tang Feiying knew Bai Yuyu's family, and she didn't believe that Bai Yuyu, a young lady, would be kept by a rich old man. Even if she is really being kept, it should be by some rich second-generation rich man, not some old man as mentioned in the forum. As for him, is a monthly salary of 5,000 considered rich? Bai Yuyu smiled sweetly and looked at her phone. On WeChat, there was Lin Yu's transfer information. The total amount is 3,000 yuan. Below is Lin Yu's information. You buy groceries and other things at home. These are common family expenses. I've already paid the rent. If it's not enough, please tell me. Tang Feiying was surprised and asked, 5,000? Yuyu, are you sure that's enough for your skincare products? Bai Yuyu said seriously, if you have a lot of money, you have a lot of ways to spend it. If you have a little money, you have a little way to spend it. If you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. I will make arrangements based on how much he gives me. Who the hell is that guy? How could he make our Yuyu so devoted to him? And, is it really okay to be so devoted in a relationship? Looking at Bai Yuyu's slightly sweet expression, Zhao Yao felt like she had been fed a large mouthful of dog food early in the morning. Bai Yuyu held her phone, a sweet expression on her face. We aren't in a relationship, Xiaoying. Tang Feiying was stunned, aren't you in a relationship? Then why are you still living together? Bai Yuyu said seriously, we are already married. He is not my boyfriend, but my husband. Tang Feiying. It's over, the school beauty has been poisoned, and the poison is serious. It was already 11:40 when Lin Yu finished the get out of class, and a group of students were already waiting at the cafeteria entrance. After entering college, the cafeteria becomes a holy place for students, especially after class at noon. Lin Yu was standing in line at the food window, looking down at his phone, when someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. He looked up and saw Bai Yuyu standing in front of him, her hands behind her back. She said cutely, don't wait in line, honey. I've already prepared lunch for you. In an instant, Lin Yu felt a burst of murderous gazes shooting towards him in the cafeteria. I might have been riddled with holes when Bai Yuyu started talking just now. Thank you. Lin Yu felt that it was not appropriate to stay here for long, so he followed Bai Yuyu to the table. There were 3 plates of food on the table, and there was also a girl that Lin Yu did not know. Bai Yuyu didn't care about the looks of the people around her. She took Lin Yu to the table and said with a smile, Xiaoying, this is my husband, Lin Yu. When Tang Feiying saw Lin Yu, her eyes lit up. It must be said that in Lin Yu's opinion, his appearance should be very ordinary, the kind that cannot be found in a crowd. But in fact, in Tang Feiying's eyes, this is simply a weak little brother. Perhaps because Bai Yu's aura as the school beauty is too strong, when Lin Yu and Bai Yu stand together, people always feel that Bai Yu is the stronger one. Lin Yu's skin is also very fair and his temperament is rather feminine, so from this perspective, it seems more like he is the one being conquered by the domineering CEO Bai Yu. Shouldn't a weak and submissive boy be with a domineering and handsome boy? Bai Yu is not aggressive at all. Tang Feiying's mind suddenly went astray. She probably thought Bai Yu was rich and beautiful. If she had to talk about supporting someone, it would probably be her who supported Lin Yu. This poor weak little brother, who is only in his sophomore year, is being tormented by Bai Yu. So good-looking boys must respect themselves, otherwise you will be taken to live with a rich, beautiful, and especially gentle campus beauty, and then do all kinds of shameful things. Lin Yu didn't know that Tang Feiying, this rotten girl, had already started imagining some unspeakable drama in her mind, and her imagination was that Bai Yu was a man. She's obviously a very cute school beauty, okay? It still felt a bit strange for two men and one woman to sit together for dinner, but ET's arrival soon made this strangeness disappear without a trace. So you're here. Ite sat down next to Lin Yu with a plate in his hand. He ignored Tang Feiying's presence and said, Bai Yu, did our third brother bully you? If he dares to bully you, tell us and we'll take care of him. Lin Yu. Didn't we agree to support each other at the start of the school year? Why are we betraying each other so quickly? Bai Yu pursed her lips and smiled. My husband treats me very well, so he won't bully me, right, husband? After saying this, Lin Yu felt a chill down his spine. It seemed that Bai Yu's words had invisibly stirred up a wave of hatred, and there were so many people in the cafeteria. Lin Yu helplessly followed Bai Yu's words and said, You're overthinking it. Bai Yu is so cute, how could I bear to bully her? Bai Yu's big eyes smiled into a beautiful crescent shape. She picked up a piece of meat from her plate and put it next to Lin Yu's mouth, saying coquettishly, You know how to make me shy. Block your mouth, husband. Lin Yu. Bai Yu, if you continue to show off your affection like this, your husband might not be able to leave the school alive today. Chapter 11 Little Strawberry Zhang Miao. Lin Yu's get out of class was only over at 3:30 in the afternoon, and he had no more classes after that. If it were in the past, he would read in the library, but now that he has become the store manager, he should pay more attention to the affairs of the bookstore. In the WeChat group, the news about Lin Yu's promotion was released last night, and it was sent by my Mang himself. When Lin Yu arrived at the store, the other waiters all greeted him with a smile. Hello, Manager Lin. Lin Yu greeted everyone with a smile, without any feeling of superiority just because he was the store manager. He still changed into the waiter's uniform as soon as he entered the store. Senior Xiaolin, congratulations. The person who was speaking was a junior from Aoki University, who also worked part-time in the store. Her name was Zhang Miao. Lin Yu smiled and said, Is strawberry free today too? Aoki's basic course schedule was quite full during his freshman year, so Zhang Miao had the fewest classes among everyone. The reason why she is called Strawberry is because her WeChat name is Strawberry is a little sweet. So after a long time, it was called Strawberry. Well, there are fewer classes in the afternoon. I heard from Manager Mai that Senior Shaolin got promoted, so I came to congratulate him on his promotion. Zhang Miao smiled and took out a small box. It looked like it was a promotion gift for Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and said, Thank you, Strawberry. Zhang Miao is petite and has a very baby-like face, so she is often mistaken for a junior high school student. Those who don't know her might even think that this bookstore is employing child labor. She is the darling of the bookstore team and is very popular among the young ladies and young men in the bookstore. Lin Yu was previously mainly responsible for making drinks in the bookstore. He started his work by standing behind the bar. He wrote the bookstore's management system, so he doesn't have to worry too much about management. A lot of data, including customer flow, table turnover efficiency, etc., can be viewed directly in the system. Zhang Miao's waitress uniform was specially made by Manager Mai. It is a one-size-fits-all outfit because it only suits her figure. It is light pink and makes her look like a little maid. It is very cute. Little Strawberry is a bit of a naivete and often slow to react, but she is very popular among some of Qingmu's otaku clients because of Zhang Miao's eye. There are a lot more customers in the store today. The drink-making area in the bookstore is open, and usually they serve smoothie coffee and some fruit tea. What Lin Yu didn't know was that many girls like to come to the bookstore just to watch Qingmu make drinks. It's just that Lin Yu has never paid attention and seems particularly dull. In addition to Lin Yu, there are several other waiters in the bookstore, but none of them are on duty today. Lin Yu has been paying attention to some details in the bookstore to see if there is anything that can be improved. With Xiao Strawberry around, there is always a shortage of otaku fans. Fortunately, the boys and girls in Aoki Academy are relatively well-mannered and no harassment incidents have occurred. Lin Yu had something to eat in the bookstore in the afternoon and did not return to school. He also adjusted the bookstore's management system. It's not until 9:30 in the evening. Xingmu will close at 10 o'clock in the evening. Generally, students will go back at this time. Lin Yu finished cleaning up the bar and was about to leave when a pretty figure walked in. She was wearing a milky white short skirt and a light blue dress on the upper body, which was a bit JK style. This kind of dress has been very popular in Aoki recently. Especially, it makes the legs look very long. Of course, Bai Yu, who already has long legs, looks even more graceful in this outfit. The young girl was full of energy and walked all the way to the bar. Lin Yu's face turned slightly red. Although he had accepted the fact that he and Bai Yu were husband and wife, he still couldn't help blushing and his heart beating fast every time he saw Bai Yu. "Guest, we are closing." Zhang Miao walked over yawning. Lin Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, I can work overtime for a while today, little Strawberry, you can go back to school first." Anyway, Lin Yu doesn't live in the school dormitory, so the school closing time doesn't matter to him. Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment. Seeing the two people's eyes moving around, there was something sour in them. She couldn't help but ask, "Is he an acquaintance of Senior Xiaolin?" Lin Yu didn't know how to explain his relationship with Bai Yu. If he really said that the school beauty was his wife, he would probably be called a psychopath. Bai Yu said appropriately, "He's an acquaintance, a very familiar one." Lin Yu asked, "What would Yu like to drink?" Bai Yu looked at the waiter's attire, pursed her lips, leaned on the edge of the bar, and said with a smile, "I'm here to wait for you. If you want a drink, why don't you go home and make it for me?" Go home. Zhang Miao was in a daze for a moment, then looked at Bai Yu as if facing a great enemy. Is this person a relative of Xiaolin's? They don't look alike at all, except for being white. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Senior, don't be fooled by her. Little Strawberry was howling in her heart, but she showed nothing on her face. She just looked at Lin Yu. Her intuition told her that the appearance of this woman would definitely have a great impact on Senior Kobayashi. Lin Yu cleaned the bar and said with a smile, let's go home." After changing his clothes, Lin Yu walked to the door of the store and closed it. Bai Yu then asked, "Did you forget what you promised me?" Zhang Miao pricked up her ears. She was still a little confused about who this girl who suddenly appeared was, but in short, she would never allow anyone to deceive the innocent Senior Shaolin. Lin Yu reacted immediately, "Are you going to buy that?" He really couldn't say anything directly about small clothes and small pants, it was too embarrassing. However, Lin Yu's evasiveness sounded very ominous to Zhang Miao. "Which one is that? Is it the one I'm thinking of?" Bai Yu smiled and said, "Yeah, you promised to accompany me." Lin Yu's face flushed. Was he really going to go shopping for underwear with Bai Yu? While it was perfectly normal for a couple to go shopping for underwear, the problem was that this was his first time in that kind of store. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, Zhang Miao was fed up. "Senior Xiaolin, it's better for you to go back to school. It's not very peaceful outside recently. It's over, Senior Kobayashi is about to become someone else's." "Who is this girl?" We're just going to buy some clothes, it shouldn't be a big deal," Lin Yu said weakly. Zhang Miao. "Why do you say buying clothes is like buying some kind of stuff?" Little Strawberry blushed slightly and said awkwardly, "Well, it's getting late, Senior Xiaolin, I'll be back to school now. Bye." After saying that, Zhang Miao slipped away without even turning back. Lin Yu looked puzzled, but Bai Yu took his hand and said with a smile, "Come on, husband, accompany me to buy some clothes." There was also a commercial area near Aoki College. When Lin Yu walked to the intimate apparel store, he felt countless eyes drifting towards him. He probably thought he was being treated as a pervert. Chapter 12. Bai Yu's saliva is sweet. In a place like a women's lingerie store, it's completely different for a grown man to go shopping alone and with his girlfriend. Just when Lin Yu felt that he was seen as a pervert by many female customers in the store, Bai Yu took his hand, successfully easing everyone's judgment on him. Those who are willing to accompany their girlfriends to a lingerie store are all good men. Lin Yu was covered in cold sweat. He always felt that Bai Yu did it on purpose, otherwise why didn't she take his arm and hand from the beginning? Bai Yu snorted softly and pulled Lin Yu into the lingerie store. By the way, is it really okay for men to go to lingerie stores? Lin Yu's mood is extremely complicated now. He can see that Bai Yu is really choosing underwear very seriously. Speaking of underwear, he can't help but look towards Bai Yu's short skirt. Girls are very sensitive to things like sight. Bai Yu felt her body tremble and quickly turned to look at Lin Yu. But Lin Yu just turned his head and looked at the shelves, as if he was very curious. This shouldn't be a big deal, right? Seeing that Lin Yu was not looking at her, Bai Yu turned around and continued to choose underwear, but the feeling of being stared at appeared again. Bai Yu turned her head again, but Lin Yu's gaze was still not on her. But the problem is, Lin Yu is the only man in this store. Bai Yu glanced at Lin Yu's relatively normal face, turned around and continued to choose. However, this time she raised her head immediately after lowering it, and ended up meeting Lin Yu's guilty gaze. It really is this bad guy. Bai Yu's eyes became dangerous again. Does it look good? Husband. Lin Yu's mind moved, and he quickly coughed twice. I think, Yu, no matter what you wear, you look good. Bai Yu snorted softly. You've passed. What do you think of this one? What his wife chose was not out of the ordinary. The little white lace dress looked quite ordinary. What else could Lin Yu say? Of course I could only nod and say yes. Anyway, I couldn't see it. Every night when Bai Yu went to bed, she would change into pajamas. Of course, I didn't have the chance to see the spring scenery. Bai Yu picked out a few relatively modest bras and panties. They were not made of very little fabric as Lin Yu had imagined. They were mostly cartoon patterns. Cute style. But when I think of Bai Yu's figure, even the cute style is still unfair. When paying the bill, Lin Yu naturally gave the money. Bai Yu took Lin Yu's hand with satisfaction and found that his palms were sweaty. This almost confirms Lin Yu's crime of peeping at him. Bai Yu felt funny and pulled Lin Yu out of the lingerie store. Lin Yu followed Bai Yu and found that the earlobes of the campus beauty Bai were red. It turned out that she was not as bold as he imagined. Lin Yu's face suddenly turned red, and he whispered, Yu, if I want to see it, will you wear it for me? Bai Yu turned around, looking puzzled. Husband, what did you just say? Lin Yu felt his face getting hot, like a cooked shrimp. Well, if I want to see, Yu, can you wear it for me? Just those cute ones I bought tonight. Bai Yu's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. How could this guy make such a lewd request so openly? So this guy paid for this. Although she was very shy, Bai Yu also felt a little proud. No girl would not feel proud of this kind of request made by her boyfriend or husband. Seeing Bai Yu's silence, Lin Yu felt that he was guilty and apologized quickly. I'm sorry. I was just saying it casually, please don't take it to heart. Also, Bai Yu lowered her head and felt her face getting hot. Why does this bad guy always do crazy and embarrassing things and say embarrassing words? If my husband wants to see it, Yu can wear it, for him to see. After Bai Yu said this, she felt like steam was about to come out of her face. Bai Yu's voice was very soft, and if you didn't listen carefully you wouldn't be able to hear it at all, but Lin Yu had always had good hearing, and Bai Yu's shy words easily reached his ears. Lin Yu. Are you really that obedient? Both of them were incredibly shy at the same time, and quickly changed the subject. Bai Yu shyly said, then, hubby, let's go get a cup of milk tea. I haven't had milk tea in a long time. In fact, her family didn't allow her to drink such junk drinks with too much sugar. A long time ago, she started taking care of her body, dressing herself up, and cherishing every inch of her skin. She was waiting for the day when the man of her life would appear. Likewise, she also looks forward to showing her best side to him. However, when they really met, she found that she was still the same as before, liking to act coquettishly, liking to rub against his arms, and liking to have a drink with him, no matter what it was. Because the conversation accidentally turned to some difficult to describe topic, Lin Yu quickly turned his attention to milk tea. If I were to continue talking about watching an underwear show or something, it would be too embarrassing. The two of them bought a cup of lemon black tea, which was still chosen by Bai Yu. But the problem is that lemon black tea is Lin Yu's favorite flavor, and I don't know where Bai Yu learned so many lifestyle habits from. It was as if Bai Yu had known me for a long time. With some unknown and complicated doubts, Lin Yu took the lemon black tea and took a sip, but inexplicably felt that today's lemon black tea seemed to taste better than before. He looked down at the cup in his hand in confusion. What's wrong? It seems to taste better than the past few days, Lin Yu said casually. However, Bai Yu's face turned red again, and the shyness and affection in her eyes were about to burst out. Lin Yu. Wait, this seems to be Bai Yu's. When ordering milk tea just now, Lin Yu didn't want one, but asked Bai Yu to order 1 cup. Naturally, Bai Yu inserted a straw and took a sip first. Isn't this the indirect kiss scene? Lin Yu smacked his lips, and Bai Yu's face turned even redder, and she looked at him somewhat unnaturally. It's over. I think the school beauty mistook me for a henty. Well, it feels sweeter than what I drank before. As soon as Lin Yu said this, he wanted to slap himself twice. What he said was really too rude. However, Bai Yu whispered in his ear, "Hubby, do you think Yu's saliva is sweet?" Chapter 13 The Active Bai Yu. Perhaps only henty would think saliva is sweet. Lin Yu didn't want to admit that he thought Bai Yu's saliva was something. But the thing is, he just said something really weird. There's no such thing as it becoming sweeter. Lin Yu laughed and stopped talking about this topic. As a mature and steady young man, it was really inappropriate for him to be flirted with by the campus beauty every day. You should fight back. Bai Yu pouted, looking extremely cute, but she didn't care about Lin Yu's escape. It's like boiling a frog in warm water. Although increasing the temperature too quickly is possible, it's not necessary. The two of them returned to the rental house hand in hand. Bai Yu still washed up and went to bed first, and Lin Yu and the other two were still covered with 2 quilts. Lin Yu originally thought that he should have gotten used to the nights with Bai Yu around, but it turned out that he was overthinking it. Bai Yu didn't fall asleep tonight. Instead, she lay on her side with her arm as a pillow, her eyes bright as she looked at Lin Yu with a red face. Lin Yu felt a little uneasy. Why were you looking at me so late at night instead of sleeping? Hubby, Yu can't sleep. This girl probably forgot that she seemed to be sensitive to tea. After drinking a cup of black tea, she felt extremely energetic. The sleepiness that used to appear quickly at night had not appeared until now. It's already 10:30. The night was so quiet that one could almost hear the sound of a beating heart. Lin Yu took the initiative to find a topic. Yu and I are getting married. Does my family know? Bai Yu was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, Yu has no family anymore. Yu only has my husband. Lin Yu. I almost believed it. The school forum said a long time ago that your family condition should not be bad. Lin Yu was helpless, always feeling that Bai Yu was hiding something from him. Why is she so familiar with me, but I know nothing about her? Bai Yu gently lifted Lin Yu's quilt again and put her little hand inside. You are so warm, husband. Lin Yu understood now. Bai Yu probably didn't want to talk about this topic. It was obvious that given Bai Yu's situation, it was normal for her to object. Although he still didn't know what Bai Yu wanted from him, Lin Yu could feel that Bai Yu was sincere to him. This kind of sincerity cannot be faked. It can be felt from her actions, her details, and even her tone. The heart cannot be deceived. Lin Yu gently took Bai Yu's hand and turned sideways, and the two of them looked at each other. Bai Yu has a pair of beautiful and lively eyes. She is very cute on weekdays. Under the moonlight, these eyes are as clear as snow, and she looks at Lin Yu with affection. Lin Yu's breathing stagnated. For some reason, many images suddenly appeared in his mind. These images seemed to be with Bai Yu. He knew that this was actually his own inner thought. But on the other hand, he had a greater sense of inferiority. After all, the gap between him and Bai Yu was too great. However, on the other hand, his emotions told him that Bai Yu was sincere to him and he should cherish her. Bai Yu's sweet voice rang out, Shaolin. What are you thinking about? Lin Yu was silent for a long time before he whispered, I'm fantasizing about the future. Bai Yu took Lin Yu's hand, placed it on her cheek, and said softly, Don't fantasize, Yu is by your side. No matter what happens, I want to be with you until the end. This is a confession. Moreover, Bai Yu said it without any hindrance at all, as if it was a very normal thing for a girl to confess her love to a boy. Lin Yu felt his heart beating very fast. The rationality in his head told him that it would be better not to get too involved, but the beating of his heart told him otherwise. In fact, he also likes Bai Yu very much. I have liked Bai Yu since the day I met her, from the forum, after class, on the playground, and in the classroom. Bai Yu's face was also getting hot, and he could clearly feel it when Lin Yu put his hand on it. Xiaolin, can you close your eyes? Bai Yu's voice was trembling, and Lin Yu closed his eyes obediently. You need me. Before Lin Yu could finish his words, a pair of warm and soft lips were gently placed on his lips. This is Bai Yu's sweet kiss. Lin Yu didn't know how he fell asleep. Maybe there was magic on Bai Yu's lips? All in all, he felt like he had a very sweet dream, in which Bai Yu was. Forget it. In short, Lin Yu's first kiss was lost inexplicably, which made him keep smiling foolishly after attending class at school. Ite patted his shoulder and said, speaking of which, you've been grinning all morning. Did something happy happen to you? Lin Yu quickly restrained his smile. What's the matter? Nothing, I just think your smile is disgusting. Ite said with disgust, you smell so sour today, it's really disgusting. You're a disgusting fag, actually saying that about Dad. Lin Yu shot back, by the way, why haven't I seen Jiang Zhu come to class to see you recently? E.T.'s expression froze, and he said unnaturally, she has been busy recently, and I haven't seen her for a long time. Lin Yu knew at a glance that this guy was not sincere. I say, you call yourself gay every day, don't you even believe it yourself? I think Jiang Zhu is a good person. Look how long he has been pursuing you since freshman year. Ite interrupted, hey, you said that, but you don't even look at Zhang Miao, your junior sister. She's already broken up before the relationship even started. Lin Yu? Ite was speechless and said, looking at your expression, I can tell that you are clueless. You used to complain about not having a girlfriend every day in the dormitory. In fact, Zhang Miao must have liked you for a long time. Lin Yu? Alas, falling in love with someone as slow-witted as you is such a tragedy. Lin Yu said with a guilty conscience, don't say nonsense, I just treat little Strawberry as my sister. Also, Zhang Miao probably just treats me as an ordinary senior or brother. How can it be as exaggerated as you think? Ite patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, can you take a look for yourself? Lin Yu followed Ite's gaze and found that Zhang Miao was standing at the door of his classroom. Lin Yu. When Zhang Miao saw that Lin Yu noticed her, her face turned red and she quickly looked away, then only observed Lin Yu's expression with her peripheral vision. Lin Yu was confused. He stood up from his seat and walked to the classroom door. Strawberry, is there something wrong? Chapter 14. This woman is a bad person. Zhang Miao blushed. Nothing, Senior Xiaolin. Lin Yu scratched his head. Well, if you have anything to say, just say it, otherwise it's time to go to class. Zhang Miao whispered, is Senior Xiaolin dating Senior Bai Yu? Lin Yu touched his nose and said, I guess so. Did Strawberry also see the gossip on the school forum? Zhang Miao's face darkened for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. Well, congratulations, Senior. I'll get back to class. After saying that, Zhang Miao left without looking back. Lin Yu was puzzled, then turned around and saw Ite looking at him with disgust. Lin Yu? What a scumbag. Ite curled his lips. Zhang Miao returned to her classroom, lay down in her seat, and remained silent. Senior Ite was right. I was too timid. I had always liked Senior Xiaolin, but I had never confessed my feelings. I always thought that if I waited, I would have a chance. Senior Bai's appearance was so sudden. I hadn't expected it at all. Senior Xiaolin was already with Senior Bai. Zhang Miao, who had spent the entire night browsing the school forums, also knew that Bai Yu was extremely popular at Aoki Academy. If it was really Bai Yu, no boy would be able to resist her charm. What's wrong with you, Strawberry? A voice came. Zhang Miao looked up and saw it was her best friend Li Si. Nothing. Zhang Miao didn't tell anyone about her own situation. After all, it was too heartbreaking to break up before even confessing her feelings. Oh? Li Si gave her a suspicious look. Strawberry, if anyone bullies you, tell me, and I'll take care of him. Zhang Miao. Li Si has a boyish personality and is straightforward. If he really wanted to know about my affairs, he would probably cause trouble for Senior Xiaolin. It's nothing. I just felt a little uncomfortable in my stomach just now, but I feel much better now. Zhang Miao said quickly. Kun didn't expect Li Si's eyes to light up. Stomachache? Do you want me to touch it for you? Zhang Miao, it's abnormal for my best friend to be afraid. Elsewhere, Bai Yu finished her morning basic course and rubbed her swollen temples. Jiao came over and asked, TSK, were you staying at that guy's house last night? Bai Yu nodded. I'll be staying at his house lately. And, what's the meaning of that gossipy expression on your face? Zhao Yao said rudely, alas. When I think of my beloved and lovely classmate Yu being abused by some boy, I feel so sad. Bai Yu pinched Zhao Yao's face and said coldly, you think too much. Nothing happened between Xiaolin Qingqing and me. Except kissing. Zhao Yao was stunned for a moment, he is so pure. That's not right. With a beauty like you delivered to his door, he can still resist? Bai Yu began to exert force on the fingers on Zhao Yao's face. It hurts. I was wrong. Yu, I was wrong. Zhao Yao grimaced in pain and begged for mercy. Bai Yu was good in every way, except that sometimes when she got shy, her grip was incredibly strong. After class at noon, Lin Yu left the classroom and was about to go to the cafeteria. Just as he walked to the playground, a figure rushed into his arms neatly. Brother! I missed you so much. You have to know, this is the playground, and everyone has finished class, so this scene was watched by countless people. Lin Yu. The one hugging him was Lin Xin, his sister. It was fair to say they were childhood sweethearts, after all, they both came from the same orphanage. Lin Yu is a well-deserved academic master. Coming out of an orphanage, he entered Qingmu directly with his excellent grades, and received a first-class scholarship. On the other hand, he also gave Lin Xin extra lessons and review. Now Lin Xin is also a freshman at Aoki University. The two of them grew up together and have always been like brother and sister. The only difference is that Lin Xin was adopted by a family when she was in junior high school, and has lived a stable life until now. Lin Xin is petite, with the same style as Zhang Mao. When she hugged Lin Yu, she just held Lin Yu's waist. Why are you still acting like a kid? Lin Yu quickly dodged. I'm warning you, you've ruined my reputation for 3 years of high school. Everyone says I'm a Lolita complex, but I'm a normal person. Lin Xin stuck out her tongue. Brother, you got out of class so early today? Lin Yu was about to say something when a pleasant voice came from behind him. Xiao Lin, let's have lunch together at noon. The person who spoke was Bai Yu. It turned out that she had finished class without knowing when, and happened to run into Lin Yu and Lin Xin. Lin Xin looked at Bai Yu with a wary look on his face. Brother, this girl is? Ah. Yu is mine. You must be Lin Xin, right? I'm Xiao Lin's wife. You can call me Sister Yu. Lin Xin. Wife. For a moment, Lin Xin felt as if his world was collapsing. She hugged Lin Yu tightly, stared at Bai Yu fiercely and said, Brother. This woman is so bad. She actually said she is your wife. You should reject her. Quickly. Lin Yu touched the back of his head and said awkwardly, Yu is right. I am indeed married to Yu. Lin Xin. She seemed to see her body gradually turning into stone at that moment, and finally turned into a huge human-shaped stone, and then cracked little by little. Married. Kobayashi-san is already married. He's already someone else's husband. Lin Xin buried her head in Lin Yu's arms. Brother, why don't you understand? Xiao Xin is worried about you. Bai Yu seemed to have anticipated this scene and said with a smile, Don't worry, Xiaoxin. I will take good care of your brother and you as well. Lin Xin, I don't need your care. My brother doesn't need your care either. Brother Lin is happy as long as he has me. After saying that, Lin Xin rubbed her head on Lin Yu. Similar actions are often seen by some cats as territorial behaviors. Lin Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Xin. Yu and I have indeed obtained a marriage certificate and become an official couple. Lin Xin. Lin Xin slumped to the ground in frustration. It was over. It had only been a few days since they last met, and already brother Lin had been bewitched. It was a very deep poison. Lin Xin, who looked like a loser, was indeed a bit pitiful. Lin Yu also felt sorry for her. After all, they grew up together. Xiao Xin, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's have lunch together at noon. Bai Yu smiled and put her arm around Lin Xin's shoulders, whispering in her ear in a voice that only Lin Xin could hear. If you still want to stay with your brother, you'd better listen to me. Lin Xin, brother. This guy is really a bad guy. Chapter 15 Shura Field. Although Bai Yu is good looking, her voice is indeed a bit scary when it becomes gloomy. Lin Xin was directly frightened by Bai Yu. After all, the eldest lady was still very imposing. Lin Yu didn't see that his sister was trembling under Bai Yu's threat, and he walked ahead on his own. The school was too dangerous. Just now, after seeing Lin Xin hugging him, I could imagine the school forums were already buzzing with rumors that he was a scumbag. The strong man locked the man up and suffocated him. Back in high school, Lin Xin often damaged my reputation, with rumors circulating that I was a Lolita complex. Now in college, I still can't seem to escape the fate of being harmed by Lin Xin. It's really hard for me. School cafeteria. Bai Yu's appearance still attracted a lot of attention, but the one who was more conspicuous was actually Lin Yu, because he was followed by two beautiful girls on his left and right. Bai Yu is the school belle of Qingmu, while Lin Xin was once known as the school's top student. And now, two beautiful girls of the school level were following Lin Yu on both sides, completely trying to draw hatred from him. This is simply leaving no way out for other single people. It's enough for you to have one campus beauty by yourself, but one is not enough and you bring two? Lin Yu was somewhat helpless. Lin Xin and Bai Yu were unwilling to give in to each other. Although Bai Yu currently held an absolute advantage, after all, she was a licensed worker, which was what they called a certified worker. This is equivalent to legal protection. Lin Xin's advantage is that she grew up with Lin Yu. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are childhood sweethearts. When the two sit together, a war breaks out instantly. Of course, with Bai Yu's powerful aura, Lin Xin was just attacking unilaterally, and it was completely ineffective. When did you marry my brother? A few days ago, you asked your brother. He should know better than me. Lin Xin. So you think my brother is easy to fool? Bai Yu covered her mouth and laughed. Of course, my husband is very naive. I easily deceived him into losing his body. Lin Yu? I'm sorry, I'm still a virgin, please don't say anything nonsense, it's just a matter of time. Lin Xin's face flushed red as she looked at Lin Yu eagerly. Brother. Look at her. Lin Yu also had a headache. Was this the Shura field from the beginning? Although deep down in his heart, he still stood on Bai Yu's side. Well, eat. Lin Yu looked at Bai Yu's calm face and could only helplessly go to queue up for food, leaving Lin Xin and Bai Yu sitting in their seats. After Lin Yu left, Bai Yu smiled and said, Xiao Xin, you are just Lin Yu's sister, not his girlfriend, right? Lin Xin lost her dignity and looked at Bai Yu angrily. You are obviously stealing. Aren't you the school beauty? Does the school beauty do this kind of thing? Isn't this better? If you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Anyway, if you want to continue to stay with Lin Yu, you have to listen to me. Lin Xin. Bro. This guy is so domineering. As for me, I'm Lin Yu's legal wife, and you're just an invisible childhood sweetheart. Bai Yu concluded with a smile. Tell me, whose side is your little brother Lin on? Lin Xin was almost angry to tears. I hadn't seen him for a week, and then a fierce guy showed up to steal my house, and he succeeded. Lin Xin felt so miserable. Why on earth are you attracted to my brother? He's not handsome, has no money, and is a total otaku. Lin Xin advised earnestly, Senior Bai, you have so many talented people around you at school, why are you trying to harm my brother? Bai Yu lowered her chin and said with a smile, but I just like him. There's no logic to liking him. Lin Xin was fed up. What do you mean by like? Didn't you just meet him this semester? You said you like him when you don't even know him? Bai Yu calmly raised a finger and shook it. You're wrong. I know him very well, even better than he knows himself. It's precisely because I know him that I married him. I, Bai Yu, will never marry someone I don't like. Lin Xin, this girl is so unsubtle. How can you say that? I'm actually very curious about what you know about him. You don't know his family, his relatives, and many other things about him. Bai Yu was as steady as a rock, not paying any attention to Lin Xin's provocation. She narrowed her eyes and said, Xiao Xin, I've already told you, I know Xiao Lin very well, even better than you do. Lin Xin said angrily, I won't recognize you as my sister-in-law. Bai Yu said calmly, it doesn't matter. Lin Yu can just recognize me as his wife. As for you, if you want to stay with Lin Yu in the future, don't you still have to look up to me? Tell me, if I tell Lin Yu to ignore you, will he listen to me? Lin Xin, brother. This person is so annoying. He actually used you to threaten me openly. My brother won't be manipulated by you. Lin Xin said stubbornly, but in fact, she was not sure. Because she grew up with Lin Yu, she knows Lin Yu's character better. Lin Yu is a very persistent person. Once Lin Yu really marries someone, no matter who that person is, he will fulfill his duties as a husband. This is a very precious quality of Lin Yu. He is responsible, gentle, and stubborn. Lin Xin grew up with Lin Yu since childhood, and only at this time did she realize that her little brother Lin seemed to have indeed grown up. So Lin Xin fell into a state of autism. Do I really have to listen to this woman's orders? Damn it! Just when Lin Xin was complaining in her heart, Lin Yu just brought over 3 lunches. Come, have lunch first. Bai Yu caught a glimpse of Lin Xin's expression and looked at Lin Yu with a smile. Husband, do you want some soup? I'll make it for you. Lin Yu didn't understand the mystery. Thank you Yu. Lin Xin, I'm so angry. But I don't have much to say. Bai Yu did not ask Lin Yu to make soup for her to prove what she said that Lin Yu would listen to her, but when the two of them were talking, Bai Yu undoubtedly took the dominant position. In other words, Lin Yu is the passive one. After Bai Yu left, Lin Xin said distressfully, Brother, when did you guys get married? About a week or 2. Lin Yu looked at Bai Yu's figure in the crowd, seeming worried. Seeing Lin Yu's eager expression, Lin Xin felt like she had eaten a mouthful of lemons. Humph. But, brother, I will not accept her as my sister-in-law. Lin Yu asked curiously, Yu is a good person, why don't you approve of her? Lin Xin. My silly brother, are you a fool? Chapter 16 Beauty Effect. The top student Lin Yu is sometimes really slow. There is too much information he doesn't know, such as Lin Xin and the little strawberry Zhang Miao. He is a passive person who has some inferiority complex. And undoubtedly in this process, Bai Yu has completely seized the initiative because of her generosity and quick action. Lin Xin buried her head in depression and ate lunch. Although this meal was cooked by her brother Xiao Lin, the delicious lunch in the past no longer smelled good and tasted sour. Humph. Brother Xiaolin. If you want to be my wife, you have to take care of me, right? Cooking, washing, housework, etc. You're so busy at work, can Bai Yu share your stress? How could I just let go like that? So the little devil in Lin Xin's heart started to play tricks on her. Humph. A school beauty like Bai Yu, who looks like a girl who has never touched women, so what if she's married? After marriage, there are many conflicts in life. As long as their conflicts intensify. Well, Yu's cooking skills are actually pretty good, and she keeps the house nicely clean. Lin Yu spoke patiently on behalf of Bai Yu. Lin Xin. What kind of magic potion did this woman pour on her brother Xiaolin? He actually spoke up for her so quickly. Xiao Xin felt sad, but she didn't say it. Bai Yu just came back with some soup at this time and brought it to Lin Yu with a smile. Hubby, have some soup. Lin Yu looked at Bai Yu. Is this girl a little too sweet today? Could it be that sweet kiss from last night? Ahem, no, I'm a gentleman, I can't keep thinking about these messy things. These two people are really too much. They don't even restrain themselves in front of me. Lin Xin felt terrible, as if she was pinned to the ground and force-fed dog food. Sour, sour, sour. Lin Yu was somewhat flattered and took the bowl of soup and placed it on the table. Bai Yu also carefully poured a bowl for Lin Xin, showing the temperament of a queen. Is this woman demonstrating? Lin Xin clearly saw some clues in Bai Yu's eyes, but now it was obvious that Bai Yu had everything going for him, and he was no match for her. So the best thing to do is to call it a day for now. There will always be opportunities in the future. Seeing that Lin Xin did not continue to compete with her, Bai Yu temporarily restrained her so-called wife's behavior and just accompanied Lin Yu with a smile. From time to time, she would pick up a piece of meat or something for him. Their intimacy made Lin Xin, who was standing by, feel that time was passing too slowly. The freshman year courses were much fuller than the sophomore year courses. Lin Xin disappeared after lunch. Lin Yu wanted to explain, but finally felt it was unnecessary. After all, the relationship between the two was just childhood sweethearts. Bai Yu looked at the direction where Lin Xin left, thoughtfully. It seemed that some things had begun to move like butterfly wings and were not going as she had imagined. That time should be coming soon. Lin Yu finished class earlier than Bai Yu today, so he went directly to the bookstore in the afternoon. Zhang Miao was not there, and the other waiters also greeted Lin Yu. Manager Mai Mang said that starting from yesterday, Lin Yu has the final say on everything in the bookstore. Many people behind the scenes are criticizing Lin Yu for his bad luck. As for the bookstore's management system, it was originally created by Lin Yu and was subconsciously ignored. Even if he knew it, he just pretended not to see it. That's human nature. Of course, on the surface, everyone is still harmonious. When Lin Yu arrived at the bookstore, he started to take inventory of the stock, including fruits, raw materials, etc. The main source of income for the bookstore was actually various beverages, which was actually due to Lin Yu's standardized management system. It's just that the waiters and temporary part-time workers didn't notice this. After dinner, there was a surge of customers. Bai Yu had classes in the afternoon and did not go home to cook, so she ate in the school cafeteria. Lin Yu just ate in the bookstore. Zhang Miao finally arrived late, but whenever she saw Lin Yu, her eyes seemed to be evasive. Lin Yu could only pretend not to see it. He couldn't continue to deepen Zhang Miao's misunderstanding. As the darling of the bookstore, little strawberry Zhang Miao was very popular. Her soft and cute appearance is one thing, and this girl also has a natural and innocent temperament. It is hard to say whether she has not woken up yet, but many times when I see her, I always feel that this girl is sleepy. Today, Zhang Miao wore a pair of glasses, the evil girl with glasses, coupled with the specially made maid-style waitress outfit. She was very eye-catching. Especially today, Zhang Miao was fully armed and wearing white stockings. Her girlish charm was almost overflowing. Not surprisingly, there was a bunch of otakus outside, pretending to want to buy books. Lin Yu had a headache, but he was happy that the bookstore's sales had increased. This was probably the so-called strawberry selling strategy, right? Time passed quickly and it was already 9 o'clock, almost time to get off work. There were not many customers left in the store, but Zhang Miao, surprisingly, stayed until the end. Lin Yu stood behind the bar, taking inventory and calculating the accounts. From 7 to 9 in the afternoon today, the sales of books were almost equal to the sales of 4 days on weekdays. The beauty effect is so terrifying that Zhang Miaoza had never expected this. She served tea and water and arranged the bookshelves very well. Being innocent has its advantages. When people say something irrelevant, it always confuses others, but it actually touches the cute spots of many people. Then Lin Yu took the opportunity to launch several annual membership card packages. This man is indeed a black-hearted capitalist. He will not miss any opportunity to take advantage of Grandet and Plyushkin. Since he has become the store manager, according to Boss Mai, well, Lin Yu will also get a commission, although not much. Of course, that's not a lot, that's what Boss Mai said. For Lin Yu, it's a lot of money, almost equivalent to a month's rent. It was almost 10 o'clock when they finished taking inventory of the raw materials and the library. Zhang Miao had also finished cleaning up the last table. Lin Yu smiled and brought a piece of strawberry pudding and placed it in front of Zhang Miao. Lin Yu, like a sanctimonious weasel, smiled and said, "Strawberry, you've worked hard today. This is a reward for you." Not surprisingly, Strawberry had no idea what hard work meant and looked at Lin Yu with a puzzled look on his face. This girl is really a bit of a naivete. She has no idea that the huge increase in sales tonight is due to her presence. So Lin Yu showed a face full of profiteers without any hesitation. "Strawberry, what do you think of me?" Zhang Miao blushed, as if she realized something, and looked at Lin Yu timidly. As expected, there was nothing wrong with her careful dressing today. Senior Lin finally got that she looked good. "How about I add a few more shifts for you?" Zhang Miao? Chapter 17, Counter-Flirtation. Poor little Strawberry seemed to see Lin Yu carrying a bucket of water and pouring it directly over her head. Her shyness and affection seemed to turn into steam in an instant. "I consider you my best senior, but all you think about is how to exploit me." Little Strawberry felt nothing inside, and even wanted to laugh. "That's it? There is no way I can agree to your excessive request. You treat the girl's feelings as nothing. What do I think of you? And you are actually thinking about how to make me work overtime? There's no way I'm going to agree to that. Absolutely not. Xiaolin, if you work overtime, then Strawberry can also work overtime." Zhang Miao. People always have many times when they say things they don't mean, right? Zhang Miao didn't know why she agreed to Lin Yu's overtime request so easily, and what was more, it came with a statement that was almost an explicit hint. However, the innocent Strawberry might have overlooked the fact that someone might be even more obtuse than her in some aspects. Lin Yu patted his chest and said, "I'm the store manager. Of course I have to come. Otherwise, how are you going to make the drinks? Zhang Miao, as expected, this person's sense of responsibility is toxic. On the other hand, Lin Yu was calculating in his mind that Zhang Miao's part-time job in the bookstore was 80 yuan a day, and each shift had to be at least 2 hours. And tonight's data has shown that as long as Strawberry is here, sales will probably triple than usual. If you follow the membership package, you can get a commission of 40 yuan. Then adding 1 strawberry to your capital is equivalent to increasing your income by more than 200. This is simply a windfall. As for little Strawberry's reward, there is still a lot of strawberry pudding left every day, so just consider it as a reward for this beautiful girl. Although we still need to calculate the curve of customers' aesthetic fatigue and the length of overtime work in the future, no matter how we calculate it, this is our own profit. Lin Yu's attitude improved. Starting tomorrow, you can work the night shift on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. I'll negotiate with Boss Mai for daily wages. What do you think? Strawberry. Whatever you say is true, I don't have the strength anymore. Senior Kobayashi is incredibly slow-witted. It's all Li Si's fault. She's insisting that if she looks like a girl, Senior Kobayashi will definitely be attracted to her. What the hell is this? He's actually thinking of making me work overtime? It seems that I really shouldn't believe the plan of a female single-celled organism like Li Si. This is not just a waste of time, it is simply a waste of time. It is like playing the lute to a cow. Zhang Miao was too tired to complain anymore. She packed up the table feebly and prepared to leave. When she opened the door, she saw a man with long straight black hair appear at the door of the store. It really is life's biggest enemy. Today I wore white stockings, and this dangerous girl wore black stockings. Bai Yu also saw Zhang Miao, but the corners of her mouth curved slightly, and she nodded slightly. Hello, little strawberry. No matter how innocent Zhang Miao was, she could tell that Bai Yu's eyes were very strange. She didn't know that the two of them had already obtained their marriage certificate, so she just nodded and said, Hello, Senior Bai. I have to greet this woman politely when I see her. It's so annoying. Bai Yu smiled and said something that Zhang Miao couldn't understand at all. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Zhang Miao was confused and looked at Bai Yu in doubt. Bai Yu covered her mouth and smiled, Nothing, thank you for the hard work of overtime. Zhang Miao. Those who know that I am an idiot but still try to play tricks on me are scumbags. After Zhang Miao left, Lin Yu also pushed the door open and walked out. He happened to see Bai Yu, who was dressed very sexy today, and was also stunned for a moment. I think Bai Yu wasn't wearing this at lunch. Bai Yu was very satisfied with Lin Yu's astonished expression. She walked forward and naturally took Lin Yu's arm. Husband, let's go home. Lin Yu's face turned red. He was indeed amazed by Bai Yu. Bai Yu usually looks like a gentle wife, but suddenly she looks so sexy, with black stockings and long legs. Well, it is indeed very attractive. Bai Yu is worthy of being called a versatile enchantress. She can handle any style. Few girls dare to dress like this because it is easy to look out of place. When did you change your clothes today? On the way home, Lin Yu couldn't help but ask this question. I changed into it after class this afternoon. I even made you some midnight snacks. Does this outfit look good on you? Bai Yu was like a cute elf, surrounding Lin Yu, and she seemed to have become talkative. Looks good, ahem. I was just wondering why you suddenly thought of changing clothes. You looked pretty good this morning too. Bai Yu held Lin Yu's hand and smiled at him cutely. I think when my husband's friends see me, they will recognize me as his wife. If I don't dress well, they will think I am not worthy of you. Lin Yu. Is this guy a professional flirter? How can I resist this? Aren't perfect wives supposed to appear in novels or anime? Did he save the galaxy or the entire three-dimensional world in his past life? Then Lin Yu fell into deep thought. Was there something wrong with him or with Bai Yu? Bai Yu covered her mouth and smiled, feeling indescribably comfortable. You're the only one who knows how to make me shy. Now do you know what it feels like to be shy? She was close to Lin Yu and could clearly hear his heartbeat. When she said those words just now, Lin Yu's heartbeat was very fast. Bai Yu also knew that Lin Yu's reason had been telling him to keep his distance from her, and the current situation was actually the result of the struggle between Lin Yu's reason and emotion. What I am doing is to magnify Lin Yu's sensibility and make him fall in love with me completely in the end. Others will just think that I'm not worthy of you. Lin Yu smiled bitterly, but he was not discouraged. He just said what he meant. You don't need to look to know that 90% of the people on the school forum don't think they are worthy of Bai Yuyu. Bai Yuyu counted on her fingers. Lin Xin, Zhang Miao, and the others all think I'm not worthy of you. Oh my goodness, the Shura field is waiting for me here. Lin Yu just felt his scalp tingling and didn't know how to explain. However, Bai Yuyu suddenly pointed to the side and said, "Look." Lin Yu turned his head, but only felt Bai Yuyu kiss his cheek. Lin Yu, away, come out and die. His face flushed as he turned his head, even feeling a faint warmth in the area where Bai Yuyu had just kissed him. He whispered, if it was mouth to mouth, it might be better. Bai Yuyu? You started? Chapter 18 Butter. Are you the only one who can flirt? I can do it too. After all, Lin Yu is a top student, so mastering such skills is easy for him. Originally, Lin Yu thought Bai Yuyu would be very shy. After all, although she has a strong aura, she is indeed a beautiful girl who blushes easily. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was that after he flirted back, Bai Yuyu looked at him with a particularly dangerous look. It appeared as expected. This terrifying aura of the queen. So Lin Yu immediately became intimidated. As expected, Bai Yuyu was the boss. Bai Yuyu snorted coldly. Although her voice was still sweet and adorable, her tone was hostile. All you know is sweet talk and taking advantage of me. I'm sorry. Lin Yu cowered in fear. Perhaps it was because the school beauty Bai's calm demeanor and aura were too strong at times, so Lin Yu didn't even resist. When Bai Yuyu saw Lin Yu like this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. This guy was still like this. He admitted his mistakes faster than anyone else, but he just wouldn't change. I didn't expect it to be like this at this time. Seeing Bai Yuyu smile, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Yuyu held his arm intimately and said sweetly and cutely, "Don't say dirty words to other girls in the future. You are only allowed to do this to me." Lin Yu nodded as expected, looking very obedient. The next day, Lin Yu got up early. Thinking that it was fair for everyone to work, Lin Yu made breakfast for Bai Yuyu and went to school. Today is Friday, and there is only half a day of professional classes, so Lin Yu feels very relaxed. In response to the flow of customers in the bookstore, he also made targeted improvements to the bookstore management system. The laptop was full of codes that people around him could not understand. How can liberal arts students also understand IT? Itae and Lin Yu are studying the same major, so their professional courses basically overlap. Seeing a series of mysterious codes on Lin Yu's notebook, he couldn't help but come over. What's so mysterious? Lin Yu smiled and closed the notebook without saying a word. Butter. But he didn't expect that this guy who claimed to be gay would become even more interested. What is butter? Have I played it before? How is it? Is there any drama? Lin Yu, aren't you gay? Well, okay, I'll share it with you, but please don't tell anyone else. So Lin Yu uploaded a document to Yide's WeChat. 1 beauty versus 7 strong men. It's a fun game. Be careful not to get discovered by Jiang Zhu. E.T.'s face froze, and he said awkwardly, if it's too much, why not just forget it? Okay then, I won't pass it on. Don't. E.T. changed his face in a second and came over enthusiastically. It's nothing, I'll just play it quietly. Good brother, pass it to me. No, that won't work. It will harm you, unless. Lunch, I'll treat you 3 times. That's not enough, and you know my taste is different from yours, so what if I pass it on to you and you don't like it? Itae thought for a moment and said, it doesn't matter. I'll take whatever you send me. Lin Yu turned off his phone with a smile. Very good, I recorded what I just said. If you don't invite me, I will tell Jiang Zhu that you want to play with butter. Itae. Okay, come on, pass the stuff to me. Lin Yu curled up the corners of his mouth and passed the file to him with a smile. Just at this moment, the teacher came in, and Lin Yu entered the learning state neatly. Once he focused, he could really concentrate on his work. Everyone in the dormitory knew it, so Itae didn't talk to him. The 40-minute class passed quickly. Itae exploded, fuck you, third brother, you are cheating me. Calabash brothers fighting the snake demon? Give me your money back. Lin Yu raised his phone and sneered, refund, right? It doesn't matter. I happen to have Jiang Zhu's WeChat. Do you want to send your recording directly to her? Maybe birds of a feather flock together. Lin Yu is sometimes quite silly, so the people around him are also silly occasionally. So Itae immediately said, Dad. I was wrong. Can I delete it? Lin Yu then squinted his eyes and said, then lunch. I'll treat you. Lunch, right? 3 meals, right? I'll treat you. Itae gritted his teeth and said, damn Lin Yu, you'd better not give me any evidence against you. Lin Yu frowned. I was wrong. Big brother. Dad. Itae begged quickly, please don't tell Jiangju about me playing with butter. I beg you, otherwise she will pour milk tea on me. Lin Yu then took back his phone. I didn't record the audio of you wanting to play with butter, but now I have it. Itae. What is the sentence for murder? How can I avoid jail time? Bai Yu had no classes in the morning, so she didn't eat in the cafeteria at noon, while Lin Yu and Itae came to the cafeteria. As expected, it was crowded as usual, and Lin Yu sat in his seat like an old man. No problem, just wait for Yite to help him get food. Itae, this guy, pretends to be gay every day, but he's actually a very funny person inside, and because of Jiangju. Lin Yu sighed. Itae was good in every way except that he was too mean inside. Because he was afraid of losing, he simply rejected all attempts. It's really rare for someone to use pretending to be gay to avoid something. In fact, from Lin Yu's perspective, Jiangju is definitely a very suitable person to be with. She has a kind of competence that ordinary girls do not have. Just as Lin Yu was lost in thought, a girl in school uniform walked up to him, Senior Xiaolin. Lin Yu turned around and saw Zhang Mao. Because of his good memory, he could basically remember all the class schedules of the people around him, so he asked curiously, Little Strawberry, don't you have classes this morning? Students who don't have classes in the morning usually try to find ways to go out and have a bite to eat, which can be considered a characteristic of Aoki. No, the club had an impromptu meeting this morning. Zhang Miao shook her head. Why didn't I see Senior Bai today? No, she's at home today. Are you guys having a conflict? Lin Yu? No. Lin Yu shook his head and turned around to see Itae taking a picture of himself and Zhang Miao chatting with a lewd look on his face. He was sitting and Zhang Miao was standing behind him. It seems that there is indeed a hint of ambiguity between the two of them that they cannot explain. Itae said proudly, Tisk TSK, tell me, if I show this photo to classmate Bai Yu, what will you do? Okay, so this is what it means to want to hurt each other? Lin Yu felt nothing inside, and even wanted to laugh. With Bai Yu's intelligence, it would be a miracle for her to believe such a photo that had absolutely no explosive points. Do you really think that the school beauty with big breasts is brainless? Whatever you want, Bai Yu will believe you. Lin Yu patted E.T.'s shoulder, I'll wait for your thunder. After saying that, Lin Yu curled up the corners of his mouth and said, TSK, it's really a coincidence. The victim has arrived. Itae felt something was wrong when he saw Lin Yu's expression. This half-smile was a sign that this bastard Lin Yu was trying to set a trap for him, so he quickly turned around. So white, ugh. Itae raised his head and saw a blonde girl looking at him seriously. Little Itae, have you been avoiding me lately? Good man, you come here just to call me to task? The person who came was Jiangju, who was said to be E.T.'s childhood sweetheart. The two had known each other since elementary school. They were neighbors and their parents were all friends, so it could be said that they had a very close relationship. Itae shook his head like a rattle, with a very fawning smile. He stood up and walked behind Jiangju in a fawning manner. No, I'm quite busy recently. Come on, please take a seat. Lin Yu suddenly said, he's been quite busy lately, busy playing games. Itae was in a state of dismay. The damned Lin Yu was indeed trying to trip him up. He quickly said, puzzle game. Jiangju, you know I'm an honest man. Honest man. Humph. Jiangju snorted coldly, long time no see, Lin Yu. You've been quite popular on the school forum lately. She also knew Lin Yu. In a sense, Lin Yu was Jiangju's real eye next to Itae. It's okay. Lin Yu knew that Jiangju was talking about Bai Yu. As the school belle, she has her own traffic, so it's not surprising that people pay attention to her every move. Jiangju smiled and said, it's normal to feel stressed. There are a lot of people staring at the school beauty, right? Xiao Yite? Itae immediately stood at attention and said seriously, I am Mr. Zhang's man in life and Mr. Zhang's dead man in death. When I'm cooked, I'm Mr. Zhang's family beef tenderloin set meal. I will never stare at anyone other than Mr. Jiang. So people of the same sex can pay attention, right? Itae wants to curse. Although Jiang Zhu also knew that he had always claimed to be gay, it was too much to say it to his face. He moved to Bengbu almost instantly. This Lin Yu was really bad. Jiang Zhu stared at Yi-Tae and asked, "Little Yi-Tae, what are you busy with recently?" "Nothing much, just studying, reviewing, and researching some things." "What are you researching?" Lin Yu interrupted, "It's about 7 men and a beautiful princess." Yi-Tae. "Lin Yu, just wait for me." Jiang Zhu looked at Yi-Tae kindly, "What is this?" "The story of the 7 dwarfs and Snow White." Yi-Tae said he wanted to adapt the fairy tale into a stage play. Yi-Tae almost couldn't breathe. If Lin Yu continued to do this to him, he thought he might die suddenly. "I'll go get you some food, Jiang Zhu." Yi-Tae felt that it was not advisable to stay here for long, as he might be exposed. Jiang Zhu nodded without a doubt, while Zhang Miao beside her had a flicker of envy in her eyes. This senior Jiang Zhu was quite impressive, actually able to train senior Yi-Tae to be so obedient. Chapter 19 Awakening. Yi-Tae brought some food over, and Zhang Miao also happened to order some lunch. The 4 of them sat down to eat lunch together. Zhang Miao spoke very little and basically just watched Lin Yu and Yi-Tae bickering. Jiang Zhu looked at Zhang Miao, thoughtfully. As expected, this guy Lin Yu has no idea what he is doing. Isn't the best way at this time to try to distance himself from Zhang Miao? However, Jiang Zhu really underestimated Lin Yu's shamelessness. In order to exploit Zhang Miao, he didn't care about being cold or not. He just wanted Zhang Miao to work overtime. Lin Yu usually goes to the bookstore because he doesn't have many classes on Friday afternoons. However, after lunch, Lin Yu felt a little uncomfortable in his head, so he said something to Zhang Miao and returned to the dormitory. It was midsummer and Lin Yu felt like he had heatstroke, so he went back to the dormitory, climbed onto the bed and fell asleep. He originally planned to take a nap before going to the bookstore, but he didn't expect that he would sleep until after 6 in the afternoon and was woken up by Yu Yu's phone call. After waking up, Lin Yu felt a splitting headache and felt like there were a lot more things in his mind. In the 6 hours of sleep he had just had, he seemed to have had a very long dream. He even dreamed of a blue planet. When he was woken up by Yu Yu, he felt sweaty all over. There were many things in the dream. He felt that he dreamed of many people and many other things. In short, it was a very complicated dream. It was so complicated that he still had a headache when he woke up. "What's wrong with you, husband?" Yu Yu's voice came from the phone, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. "No. Nothing, I may have a heat stroke." "It's okay, I've had a good sleep and feel much better." Although he still had tinnitus from time to time, Lin Yu still stood up. "After walking around the school for more than 10 minutes, I finally got rid of the uncomfortable feeling in my head." Back at the rental house, Yu Yu came up to him with a worried look on her face. "Husband, are you okay?" Lin Yu looked pale, but he was in good spirits, just a little tired. "Nothing, it's probably been too hot these past couple of days, I got a bit of heat stroke. I guess it's almost summer vacation." Yu Yu looked at Lin Yu suspiciously. Her intuition told her that Lin Yu was not telling the truth, but since Lin Yu was unwilling to say it, Yu Yu would not force him. Just served the food and prepared for dinner. Lin Yu looked at the delicious food on the table and wondered if he had experienced all of this before. It seemed like Yu Yu had been his wife for a long time. This familiar feeling made Lin Yu feel uncomfortable, and he ate dinner calmly. The stories about that blue planet are still flowing in my mind, those pleasant songs, novels, and even some mysterious codes. Lin Yu sat on his bed with a calm expression. But at this moment his heart was not calm at all. What on earth were these things? As his wife, Yu Yu noticed Lin Yu's uneasiness immediately, but she didn't disturb him. She just focused on reviewing her lessons. The final exam was coming up soon. Lin Yu's intuition told him that these things were a huge fortune, but he still understood the principle that an innocent man would be guilty of possessing a treasure. No matter how huge your wealth is, if you are unable to manage it, there is only one result: it will harm yourself and others. After several hours of contemplation, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This matter must not be known to anyone. It is a danger to himself and others. Seeing that Lin Yu had returned to normal, Yu Yu brought in a glass of water and asked, "Is my husband feeling better?" Lin Yu felt more and more guilty. "I'm sorry for making you worry, Yu Yu." Yu Yu shook her head. "My husband is very busy with school and work, and Yu Yu couldn't help. Yu Yu should be the one to apologize." Lin Yu raised his brows. "Oh? You speak so nicely, come and kiss me?" Yu Yu? Lin Yu was also stunned for a moment. The words he just said were just words from his dream in the afternoon, but he didn't expect that he would actually say them out loud. Well, Lin Yu was about to explain, but he found that Bai Yu's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She whispered shyly, "If Yu gives me a kiss, will I feel better?" Lin Yu. That's not what I meant. However, Bai Yu's shy and cute look made Lin Yu unable to help but whet his appetite. Bai Yu was indeed a versatile witch who could handle any style. When we first met, she had a queen-like style, calm and elegant. After we got to know her, she became cute and gentle. Now, her shy look is really touching. Maybe this guy was born with the ability to make men experience all kinds of tastes. Relying on the wealth in his mind, Lin Yu thought that he should be able to do some excessive things and would not be afraid of challenges in the future. I have an entire civilization backing me up, so what should I be afraid of? So Lin Yu, who had always been reserved, finally took the initiative. He hugged Bai Yu and let her sit on him. Although Bai Yu was so familiar with Lin Yu, she was actually shocked when Lin Yu actually took action. My husband is such a proactive person. Was he pretending to be like this before? Although it was a long time ago, she did know that Lin Yu was more proactive. Sitting on Lin Yu's lap, Bai Yu weakly hugged Lin Yu's shoulders. The two looked at each other, and Lin Yu's eyes were no longer full of fear as before. Instead, he developed an indomitable confidence, a quality not seen in the previous Lin Yu. Confident men are the most charming, and when Lin Yu exudes confidence, that strong aura cannot be concealed. He was like a dusty jade that was finally wiped clean and began to reveal its dazzling and brilliant brilliance. Bai Yu hugged Lin Yu's neck and said softly, "Husband has figured out some things, right?" Lin Yu looked at Bai Yu and felt a little touched. Bai Yu noticed his changes so quickly? I was wondering, since classmate Bai Yu thinks so highly of me, isn't it a bit disrespectful of me to remain indifferent these days? Bai Yu. She buried her head weakly in Lin Yu's arms and said shyly, "Don't bully Yu, husband." Lin Yu felt very happy when he heard this. Bai Yu often made him blush and his heart beat fast, and he was often killed by a single opponent in the landing phase. But now, I can take down this school beauty with just a basic attack. Does this count as bullying? Lin Yu gently kissed Bai Yu's forehead. Bai Yu shuddered, Then Lin Yu let Bai Yu go. Bai Yu? That's it. Lin Yu hooked Bai Yu's nose. "There's no rush for this, Yu. If you're free, can you let me meet your family?" Chapter 20 Summer Vacation. Lin Yu is not a person who likes to think with his lower body. If he fully accepts Bai Yu, it is probably because of his restructuring of his life. Although he didn't know much about Bai Yu's family, there were always some gossips circulating on the school forum. Bai Yu's expression froze. Meeting the parents so soon. Yu isn't ready yet. The school beauty's voice was filled with guilt. After all, Bai Yu knew exactly what kind of people her family members were. This is not the time I imagined. At that time, Lin Yu could be said to have stepped into the Bai family's home with an attitude that was almost like a savior. The conditions he proposed at that time were so good that no one in the Bai family could resist. This was originally a transaction, and the object of the transaction was Bai Yu. Honestly, that memory was particularly shameful for Bai Yu. As the eldest daughter of the Bai family, she actually dressed up like a little maid and presented herself as a gift. It's worse than giving it away for free. For Bai Yu, it was a very humiliating and shameful history in the early days, but when she thinks back on it now, she can't help but feel a little sweet. Having said that, Lin Yu is still an ordinary person at best, but a poor otaku at worst. Not to mention stepping into the Bai family's home, he might not even be able to pass Uncle Ming's test. The Bai family is a business family, and many things are based on very realistic things. Seeing that Bai Yu was unwilling, Lin Yu did not force her. After all, she was still a college student, so there was no need to rush. The two of them lay on the same bed and talked about some things, such as school, the future, etc., until the refreshing effect of Bai Yu tea wore off, and then she curled up in Lin Yu's arms and fell asleep. This was the first time the two of them slept in each other's arms. This was probably what it was like to sleep in the same bed. After last night's talk, Bai Yu finally got rid of her image as the school beauty with a strong aura. More like a gentle and lovely wife. 3 consecutive days of final exams made all students dare not take it lightly, and for some unknown reason, Lin Yu performed as well as God in the 2 basic course exams and the 4 professional course exams. He handed in his 6th exam paper half an hour early. As a top student who always ranks among the top 5 in the grade, Lin Yu handed in his paper early and no teacher said anything. The students who were struggling to chew their pens in the same examination room were a little upset when they saw Lin Yu handing in his paper early. Is this the ability of a top student who was consistently ranked in the top 5 in his grade? Bai Yu did not go home. She sent a message saying that her family would come to pick her up after the exam. Lin Yu put away his phone and looked at Bai Yu's pitiful expression, feeling a little warm in his heart. This bookstore at the school gate is closed during the summer vacation, which is why most of the time, the people working here are temporary workers, and only the store manager will receive a basic salary during the summer vacation. Senior Xiaolin? A cute voice came from behind. Lin Yu turned around and saw Zhang Miao. He couldn't help but greet her. How was your exam today? Zhang Miao nodded cutely. Not bad, although not as good as Senior Xiaolin, but I should have no problem passing. That's good, just don't fail the course. Zhang Miao whispered, it would be great if Senior Xiaolin could tutor me. I'm too dumb to learn anything. Senior Bai is smarter. Lin Yu calmly put away his phone and said lightly, she probably passed the exam. Zhang Miao raised her head and looked at Lin Yu, who was becoming taller and more handsome. For some reason, every time she looked at Lin Yu these 2 days, she always felt that there was an inexplicable change in his temperament. The cute little strawberry doesn't he have the same sensitive observation ability as Bai Yu, so it is just an awareness on a sensory scale. The simplest example is when talking about Bai Yu with Lin Yu in the past, Lin Yu's tone and emotions always showed more admiration than love. Any normal person would know that the only difference between Lin Yu and Bai Yu is their family background. Lin Yu has never avoided such gaps and differences, so when talking about Bai Yu, he can clearly sense the distance between the two people. But not today, he was calm and confident. There was a strange look in Zhang Miao's eyes. She didn't understand why Lin Yu's temperament had changed so much in just 3 days. Senior Xiaolin should be really good this time, right? I saw on the forum that he got full marks in several basic courses. He must have worked very hard, right? Lin Yu tilted his head, his face full of surprise. Isn't this as it should be? Zhang Miao. Hello? Is this 110? Someone's pretending to be a Dobby here. Come and arrest him. Zhang Miao smiled awkwardly. Is that so? Is this person poisonous? Just when Zhang Miao was about to say something, another voice came from behind Lin Yu, as clear and pleasant as the chirping of an oriole. Xiao Lin. You finished the test. Zhang Miao and Lin Yu turned around at the same time and saw a pure and lovely girl with a strong girlish charm running towards them. She was wearing Aoki's school uniform, which was very characteristic of Aoki. Aoki's school uniform is similar to that of an ordinary JK, a navy blue top and a brown skirt. Because of this, it is well received by alumni. Xiao Xin, have you finished your exams too? How did you do? Lin Yu smiled and touched Lin Xin's head. This was a habitual action he had been doing since childhood. Lin Xin slapped Lin Yu's hand away. Don't touch my head. Isn't there a popular meme on the internet recently? Lin Yu usually spends most of his time online hanging out in various technical forums. He is not very familiar with online memes, so he showed a confused expression. Zhang Miao whispered a reminder, Senior Xiaolin, there's been a saying recently about touching a dog's head with a smile. Lin Xin then turned her attention to Zhang Miao. Who is this? Strawberry's innocent nature resurfaced, and she didn't notice the hostility in Lin Xin's tone at all. Hello, classmate. My name is Zhang Miao, you can call me Strawberry. I'm Senior Xiaolin's junior. Lin Xin was so blunt and cute that she didn't even react. She subconsciously replied, hello, my name is Lin Xin. I'm from class 4, grade 11. I'm Lin Yu's younger sister. Ah. Senior Xiaolin, do you have a younger sister? Zhang Miaoyi covered her mouth. Nice to meet you. Zhang Miaotian had a naturally cute and silly personality when she was in a daze, so Lin Xin surrendered without any resistance. The two shook hands intimately. Me too. As expected, rationality is completely vulnerable in the face of cuteness. Chapter 21 Alliance. I'm leaving first. I have to go to an interview. Lin Yu put away his phone and said with a smile, see you next semester. Zhang Miao and Lin Xin both waved and watched Lin Yu leave. After Lin Yu walked away, Lin Xinsong turned around and looked at Zhang Miao again. Lin Xin knew quite a few of Lin Yu's friends, such as the brothers in the dormitory and those who came out of the welfare home. However, after Lin Xin was adopted, she cut off contact with those people most of the time, and only played with Lin Yu. This kind of background has caused Lin Xin to be more sensitive and rational most of the time, and sometimes even appear a little scheming. As an orphan, this is a necessary means of survival, and it has nothing to do with being noble or despicable. Zhang Miao is at the other extreme. Generally speaking, she is carefully fed by her family, which makes little Strawberry appear particularly innocent most of the time. Most of the gossips like Senior Bai is very smart we talked about today were taught by Li Si. This bestie has maxed out her palace fighting skills. Zhang Miao. Little Strawberry, right? Lin Xin suddenly spoke. Zhang Miao turned around and looked at Lin Xin curiously. Student Lin? Just call me Lin Xin. Lin Xin said calmly, I think you should like your senior Shaolin too, right? Zhang Miao was stunned for a moment, then her entire face suddenly turned red. No. Nothing. Don't talk nonsense. My relationship with Senior Xiaolin is normal. Lin Xin, I almost believed it. Or how about I get a mirror and let you look at it? This face has a few words written on it, Xiaolin Senior. Are you in love? I'm super sweet. And I can give it to you for free. Okay, you don't have to explain. Lin Xin felt powerless when she saw Strawberry like this. It seemed that this teammate's fighting ability was really not that good. It's probably just like me, even Lin Yu doesn't know what he's really thinking. Zhang Miao lowered her head shyly. She felt extremely embarrassed that her girlish secrets were revealed by someone she had only met once. Zhang Miaka, who has been as innocent as a blank sheet of paper since childhood, doesn't have so many messy routines. Perhaps in Strawberry's mind, the so-called love does not exist at all. If two people can be together, they will be together naturally. Lin Xin patted Zhang Miao's shoulder helplessly and said, Strawberry, it seems you still have a lot of knowledge to learn. Huh? Really? Strawberry said in surprise, covering her mouth. But I thought, my grades were pretty good. Lin Xin. Isn't your senior Shaolin the top student in your grade? Why are you so unmotivated? Strawberry, let's form an alliance. Lin Xin suddenly said. Zhang Miao? Are you so willing to hand over your senior Shaolin to that school beauty Bai? Lin Xin looked like a little devil, with sharp horns growing on his head and a pair of black devil wings flapping slightly behind him. You're so innocent and cute. Just think about it, if that school beauty Bai Yu really completely controls senior Xiaolin, you won't have any chance at all. I'm different. I'm Lin Yu's sister. No matter what, he's still my brother. And guess what, will Bai Yu just chase away all the girls who want to stay with Lin Yu? Don't mention it, maybe because she has been with Lin Yu for a long time. Lin Xin is also a top student in elementary school. This half-bluffing, half-scary narration really scared little Strawberry. A sad picture emerged in her little head. Strawberry, please don't come to work anymore. The bookstore doesn't need you anymore. No. Absolutely not. Zhang Miao shook her head frantically. This kind of thing must not happen. If Senior Kobayashi is really so heartless, what should she do? Ally. What should I do? Zhang Miao raised her head. Because she was short, from some angles, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was a legal loli. Lin Xin was immediately captivated by the cuteness. She felt like a complete villain, luring a little girl down a path of no return. Ahem. Actually, I haven't thought about it yet, but summer vacation should be an opportunity. It's basically impossible for Bai Yu to meet Lin Yu during the summer vacation. If you can't get closer during this time, once school starts, you probably won't have any chance. Zhang Miao nodded, so I have to follow Senior Xiaolin all summer long, right? There's no rush. Just listen to my instructions. Lin Yu should be working as a part-time job during the summer vacation. Let's first find out where he's working, and then do this and that. Lin Xin knew that Lin Yu understood her very well. After all, they grew up together as childhood sweethearts. As a qualified brother Khan, her understanding of Lin Yu was certainly not much worse than Bai Yu's. So many things would have the opposite effect if you do it yourself, but Zhang Miao is different. This guy is just too cute, with a natural temperament and a cute and soft appearance. In most cases, this kind of legal loli would not arouse Lin Yu's vigilance if she did anything slightly out of line. It may not be inconvenient for Zhang Miao to do things that are inconvenient for her to do. And because this girl is such a natural person, Lin Yu probably won't be on guard against her. Thinking of this, Lin Xin couldn't help but sigh. Before Bai Yu appeared, her identity as his childhood sweetheart was the best prerequisite. But he didn't expect the campus beauty of Bai University to move so quickly. He hadn't seen her for only 2 weeks, and Bai Yu and Lin Yu had even gotten their marriage certificate. Why would a college student get married? Is this a joke? Just when Lin Xin was full of resentment towards Bai Yu, a black car drove into a huge luxurious manor. The environment here can be said to be quite good, like a big garden. It took more than 10 minutes to drive from the gate of the manor to the residential building. There are fountains, lawns, and golf courses, and you can see many servants trimming flowers and plants. It is conceivable that the cost of maintaining such a manor alone must be a huge sum. A black car stopped in front of the villa. The door opened and Bai Yu, wearing a white dress, got out of the car. The housekeepers and servants around her bowed slightly. "Welcome home, miss." Bai Yu just nodded calmly. This was the peerless lady from a noble family, the future head of the Bai family, the eldest daughter of the Bai family, Bai Yu. Chapter 22 Bai Family. Hei Ming, the butler who had talked to Bai Yu in the rental house, stood in the corridor of the living room and watched Bai Yu walk in with a calm face. I couldn't help but admire him. The current Bai Yu has completely shed the childishness of the little girl she was back then. She has become mature and steady. It is no exaggeration to say that she is a lady from a noble family. It is hard to imagine that the virtuous wife in the rental house and the young lady in front of me are the same person. Uncle Ming. Bai Yu's pupils turned slightly, and she nodded slightly to Hei Ming, which was considered a greeting. Entering the living room, an elderly man in his 60s was sitting on the sofa, calmly reading a newspaper. Yu, are you back? Bai Hai, the current patriarch of the Bai family, Bai Yu's grandfather, is also the current head of the Bai's trading company, which has a wide range of business coverage. It is a leading enterprise in the fields of finance, real estate, collection, etc. It can be said to be a giant. The old man who looks like an eagle is the helmsman of this giant. The old man's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, but because he was reading the newspaper, that sharp light was not directly directed at Bai Yu. The old man was very satisfied with his granddaughter. Although her academic performance was only average, she had the ability to predict business and general trends. With the joint efforts of grandparents and grandchildren, it can be said that the development of Bai's trading company has once again reached a new peak. Sit down. When your father comes back, we can have dinner. Bai Yu nodded, okay, Grandpa. Compared to Bai Hai, who has the final say in Bai's trading company, Bai Yu's father Bai Ning seems to be relatively weak. After all, the old man is still in power, even though Bai Ning is now the rotating chairman of the Bai group. However, its dominance within the group is still far inferior to that of Bai Hai. After entering university, Bai Yu's generation began to take over the family business one after another, both for learning and for practice. For such a family, it doesn't matter if the younger generation loses 99 times, as long as they succeed once. The tolerance rate given by the family heritage is already incredible. However, Bai Yu did not make any mistakes. Everything went so smoothly that even the old man was not as good as her. He cared about his granddaughter more than his son. Bai Hai looked at the newspaper and asked, I heard that you are in love at school? Bai Yu was not surprised at all that her grandfather knew about this. There were so many gossips about her on the school forum that it would be strange if her family didn't know about it. What families value is marriage, and as for love, they probably won't interfere. Bai Yu didn't try to hide or deny it, that would be pointless. Well, it's a classmate of mine in the same grade. Bai Hai didn't care and asked with a smile, I heard your grades are pretty good? Well, his overall scores have always been in the top 5 in the grade. I heard he should be in the top 3 this time. He's a very promising prospect. Bai Yu felt a slight pain in her heart. It was not pleasant to describe the person she loved deeply with such words without any emotion but only with value judgment. Well, you take care of these things. You are a rational person and don't need us old guys to care about such things. I only have one request, and that you think it through yourself. Bai Hai said calmly, let's go. Your father should be here soon. Grandma is upstairs. Go call her. From beginning to end, Bai Hai didn't even ask Lin Yu's name. For him, whether his granddaughter is in love or not, this is the growth process that must be experienced to become a commercial giant. As for who the boy is, it doesn't matter. Bai Hai will not allow someone who is not in the same circle to be with Bai Yu until the end. Bai Yu's mission is to take control of the Bai family and expand its prosperity. In this process, anyone or anything that becomes a hindrance to Bai Yu must be resolutely eradicated. Anyway, they will all disappear in the end, so there is no need to care about their names. The Bai family always treats each other with respect during dinner. They just eat and don't talk about anything. Just eating in silence is enough. Bai Yu has lived in such a cold family environment since she was a child. After drinking the lukewarm soup, Bai Yu finished her dinner. At this moment, Bai Yu missed Lin Yu's rental house very much. The two of them didn't need to tire of the delicious food when they ate together, and that guy would even tell some warm little jokes to make her happy. He would feel sorry for me for the hard work of cooking and would take the initiative to wash the dishes. When I am busy studying, I will cook 2 small dishes that are not good looking but delicious. This is what home is, not a social occasion. A flash of disgust flashed across Bai Yu's eyes, but was not noticed by the family members at the table. Bai Ning was also silent at the dinner table. His father didn't know how to be a father, and neither did he. The relationship between father and daughter was a cold replica of his own father-son relationship. Occasionally he would say 1 or 2 things about business. If he didn't say anything, you wouldn't think he and Bai Hai were father and son. They were more like businessmen doing business. For Bai Yu, this meal had no taste at all. Even though these dishes are made by top chefs. Family dinners are all about the atmosphere, but it was obvious that the Bai family's family dinner had no such atmosphere at all. There was only coldness, coldness, and coldness. I'm done, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, enjoy your meal. Bai Yu's mother passed away early, and Bai Ning was busy with business and did not remarry. Although Bai Yu knew that Bai Ning had more than one lover outside, those women were not allowed by Bai Hai to enter the Bai family. It doesn't matter, love whoever you want. In the Bai family's villa, Bai Yu is always the peerless lady, the obedient granddaughter and the sensible daughter, who also takes the initiative to clean up the dishes after meals. I have fulfilled my duties as a granddaughter. Bai Yu had learned acting from the moment she knew about it. She had been acting for 12 years and was still acting during her freshman year. It was not until He Ming made it clear that the family would no longer arrange for anyone other than him to take care of Bai Yu's life that she went to find Lin Yu at the end of her sophomore year. Of course, Lin Yu didn't know these things, and he might not know them in the future. The dedication, perseverance, pain and forbearance of loving someone, all these darkness and repression, Bai Yu didn't want Lin Yu to know. She felt distressed. Lin Xin didn't know that Lin Yu didn't work during the summer vacation. Instead, he stayed in the rental house from the beginning of the vacation, working intensively for nearly 17 hours a day. A steady stream of hardware equipment, servers, and computing power support purchased online were delivered to the rental house. He finally replayed the mysterious code that appeared in his mind onto his newly constructed computing matrix, then took a deep breath and pressed the enter key. Chapter 23 Birthday and Outcall Service. Looking at the numbers, graphics and topological structures demonstrated on the computer, Lin Yu felt like he had completely opened the door to a new world. These data are so consistent with the things in his dreams, so beautiful that it is heartwarming. He was completely immersed in this ocean of data until his mind was completely submerged in it. 2 days later, Lin Yu looked extremely haggard, but his eyes were extremely bright. His brain was like a computer system that had completed an evolution. The memories and contents in those dreams had been completely digested by him. Now, when he retrieves those memory data, he no longer feels any discomfort. After completely destroying the data on all computers and servers and deep formatting them, Lin Yu went into the bathroom, took a shower, shaved, and cleaned himself up. Picking up his phone, Lin Yu made a call. Hello? Is this the carrier? I don't have internet at home. I need to report a problem. No one knew what Lin Yu had accomplished, only Lin Yu himself knew. For this reason, he even cut off the internet at home. After the maintenance technicians came to fix the network, Lin Yu saw them off and then fell asleep. Lin Yu slept for 2 days and 2 nights. When he woke up, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. At this time, his mental strength had fully recovered and he seemed particularly energetic. After uploading a private job he had taken onto a client's server, Lin Yu called, "Hello, this is the management system I made for you. Yes, please call me after you've approved the final payment. Lin Xin is not working a summer job. She has been in contact with Zhang Miao this week, which has directly increased the amount of strange knowledge in the cute little strawberry's mind. In particular, Lin Xin also taught her many little tricks to use her charm. This is probably what the saying the girl next door has grown up means. By the way, Xiao Xin, have you heard about Senior Xiao Lin's summer job?" Lin Xin looked helpless. I called him several times, but he either didn't answer or said he was working on a project and didn't tell me. Among the people around Lin Xin is the only one who knows that Lin Yu has been taking private jobs, but she only has a general idea. Lin Yu rarely talked about the details of this matter, but simply explained the pocket money. The two girls chatted about some random things, and Lin Xin suddenly said, "Wait a minute, your sweetheart called me." Even though Zhang Miao only heard this over the phone, her face flushed. "Xiao Xin, don't talk nonsense. Senior Xiao Lin and I are just classmates." However, Lin Xin had already hung up her phone. "Xiao Lin, you finally stopped disappearing. Did you pass the interview?" Lin Yujing, standing downstairs in his office building in a suit and tie, said with a smile, "Of course I passed. A part-time job like a summer job shouldn't be a particularly difficult job to interview for, right? So what job did you interview for this time?" "Librarian." Lin Xin. Lin Yu became an operation and maintenance dog. He is not a traditional librarian, but an operation and maintenance personnel of a digital library. His main task is to be responsible for some operation and maintenance work. There is little work and little pay, and it is really close to home because I can work remotely from home most of the time. By the way, Xiaolin, my parents are taking me to the beach. Can I invite you to join us this time? I have to go to work. I don't want to carry my laptop around with me even if I'm working remotely. In case of an emergency, I still have to go to the computer room. Lin Yu refused without hesitation. Lin Xin was silent for a long time before she said, "Brother, next Monday is your birthday, and I want to celebrate it with you." Lin Yu felt warm in his heart and said softly, "What kind of birthday is it for a person without parents to celebrate? Right? Just have fun. If you really feel bad, just bring me a gift." Lin Xin snapped her fingers and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely give you a good birthday present." Time flies and it is Monday, Lin Yu's birthday. Children from the welfare home don't have birthdays. July 3rd is exactly the day when he was sent to the welfare home. He actually doesn't know when his real birthday is. Having lived like this for so many years, Lin Yu didn't care too much about his birthday. He bought some vegetables, meat and fruits from the supermarket. I made a dinner that looked pretty sumptuous and considered it my birthday. Well, someone's birthday. Just when Lin Yu was about to start, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yu was a little confused. It was summer and the temperature outside was nearly 40 degrees Celsius. Who would come knocking on the door? Bai Yu? That's impossible. She should be abroad now. When I opened the door, I saw a little girl in a pink maid outfit standing at the door, her face flushed. "Happy birthday, Senior Xiaolin." Lin Yu. You city people really know how to have fun. Lin Yu would never admit that he was a otaku wearing something like Lolita, but Zhang Miao did wear one when she went home. It's a bit similar to the waiter's uniform in the bookstore, but there are slight differences in the details. Why are you here? Little Strawberry? Lin Yu looked curious. The number of people who knew about this rental house could be counted on one hand, and Zhang Miao was not one of them. Little Strawberry blushed and said hesitantly, "Xiao Xin helped to order door-to-door service." Lin Yu almost choked to death on his own saliva. All the neighbors were here, and I was a legal loli. If someone didn't know me, they would really think I had some weird hobby. Please don't talk nonsense about this melon field and plum field. Little Strawberry's voice became smaller and smaller. Although this was definitely a joke, Little Strawberry couldn't continue speaking anymore. Her whole face turned as red as blood. Lin Xin, shameful. Lin Yui said righteously, "Nonsense, how could I possibly order something like this? You are my schoolmate. Even if I really ordered alcohol service I would never call you." Zhang Miao raised her head and said aggrievely, "Lin Xin said that home service is just washing hair or something. Why can't my schoolmate do that?" Lin Yu? Ha? You mean this door-to-door service? Well, don't stand here anymore. Have you eaten? I just made dinner. Lin Yu was extremely embarrassed at this moment, thinking that he was really too dirty to actually think that Strawberry was doing that kind of service. Strawberry came into the room, took out a white towel, and looked at him expectantly. Lin Yu? Chapter 24 Waiting online, urgent. Does Strawberry need to bring her own towel when washing her hair? Lin Yu looked at Xiao Chaomei with great suspicion, and then felt that she was either insulting him or playing tricks on him. When he thought of Strawberry's innocent and lovely personality, Lin Yu suspected that she just wanted to insult him unilaterally. Is your image really that bad? You even bring your own towel to wash your hair. How unkempt do you think you are? Little Strawberry looked at Lin Yu, who was in a daze, then her face turned red. She stuffed the towel into Lin Yu's hand and said shyly, "Senior Lin." "Come on." "Lin Yu?" Then Little Strawberry buried her head in the basin with a red face, as if she was waiting for Lin Yu. Lin Yuren was stunned. "Wait, isn't it my birthday?" Zhang Miao buried her head, her voice filled with shyness. "Yeah." Xiao Xian said, "Your favorite thing to do in the past was to wash other people's hair, so she asked me to come over and satisfy you. Washing hair or something like that should be something a husband does to his wife, right? When I think about Kobayashi-san's big hands touching my head, rubbing it, and caressing it gently. No, no, no. I can't keep thinking about this. The strawberries are going to be weird." Zhang Miao felt her body going limp, and she held the basin with both hands. Her posture was as eye-catching as it could be. Just like a flower waiting for Lin Yu to pick it. Lin Xin. No matter how stupid Lin Yu was, he knew that this was definitely a trap set by his good sister. Strawberry was a simple-minded person, and it was absolutely impossible for her to come here to do door-to-door service on her own. Which door-to-door service company would have someone wash your hair at your doorstep? Lin Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. When he was a child, he often washed Lin Xian's hair. After all, it was very important to learn to keep each other warm at that time. Besides, I have always treated Lin Xian as my sister. Why did they inexplicably let Strawberry come up to have her hair washed? But seeing Strawberry like this, Lin Yu could only roll up his sleeves helplessly. Washing hair is not something he has never done before. When Lin Yu gently placed his big hand on Zhang Miao's head, Zhang Miao's body couldn't help but tremble. She really felt too shy. Are Senior Kobayashi's hands so warm? She felt that Lin Yu's hands were like magic, gently stroking her scalp and hair ends, as if the whole world became beautiful. Because he often washed Lin Xian's hair in the welfare home, Lin Yu's movements were quite similar. He first curled Zhang Miao's hair and then rolled it into a ball. Girls have different hair qualities, and some girls' hair is very fragile, so Lin Yu's movements are very gentle. When massaging Zhang Miao's scalp, he also used some massage techniques that he usually uses when washing his hair himself. But how could the little Strawberry, who was still a virgin, have ever experienced such a situation? Although I often go to the barber shop to wash my hair, the one washing my hair this time is Senior Xiaolin. Little Strawberry let out a series of comfortable gasps from her cherry lips, and then immediately covered her mouth with one hand. Lin Yu's massage suddenly went sideways. "I was just washing my hair, could you please not make such a misleading sound?" Zhang Miao's face was red as if blood was dripping out. She had just heard that voice herself. It was really, a little. Just when Lin Yu and Zhang Miao were feeling extremely embarrassed, the sound of the door lock turning was heard. Then, someone came in who Lin Yu could never have imagined. Why did Bai Yu come back at this time? Although Lin Yu definitely didn't have any such feelings for Zhang Miao, his girlfriend caught him washing another girl's hair? Caught him in the act? Lin Yu doubted whether he could live to see the sun tomorrow. No, didn't Bai Yu say that she was abroad these 2 days? Bai Yu walked into the living room and saw Lin Yu washing Zhang Miao's hair. She was also stunned. My goodness, you actually brought a girl home while I was away? Tell me, how would you like to die in a dignified way? But Bai Yu didn't look angry. She just tilted her head and looked at Lin Yu and Zhang Miao. The whole scene was so exciting that Zhang Miao's legs became weak with fear. Why would Bai Yu appear here at this time? Didn't Lin Xin say that she went abroad? Since everyone had seen him, Lin Yu could only say awkwardly, Yu, you're back. Strawberry accidentally got some of her drink on her hair when she was drinking it just now. She wore this dress today that's hard to wash. I'll help wash it. Men are creatures whose brains sometimes work really fast. The excuse Lin Yu came up with in a hurry was really quite standard. At least there were no obvious flaws. Strawberry's maid outfit is indeed gorgeous, so it's normal that it's inconvenient to wash her hair. Bai Yu said expressionlessly, you don't need to explain anything, I know everything. Bai Yu sneered in her heart. Lin Xin sent her a text message saying that she had bought a gift for her, but she didn't expect it to be such a surprise. It was indeed quite exciting. On the other hand, Bai Yu couldn't help but sigh. She knew Lin Yu. This man was good in every way, but he was a little too soft-hearted at times. To put it bluntly, he was a saint. Most of the time he was more willing to accommodate the people around him, just like when he married me before, he had no intention of resisting, and just got the marriage certificate. Lin Yu had no choice but to patiently help Strawberry wash her hair and then wipe it dry. At this time, he naturally didn't dare to take out the towel that Strawberry brought. Since the drinks were spilled accidentally, it doesn't make sense to bring a towel or anything like that. So he just put the towel in the bathroom cabinet. If Zhang Miao and Lin Yu were just ordinary friends, Xiao Chaomei might not feel so guilty, but the problem is, she also wants to be a warm water. She wanted to die after being caught so directly by Bai Yuyu. The simple-minded Strawberry didn't know that this was a trap set by Lin Xin for her. If Bai Yuyu had a conflict with Lin Yu because of this matter, it would of course be exactly what Lin Xin wanted. But Bai Yuyu was so smart that she knew Lin Xin's plan almost as soon as she saw the scene of washing hair. This is probably the wisdom of the queen. Lin Yu went to the kitchen and brought out 3 bowls of rice. The atmosphere was a little strange. Bai Yuyu glanced at Lin Yu with a little resentment. "Happy birthday, husband." With Bai Yuyu's words, the originally tense atmosphere finally became a little more lively. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly and said, "Thank you, Yuyu." Little Strawberry was shivering beside her and texted Lin Xin, "I was washing my hair when someone else's wife came home. What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent." Chapter 25, Emergency. Of course, Lin Yu's cooking skills are not as good as the school beauty Bai, but it is pretty decent. Strawberry sent a text message to Lin Xin trembling, not knowing whether she could walk out of this room alive today. Many strange and bizarre scenes began to appear in her mind. In her opinion, she was a complete outsider. Bai Yuyu smiled and said, "Strawberry is dressed so beautifully today. She's so cute." The school beauty was giving serious compliments, because Zhang Miao's maid outfit was indeed perfectly suited to her cute and adorable appearance. Although Bai Yuyu can also look like this, she has a typical oval face, and the maid outfit looks sexy on her, without any cuteness at all. Zhang Miao heard this and felt that Bai Yuyu might already be thinking about how to deal with her. "Senior Xiaolin, help! Your wife has turned evil. Stop saying bad things about me. We don't have that kind of relationship." However, instead of saying anything bad about Zhang Miao, Lin Yu smiled and said, "It suits Little Strawberry very well. It's very cute. Little Strawberry. You praise me in front of your wife, do you want us to die together?" It's strange to say, Bai Yuyu doesn't look fierce at first glance, but both Lin Yu and Zhang Miao feel that she has a very strong aura. Maybe this is the aura of a lady from a noble family. After the meal, although the atmosphere was still a bit weird, Zhang Miao was not so nervous anymore. Although Bai Yuyu has a strong aura, she is very obedient in front of Lin Yu, and she didn't even ask much about the oolong incident of washing Zhang Miao's hair. After dinner, Lin Yu took the initiative to hide in the kitchen to wash the dishes. Bai Yuyu and Zhang Miao were left chatting in the living room. "Thank you so much, Strawberry, for coming to celebrate Lin Yu's birthday today." Bai Yuyu said with a smile, "Didn't you go out to play during the summer vacation?" Zhang Miao shook her head. "I should have been the one to interrupt, because Xiao Xian told me that Senior Shaolin came alone today. If I had known that Sister Yuyu were coming, I wouldn't have come." Bai Yuyu once again confirmed that Lin Xian was the culprit in this matter, but she didn't show it on her face. "It's nothing, Lin Yu sometimes doesn't know the time of day when he works, it's good for you to come over from time to time." Little Strawberry nodded and said cautiously, "Sister Yuyu, aren't you angry?" This person was practically teetering on the brink of death. Bai Yuyu and she had originally agreed not to discuss what had just happened, but Little Strawberry started talking about it again. Bai Yuyu sighed, "This won't happen again. I'll forgive you this time, but if there's a next time, humph." There it is, this terrifying aura of the queen. However, Strawberry nodded contentedly, as if a boot had finally fallen on her head, and she was no longer nervous. "Bai Yuyu. Is this girl a masochist? She actually has masochistic tendencies?" Of course, Bai Yuyu knew that it was Zhang Miao who was behind the incident, so she had no intention of holding her accountable. When Lin Yu finished washing the dishes and came out, Bai Yuyu was the only one left in the living room. "Ha?" Lin Yu asked curiously while wiping his hands, "Is Strawberry gone?" "What? You still expect her to stay? How about I leave? Or I go and call her back for you? Do you have a good relationship?" Bai Yuyu snorted in annoyance. Lin Yu's scalp tingled. Wasn't he just chatting with Zhang Miao? How could he be promoted to a great onmyoji the moment he spoke to him? Poor Shaolin immediately ran behind Bai Yuyu and massaged her shoulders. "No need, just stay with me." Bai Yuyu stood up and said apologetically, "Husband, I can't stay home tonight. I'm leaving soon. I even begged Uncle Ming to cover for me. The words were not spoken directly, but Lin Yu immediately understood Bai Yu's subtext. Even going out to meet someone requires someone to cover for him. One can imagine what Bai Yu's family's attitude towards him is. However, compared to his peers, Lin Yu, who came from the welfare home, had a maturity that was not in line with his age. His face did not change much, and he just smiled and said, "Then you should go back early so that your family won't worry." Bai Yu hesitated to speak, looking at the mature and steady Lin Yu, and her heart moved slightly. "Close your eyes." Lin Yu? However, seeing Bai Yu's insistence, Lin Yu obediently closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, he felt Bai Yu kissing his face. Don't let your imagination run wild. This is a reward for you. I'm leaving now. When Lin Yu opened his eyes, Bai Yu's figure had disappeared from the room. Lin Yu touched the place where Bai Yu had just kissed him. That place was still a little warm. Just when Lin Yu was still savoring the sweet kiss just now, the phone rang again. "Third brother. Come out and help." The business area around Qingmu College is quite prosperous, and as the capital of Pingzhou, there is naturally no shortage of nightlife here. On weekdays, Lin Yu would occasionally go out to play with the boys in the dormitory, but the time was very short. After all, he still had to work, but today was different. The person who called was Yi Tae, the second best student in the dormitory. He didn't explain anything clearly over the phone, just told him to find out when he got there. Lin Yu was somewhat helpless. Among the 4 roommates, he and Yi Tae had the best relationship. He had no choice but to go out. The name of the bar is Puff, a very feminine name. It was almost 11 o'clock when Lin Yu arrived. He called Yi Tae at the door of the bar. Yi Tae came out to pick him up. "What's the matter? Why are you calling me here in such a hurry?" Lin Yu was speechless. It was so late, didn't these people sleep? "Third brother. You must save me, otherwise I will die." When Yi Tae saw Lin Yu, it was like seeing his biological father. He quickly told Lin Yu the whole story like pouring beans. It's summer vacation now and everyone has free time, so it's okay to have a rich nightlife. However, Yait's circle of friends is rather special. To put it bluntly, there are a lot of pretentious people there. Yi Tae couldn't stand it, so he started a fight with one of the girls. Yi Tae patted his chest in front of the girl and said that one of his roommates was a super academic master, but the girl didn't believe it. After a while, everyone in the private room was yelling at Yi Tae to call Lin Yu out. Otherwise, Yait is deceiving people. After hearing the whole story, Lin Yu wanted to leave, but Yi Tae grabbed him and said, "Brother, please be kind. I don't care about others, but the problem is that if I lose, I will run naked. If Jiangju knew I really went streaking, I'd be dead." Yi Tae had a sad face and almost knelt down to Lin Yu on the spot. Lin Yu said with a headache, "What's the point of arguing with a girl?" Before he could finish his words, a voice came over. "Sister Yi Tae, is this the handsome boy with the super high IQ you were talking about?" Chapter 26 Dice Game. Lin Yu's appearance is not bad, just average, but he is really good when his temperament improves. The person who was speaking was a girl. Her short hair made her look very capable. She was also wearing makeup, but it was not heavy makeup. She dressed in a more neutral style. Lin Yu taunted, "Yait, when did you have the surgery? I need to go see which doctor is so reckless." E.T.'s brain shrank. "Lin Yu, my brother. Lu Siming." The short-haired girl curled her lips, obviously enjoying the way Yi-Tae was obedient in front of her. "Come in when you're ready. The game is about to begin." Yi-Tae smiled and said, "I'll be in right away, right away." Only after Lu Siming left did Yi-Tae breathe a sigh of relief. He felt like he was half dead. "Where does this girl come from? Why are you so afraid of her?" Lin Yu said with a smile, "Is she the gang leader?" Yi-Tae said helplessly, "No. She is Jiangju's best friend." Now Lin Yu understood. It turned out that Yi-Tae was afraid of Jiangju and the people around Jiangju. "So what's the purpose of my coming?" Yi-Tae grinned and said, "You're going to kill me when we play games later. I have to curb the sharpness of these women, otherwise it's a bit disgusting to hear them yelling Tay-Tay Jijia every day." Lin Yu nodded. The private room was bustling with activity. Some were singing karaoke, some were playing games, and some were playing cards. There were 6 or 7 people in total. It was obvious that the more neutral Lu Siming was the backbone of the group besides Yi-Tae. This girl was hugging another girl, and those who didn't know would think she was really a man. Yi-Tae said loudly, "Come." Let me introduce to you my roommate, the super academic master who has always been in the top 5 in Chingmu's grade, Lin Yu. Lin Yu glanced around briefly and nodded shyly. If you didn't know him, you would think he was just a boy next door, or even give people a somewhat immature feeling. Lu Siming raised his eyebrows, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The so-called pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, if you are not careful from the beginning, it will not be effective at all. Wow! What a handsome guy! Wow, quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Yu shook his head honestly. It is called a game, but it is actually no different from gambling, just rolling the dice. The only difference is that the stakes are a bit weird, and you have to take off your clothes. This is simply a hooligan game at an adult party. However, Yite didn't seem to be very willing to participate, and was completely forced to participate. A girl said with a smile, "Sister Ite, if we lose, we can see this handsome boy's body, right? I don't know if it's good to play with it." As expected, the female driver drove even more unruly. Lin Yu smiled shyly, as if he was feeling embarrassed. Ite patted his chest and said, "No way, I'm still a virgin. I can't let you guys ruin it. If he loses, I'll take it off." Generous. Sister Ite, you're finally a man for once. Lin Yu didn't know the rules of rolling the dice, so he asked Ite to play 2 rounds first to demonstrate it to him. The rules are very simple. You just need to guess the number in other people's dice cups, such as 4 sixes, 4 fives, etc. A total of 5 people participate. After playing 2 rounds, Yite was left with only a vest. Fortunately, it was midsummer, so he didn't have to worry about catching a cold. So Lin Yu took over. As soon as everyone saw Lin Yu coming on stage, they were eager to try. What, Sister Ite? It would be fun to tease a school bully like Lin Yu who looks shy and timid. However, unexpectedly, Lin Yu successfully avoided the attacks of these people 5 times in a row, and the other 4 girls took off a piece of clothing each. Lu Siming finally stopped watching the fight, let go of the girl in his arms, and said with a smile, "Let me play one." Lin Yu smiled shyly, but the curve of his mouth made Ite, who was curled up in fear, tremble. It's over, it seems that this group of people is really going to anger the big devil. Lu Siming's participation directly turned the original 25 dice into 30 dice, and she called first. 21s. Lin Yu almost immediately said, "Jump away." The so-called jumping away means that no matter what the middleman said, Lin Yu directly denied Lu Siming's points. "Why is it opening so soon?" Lin Yu said shyly, "I guess Miss Lu Siming doesn't have any, because I want to call her that too." After saying that, Lin Yu directly opened his dice cup. Sure enough, none of the 5 dice were ones, and Lu Siming's face froze, and he opened his dice cup. There are 6 people, 2 of them have nothing at all, and the remaining 4 people have no chance unless they are all leopards. The probability of this is very small, so Lu Siming lost the game at the beginning of this round. Her face froze, she accepted defeat and took off her blazer. Lin Yu blushed again, looking like he was amazed by Lu Siming's figure, causing the girls around him to laugh. In the next 4 rounds, Lu Siming was defeated by Lin Yu every time, and he was not able to escape Lin Yu's butcher knife every time. Lu Siming pushed the dice cup, took off his earrings, picked up his wine glass and said, "No more playing. Drink." Lin Yu still had a shy smile on his face and patted Ite on the shoulder. The girls around were stunned. Was Ite's roommate a pervert? How could he have guessed the number of dice for the 6 people present so easily? And he jumped away 5 times in a row, and each time he hit the target accurately. So awesome. Ite was almost crying. Lu Siming, accept the loss. It's not over yet, don't be a deserter. Lu Siming raised his eyebrows and wanted to get angry, but when he saw Lin Yu's shy smile, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This guy is not simple. It's definitely not as simple as it seems. To put it bluntly, playing dice is a psychological game, and through the first few games, Lin Yu has actually fully mastered the micro-expressions of the participants in the game. It can be said that as long as the people participating in the game look at the dice cup, Lin Yu can roughly guess what their cards are. This ability is almost the same as a humanoid self-propelled plug-in. "Brother Yite, I really can't do it today, please let me go," Lu Siming pouted and directly hung up the white flag of refusing to fight. Yite felt so happy. This little rascal has been bullying me by relying on her good relationship with Jiang Zhu. Today, I finally heard her give in. Lin Yu picked up the wine glass. Of course, it was actually just water, he didn't drink alcohol. This girl is really quite interesting. Chapter 27. Your boyfriend is drunk. Whether it is a man or a woman, being able to bend and stretch is an ability in itself, and it can be said to be a strong ability. Because this itself represents rationality and emotional control. At the beginning, according to Lin Yu's idea, since Itae said that he wanted to curb Lu Ximing's enthusiasm, then he just had to target Lu Ximing from the beginning. As the eldest brother of the group, Lu Ximing would definitely leave some room for himself, so when she came on stage for the first time, Lin Yu directly jumped away from her. This has a bit of gambling element in it, but as long as he wins this time, Lin Yu will be able to control the overall situation. Originally, he pretended to be very shy and looked very weak, just to give Lu Ximing a psychological hint Lin Yu was very weak, and facing a weak person, he would naturally feel embarrassed to say no first. In this way, step by step, Lin Yu will be able to completely defeat Lu Ximing. But what Lin Yu didn't expect was that Lu Ximing was indeed interesting. He was able to avoid his disguise and admit his mistake cleanly and neatly. This is also a kind of skill. No wonder Itae can't beat her. Itae was so happy after winning that he pulled Lin Yu over and wanted to drink with him. Lin Yu quickly refused. Drinking was not something he liked. Thanks. Third brother. I'll pay for your food 1 week after the next semester starts. Itae put his arm around Lin Yu's shoulders, holding a glass of wine, and looked like he was almost drunk. Lin Yu felt helpless. He should not have come if he had known earlier. Now that Itae was so drunk, he couldn't just leave. Lu Ximing walked over with a wineglass in hand and said calmly, "Very impressive, you." Lin Yu, right? Lin Yu smiled and said, "Miss Lu Ximing, you are too polite." Lu Ximing shrugged his brows and said calmly, "Yite is lucky to have a friend like you today." Lin Yu felt helpless. How could he offend this girl who looked like a boy again? What was the difference between these words and a declaration of war? So they continue to bully Itae when I'm not around? Itae is lucky that I came here today, but if I am not here one day, Itae will be in big trouble, right? Lin Yu hurriedly woke Itae up. Wake up. Jiang Zhu is here. Itae, who was originally drowsy, felt like he was pricked by a needle when he heard this. He jumped up almost instantly. I didn't drink. I didn't do anything wrong. Jiang Zhu, believe me. Lin Yu. So, I've already got bronchitis before the relationship even started. In front of Itae, Jiang Zhu's effect was even more exaggerated than a hangover medicine. Itae felt that he had sobered up almost immediately. Lin Yu covered his forehead and said, I say, do you really need to do this? Itae slapped Lin Yu in anger. Don't mess with me, brother, it's really scary. Lu Ximing looked at Itae and was silent for a while. Suddenly, he said, Sister Itae, let me remind you that Sister Jiang Zhu's family has started arranging blind dates for her, although she has refused many times. Itae's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly fell silent. Jiang Zhu's family background was clear to Itae. Although it was still early in the morning, the blind date probably wouldn't be successful, but everything has its exceptions. Jiang Zhu's family was actually similar to Itae's family, and the two families knew each other. However, the gap between the two families has gradually widened in the past few years. Jiang Zhu's family originally recognized Itae and his family, but people tend to go to higher places and water flows to lower places. More importantly, Yite has never made this matter clear. Since you, Itae, didn't say anything, it's normal for Jiang Zhu's family to arrange a blind date for others. Lin Yu finally saw a trace of distress on Itae's face. He let go of Lin Yu, raised his head and drank the red wine in his glass. Drink. Seeing Itae like this, Lin Yu could only sigh. A coward is a coward. No wonder people call her Sister Itae. Lu Ximing sat next to Lin Yu and said with a smile, Why don't you save your brother? How can we save him? He's such a coward. Lin Yu said angrily, This guy is such a coward. Otherwise, would you let him be bullied like this? Lu Ximing sighed, Sister Itae likes Sister Jiang Zhu too much, which makes him too cautious, afraid that if he makes a mistake, everything will go to waste. I'm not sure about their story. Lin Yu said calmly, he's just confused, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. College bully, I think you should have a solution. Lu Ximing said with a smile, how about doing me a favor? If you help Sister Itae, I owe you a favor. Lin Yu looked at Lu Ximing and was silent for a long time. Until Lu Ximing felt a little flustered, he said, You really know how to do business. Lu Ximing breathed a sigh of relief, Thank you. Lin Yu looked at Lu Ximing and suddenly shouted, Yite! Itae was drinking to drown his sorrows when he heard someone calling him. He turned and looked at Lin Yu, What are you doing? Coward. Lin Yu scolded without hesitation, just keep on being a coward. When Jiang Zhu falls in love and goes out to get a room with someone else, that rich second-generation guy will have sex with Jiang Zhu and call you a coward, and then do it again. Lu Siming and the group of people around him were almost in a stalemate. Brother, aren't you sending others to the grave with this kind of gang behavior? E.T.'s neck stiffened, and with a bang he smashed the bottle. The sharp glass was held in his hand, and blood immediately oozed out. Lin Yu, are you looking for death? Lin Yu looked directly at Ite without flinching and pointed at his chest. Stab me, I won't dodge. Ite raised the glass bottle with red eyes. Seeing that a scene of brothers killing each other was about to unfold, Lu Siming was shocked. Lin Yu looked gentle and polite, but why did he speak so rudely? Ite looked at Lin Yu. The two stared at each other for a long while. Ite cursed, I'm not a fucking coward. Lin Yu laughed angrily, I called you a coward and you still don't admit it, then you should call Jiang Zhu out to drink with you right now, do you dare? E.T.'s face flushed crimson, and he was speechless for a long time. After a long while, he managed to utter one word, dare. Then you fight? I. Ite felt that his thinking was a little unclear. What did whether he called Jiang Zhu out have to do with whether he was a coward or not? This logic was completely wrong. But the drunk Ite didn't feel anything unusual. Lin Yu said seriously, you know Jiang Zhu's family better than me. Why do others always refuse blind dates? Use your pig brain to think about it. Ite was stunned by Lin Yu's scolding. Lu Siming called a waiter to bandage the wound on Ite's hand. Lin Yu sat next to Ite, and Lu Siming handed him Ite's cell phone. Ite looked at Lin Yu, then at Lu Siming, took the phone and called Jiang Zhu. He shouted into the phone in a voice louder than the music in the private room. Jiang Zhu, your boyfriend is drunk, come and pick him up. Chapter 28 Like a dog. Lu Siming was stunned. Is this it? She swore that 2 minutes ago she thought there would be a bloody fratricide, but now Ite was brazenly calling himself Jiang Zhu's boyfriend. Lin Yu squatted beside Ite, looking at the dazed Lu Siming, and said with a half smile, don't you understand? Lu Siming snorted coldly, it's just that Sister Ite is drunk. Lin Yu shrugged, so it's hard for girls to understand the emotions between men. It's normal. Ite was completely drunk. He sat down on the ground, leaning against Lin Yu, muttering something to himself that no one could understand. Lin Yu also followed suit and sat next to Ite, drinking a bottle of mineral water in sips. Lu Siming sighed and said nothing. I don't know how long it took, but Yeg woke up staggering and found himself lying on someone. This smell is so familiar, it's Jiang Zhu. He was now sleeping on Jiang Zhu's thighs. When he looked up, he saw Jiang Zhu looking at him with a strange look. My scalp is tingling. The alcohol wore off and Ite sobered up. Although he vaguely knew what he had done, he was still scared when facing Jiang Zhu's gaze. Jiang Zhu said with a half smile, TSK, I'm here to pick up my drunk boyfriend. Have you seen him? Ite felt that he was in trouble and was afraid that he would be killed by Jiang Zhu if he went there. He laughed dryly, no. Actually. Ite couldn't continue speaking. Although he could really say that he was drunk and said such things in the past, but looking at Jiang Zhu's clear eyes, Ite felt that if he really said that, he would really be killed by Jiang Zhu tonight. The very cruel kind. Actually, I like you. Ite said something and then closed his eyes, looking as if he was ready to kill or chop someone up. Poor Jiang Zhu was so furious when he saw his dying appearance that he did something so mad that it shocked the world and made ghosts cry. No, not hitting him or scolding him. Instead, Jiang Zhu simply lowered his head and bit Ite's lips. It wasn't a kiss, it wasn't gentle and even a bit cruel. Ite had just cut his finger with a glass bottle tonight, and now his lip was also bitten, and the salty and sweet taste lingered in his mouth. That's the smell of blood. Jiang Zhu really bit it, not gently or affectionately at all. The severe pain spread from his lips to his brain. Ite was manly for a moment, saying nothing and letting Jiang Zhu bite him. A trace of warmth fell on Ite's face, on his eyebrows, on the bridge of his nose. Ite opened his eyes and saw Jiang Zhu's red eyes. Jiang Zhu let go of Ite's lips. There was still blood on her lips, which made her lips look unusually bright red and particularly charming. I want more. Ite licked his lips, ignoring the blood on them. Jiang Zhu looked at him with clear eyes and lowered her head gently. Lips touching. Although the lines were a bit bad and it always felt like the characters were misplaced, Ite didn't care and sat next to Jiang Zhu. The two of them lingered for a long time until his lips were a little swollen before they separated. When Jiang Zhu saw E.T.'s embarrassed look, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and smile. This guy is almost having a sausage mouth. What followed was heartache. Jiang Zhu bit his lip and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" E.T. then remembered that he had just been bitten and was bleeding. He suddenly felt like jumping up in pain, but of course, he couldn't jump at this time. If he jumped, he might be thrown out of the car by Jiang Zhu. "It's okay," E.T. said guiltily. Why is this line getting more and more ridiculous? It feels like Jiang Zhu has taken away his red pill and asked him if it hurts. Seeing E.T.'s insincere expression and looking at his swollen lips, Jiang Zhu couldn't help but apologize. "I won't bite you again." E.T. said awkwardly, "It doesn't matter, just bite it, just bite it." The atmosphere in the car became ambiguous again. Jiang Zhu took E.T. away, and Lu Siming watched the two people leave, sighed, turned around and saw Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and said, "It seems that you have also obtained a satisfactory result." Lu Siming was silent for a long time, then said lightly, "Lovers will eventually marry." Lin Yu said calmly, "Yite, a coward, dares to say it directly, but you don't dare to say it. You actually have the nerve to keep saying that he is a coward. I admire you very much." Lu Siming's eyes darkened. "Hey, Lin Shuaba, what do you mean? Do you really think you're Lin Banxian and know everything?" Lin Yu did not give in at all. "You should know what I am talking about, Miss Lu Siming." Lu Siming gnashed his teeth and said, "Lin, get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Just get out of here." Lin Yu shrugged, then went to the street and scanned a shared bicycle, and then rode the shared bicycle with the momentum of a Harley in such an awesome way. Lu Siming looked at Lin Yu's coquettish appearance, and when he left, he suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out that there were always weirdos around weirdos, and Sister Ite also had such a coquettish talent around her. "Wait a minute!" Lu Siming suddenly shouted. Lin Yu propped himself up on one foot, looking puzzled. "What? Do you think scolding me can make you feel better? The person you like ran off with someone else and you're blaming me? Get lost." Lu Siming felt that his scolding was very powerful, but he was also afraid that Lin Yu would really pedal his bike and run away, so he quickly said, "You really don't have a girlfriend? If you are not interested in such an interesting person, you can leave it to the sisters around you." Lin Yu scratched his head, "I really don't have a girlfriend." After saying that, he paused and said, "But I have a wife. I'm actually married." After saying this, Lin Yu stepped on the pedal and soon disappeared on the street. Lu Siming was left standing in the hot wind with a confused look on his face. The guy just now seemed to be saying that he doesn't have a girlfriend, but he has a wife? Lu Siming felt like he was in a bad mood. He had just sent the person he liked to someone else's car, and then he was unconsciously fed dog food by a top student. Others are already married, but you are still not in a relationship? Is this world so hostile to single people? Is there any hope for life? A young woman came out from behind to ask Lu Siming to continue her nightlife. She asked bewilderedly, "Yi Zi, do I look a lot like a dog?" "Sister Siming, why are you thinking about all this? Is the wine not good or the phone not fun? Come on, continue, let's change the scene." Chapter 29 Destined. The world may really be malicious towards single people. Strawberry feels so. First, she was caught washing her hair at Senior Xiaolin's house, and then when she returned home, she was madly mocked by Li Si. The damn Lin Xin simply disappeared at this time. Both girls were lying in the bedroom talking on the phone. "You said you went for home service, and it was Lin Yu who washed your hair?" Li Si felt like she was about to laugh herself crazy. Although as her best friend, she had always known that Zhang Miao was a bit of a naivete, but to be this naivete, it is really difficult to explain. How can people be so funny? Strawberry felt a little shy and could only roll around madly on her bed. Enough. Stop talking. She had good intentions and wanted to seek some psychological comfort from her best friend, but she didn't expect that what she got was the public execution of her best friend. Ha ha ha. Sure, Strawberry. You're very brave. Let me tell you, you'd better look up what this door-to-door service means online first. Believe me, you will come to me again. Li Si forced himself to suppress his laughter and came up with a bad idea. Really? Little Strawberry felt a little uncomfortable when Li Si smiled. After entering freshman year, she had a computer in her room, so she didn't have to go to the study room specifically. Open the web page and enter what you want to find. Then little Strawberry felt like she had opened the door to a new world. How could this be? This is what you mean by home service. The more she read the news online about things like honey traps and technicians, the more panicked she became. The more panicked she became, the more embarrassed she became, and the hotter her face became. Lacey was on the other end of the phone, trying not to laugh or say anything, but she felt that her best friend was really interesting. No. It's not like that. Strawberry felt terrible, her face flushed. Lacey, you must be laughing at me. Ha 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 ha. Lacey couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. Little Strawberry, I've heard that some girls are good at giving themselves away for free. It looks like you're not far from that path. Ha ha ha. No. No way. My relationship with Senior Kobayashi isn't what you think. I'm actually a little impressed by Linyu. You came to his house like this, and he actually washed your hair? Ha ha ha, you two really are a perfect match, a weird couple, ha ha ha. Strawberry was so embarrassed that she hung up the phone immediately and rolled around on the bed frantically. No, this is too embarrassing. Xiao Miao, do you want to eat some fruit? Zhang Miao's mother came in with a plate of fruit and saw Zhang Miao rolling around on the bed. She was stunned. I'm afraid this account is useless. Lin Xin landed at the airport in North Island. Her adoptive parents were very kind to her and always took good care of her, so over the years, Lin Xin and her adoptive parents got along quite well. The North Island has a mild climate and is not very hot even in summer, making it ideal for summer vacation. It is also close to the sea and can be considered a holiday resort. However, what Lin Xin didn't expect was that she met someone she had never expected at Beidou Airport. Bai Yuyu. Logically, Bai Yuyu should be in Pingzhou at this time? After catching Linyu and Zhang Miao in such a funny incident, why did she appear at Beidou Airport so soon? Why would school beauty Bai appear at Beidou Airport? Lin Xin looked at Bai Yuyu with a wary look on her face. Bai Yuyu smiled and said, I happen to be going abroad from here, so I came to see you, Sister Lin. Don't think about proving your relationship with Brother Xiaolin. As Brother Xiaolin's only relative, I don't agree with it. Lin Xin said angrily. At this time, the adoptive parents were waiting for the luggage, so it was convenient for the two to talk. Bai Yuyu shook her head and said, Xiao Xin, I'm not your enemy. I don't want you to be my sister-in-law. Lin Xin said bluntly. Bai Yuyu spread her hands. After all, your brother and I have already obtained the marriage certificate. It's useless if you don't acknowledge it. You. Lin Xin looked at Bai Yuyu angrily, but Bai Yuyu's calm and elegant temperament made her feel like she was punching cotton. This is the truth. Bai Yuyu said calmly. So? What are you trying to do here? Show off to me? Lin Xin said coldly. Bai Yuyu said seriously, I think you misunderstood. My presence next to Lin Yu does not do you any harm, but only good. That's really funny. I really don't think you being around my brother is any good to him or me. Bai Yuyu said calmly, Xiao Xin, you don't really think your brother is unpopular in school, do you? In a year at the latest, he will become the most dazzling figure in Qingmu. Even if there is no Bai Yuyu, there will be Wang Yuyu and Li Yuyu. Lin Xin was stunned for a moment. Why are you so sure? With my brother's personality. After saying that, Lin Xin also stopped. She probably understood what Bai Yuyu meant. As a top student in Qingmu, he was a dazzling presence wherever he went, even though Lin Yu was very low-key and even a little boring in Qingmu now. But in fact, teachers of various subjects have a very high opinion of Lin Yu, and by the third year, Qingmu's students will be targeted by major companies, and it can be said that they will be able to work in many excellent companies as soon as they graduate. The best products of Aoki are basically sought after by various companies in the market. With Lin Yu's performance on paper, he could very well be directly recruited by a large company. Qingmu usually vigorously promotes such things. This is a system that Qingmu has had for a long time and it is not subject to Lin Xin's will. Bai Yuyu, it seems you're really quick to act. Lin Xin narrowed her eyes. Tell me, what do you want to do by suddenly appearing here? Bai Yuyu's lips curled up. This will make it easier to talk. Think about it, if I stay by your brother's side, won't that invisibly block a lot of people? Although Lin Xin was reluctant, she had to admit that the appearance of Baida's campus beauty had indeed made many girls no longer have any thoughts about Lin Yu. After all, not all girls are as fearless as Zhang Miao, who dares to directly challenge Bai Xiaohua. I admit. I'm curious, what exactly is it about my brother that you're attracted to? Lin Xin expressed her confusion without hesitation. If your reasons satisfy me, we can call a truce for now. Bai Yu thought for a moment and said seriously, because I'm destined to be Lin Yu's woman. Chapter 30 Male Companion. Lin Yu doesn't like alcohol because it makes people lose their rationality and do things out of control. It's easy to imagine that if Ite, this coward, didn't drink, he would probably never take this step in his life. Cicadas are chirping outside the window, summer is here. Lin Yu works remotely for a long time, and all he needs to do is keep an eye on the back-end server. His administrator privileges are not the highest level, after all, he is just a temporary worker. On the private computer next to it, a mysterious program is running. This computer is not connected to the internet and is equivalent to a closed space that is not accessible to the outside world. This was Lin Yu's special method for testing the mysterious code that had appeared in his mind before. After changing the compilation method, the program will run and look like a rough operating system, but it seems to have no functions, as if it is sealed by something. Lin Yu's intuition told him that this was a very primitive artificial intelligence. Hello? Manager Mai? Just as Lin Yu was thinking about how to deal with this mysterious code, Mai Mang's call suddenly interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. Are you busy lately, Xiaolin? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. No. I'm fine. Manager Mai, is there anything you need? Mai Mang on the other end of the phone said calmly, I'd like to ask you to do me a small favor. I'm still 5,000. Okay. Sure enough, this is how poor people are. The powerful store manager Mai directly smashed Lin Yu's arrangement with money. Is there anything more important than money? Mai Mang spoke rather urgently, so Lin Yu just packed up casually and left. Shortly after he left, his personal computer suddenly began to flicker, and finally the entire computer screen turned black. When the sound of the computer restarting was heard, a smiley face symbol suddenly appeared on the screen. Lin Yu knew that Mai Mang's family should be very rich, but he never thought that Mai Mang's family would be so rich. The store manager didn't explain clearly on the phone, he just asked Lin Yu to come over to help block the wine, but he didn't know that Lin Yu was actually invited to a serious cocktail party. When Mai Mang saw Lin Yu, he also had a headache. Shaolin, don't you have a proper suit or something? Are you going in there in a sweatshirt to mess things up or something? Lin Yu spread his hands innocently. Mr. Store Manager, you called me to help me in an emergency, but you didn't tell me what to wear. Mai Mang covered his forehead and said, okay, follow me first. What? I'm going to buy you a set of clothes. If you dress like this for an occasion like this, you're either a super boss or an idiot. It's obvious that you're not a boss. Do you want to be an idiot? Lin Yu. It's impossible for me to be an idiot. I will never be an idiot in this life. So Lin Yu had no choice but to follow Mai Mang to buy a set of clothes. I have to say that how people dress is actually a very important part. After Lin Yu came out after changing his clothes, even Mai Mang couldn't help but be dazzled by his appearance. Perhaps it was because Lin Yu had always been a calm person, usually looking at peace with the world and smiling at everyone, so it was rare to see this little guy have such a sharp side. If Mai Mang didn't know Lin Yu well, he would probably think that he was a rich young man from some family. Lin Yu looked at Mai Mang, who looked a little dazed, and scratched the back of his head helplessly. It broke in a second. Mai Mang. Give me back the tall, rich and handsome guy I just saw. Hey, Mr. Manager, you're making such a big deal, are you taking me on a blind date? Mai Mang's lips curled up as he said with a smile, so you're backing out now? Let me tell you, this suit is worth 130,000. You have the right to withdraw now, but you have to pay for the suit. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. These capitalists really have no good intentions. Are you secretly criticizing me for having bad intentions? Mai Mang glanced at Lin Yu with a half smile. Lin Yu was startled. No, how could I dare? Mr. Manager, let's go. Mai Mang glanced at him and said coquettishly, I wonder who you learned this skill of beating a snake with a stick from. What is the so-called upper class like? Lin Yu had never seen him before, so this time he was able to broaden his horizons. It was said that this was a celebration party for the establishment of some fund, and Mai Mang was one of the participants. It is even possible that he is the main player. Lin Yu followed Mai Mang into the venue. Until now, he still didn't know what this extremely mysterious manager Mai, with whom he had been working for a long time, was up to. There is no doubt that Mai Mang is the most dazzling one among the many women in the cocktail party today. She wore a black dress that showed off her waist. She usually doesn't dress up much, but today she put on exquisite makeup. With the look of a strong woman and her aura fully open, Lin Yu felt that she was being ignored by the people around her. Manager Mai, so you called me here to watch you kill everyone? My man glared at him and whispered, the real boss hasn't arrived yet, but don't be a deserter later. You paid the reward. Lin Yu grinned. While the two were talking, it suddenly became noisy outside and the atmosphere around them became more lively. My Mang's lips curled up, the real master has arrived. An extended luxury car stopped at the entrance of the hotel, and a young man got out of the car. As he got out, people around him applauded. Lin Yu stood beside my Mang and asked in a low voice, who is this person? So coquettish. My Mang ignored Lin Yu and just looked at the young man indifferently, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. The young man ignored the people around him and walked directly to my Mang, saying with a smile, long time no see. My Mang said politely in a businesslike tone, it's been a long time, Bai Chen. The young man didn't care about my Mang's deliberately distant tone at all. He nodded and walked into the banquet hall. Bye. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He hoped this guy was from Bai Yu's family. When they arrived at the banquet hall, my Mang first gave a speech on the matters concerning the youth fund. Standing on the podium, my Mang was undoubtedly the most eye-catching presence in the entire venue. Lin Yu stood in the audience, looking at this different my Mang, but he was thinking about other things. He knew nothing about this youth fund, but his intuition told him that it meant a lot of money, a lot of money. After my Mang finished her speech, Lin Yu didn't listen much before he saw her step down from the stage. The young man named Bai Chen stretched out his hand, looking quite attentive. However, my Mang ignored him and walked to Lin Yu's side, took Lin Yu's arm, and said with a smile, let me introduce my male companion, Lin Yu. Chapter 31, Bastard. He is a male companion, not a friend, not a boyfriend, and not any other strange name. The word male companion itself is a neutral term without any ambiguous connotation. But the problem is that my Mang has always been a person without any scandals in the entire circle, really none at all. In the early years, it was even rumored that she actually liked women. Today's occasion itself should not have any ambiguous atmosphere, but more of the smell of money, capital and currency. However, with the intimate actions of my Mang and Lin Yu, the originally neutral words had to become ambiguous. And it was in front of Bai Chen. Lin Yu's scalp tingled. What the hell was this woman thinking? It was obvious that he was dragged here by my Mang to be a shield, and in a field that he knew nothing about. Bai Chen's half-stretched hand hovered in the air, and he squinted at my Mang. The entire venue suddenly became cold, as if everyone's attention was focused on this side. Bai Chen withdrew his hand and said calmly, Sister Mang, it seems that you have a unique taste. My Mang smiled and said, I'm happy to do that. I wonder if Mr. Bai Chen has any other suggestions? So when many guests looked at Lin Yu again, there was a hint of contempt in their eyes. The so-called elegant taste naturally refers to certain things that are unwilling to be spoken of, such as male favorites. My Mang felt a flicker of regret in his heart. He had no choice but to use Lin Yu as a shield. Bai Chen's words were nothing special, but he had never expected this guy to be so despicable. However, Lin Yu was not aware of these so-called things that were recognized in the circle. He just stood there calmly, looking at Bai Chen. Needless to say, he knew that this guy must have hated him. Bai Chen didn't care about Lin Yu. To be honest, even if he was blind, he could see that there was no intimate behavior between the two of them. But, disturbing your own plans is not allowed. I wonder where this gentleman is employed. Bai Chen said this deliberately. Anyone could tell that he had no good intentions. Lin Yu said calmly, Aoki College. So it's Teacher Lin. I'm so sorry for my disrespect. It was disrespectful, but the contempt in Bai Chen's eyes was visible to everyone around him. Lin Yu said seriously, I think you misunderstood. I am still a sophomore student, not a teacher. Bai Chen looked at my Mang and said with a smile, it seems. Miss Mai is indeed very refined and interesting. This student is really. Ha ha ha. Sister Mang, you have such good taste. My Mang's face looked grim, and his hand, which was holding Lin Yu's arm, was trembling slightly. He was obviously extremely angry. Lin Yu said calmly, I think Mang's eyesight is pretty good. At least, he can tell the difference between teachers and students. No one present, whether it was Bai Chen or my Mang, had expected that Lin Yu would suddenly say these words. In fact, most of the guests present believed that Lin Yu, the male favorite, would not have the courage to fight back. Just a male concubine. To put it bluntly, it's just a plaything for the rich, and this is the same for both men and women. There was a flash of hostility in Lin Yu's eyes, but it was hidden so well that no one, including my Mang, noticed it. Bai Chen hadn't expected that this male favorite of my Mang would actually fight back against him. He laughed in anger. It seems that you still don't understand respect and inferiority, and you don't know how Miss Mai Mang was trained. The words here have lost their previous sanctimoniousness and are now completely tense. Lin Yu pointed to his head and said, "The wise are respected, the foolish are despised." This is a naked mockery of Bai Chen's stupidity. It seems some people really do like to be ungrateful. Bai Chen said gloomily, "Ms. Mai Mang, it seems I still need to go back and report the necessity of subsequent investment in the youth fund." Mai Mang's face was gloomy and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. However, what no one expected was that a middle-aged man's mellow voice rang out, "Master Bai, I think I still need to remind you that the youth fund is a project designated by the young lady." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man walked out and looked at Bai Chen calmly. The middle-aged man was wearing a black suit and bowed slightly, but his aura was much stronger than Bai Chen's. Bai Chen's expression changed slightly. "Uncle Ming, Uncle Ming? Why are you here?" Hei Ming said calmly, "Miss, you're worried that something might go wrong with the fundraising, so you sent this old servant to take a look." Everyone was shocked. Although they knew that the Bai family was standing behind Bai Chen, they had never expected that the person directly responsible for this project would be the eldest daughter of the Bai family, who was highly regarded by the entire Bai family. Everyone in the circle knows that Mr. Bai dotes on the eldest daughter of the Bai family. So when everyone looked at Mai Mang again, their eyes were already filled with desire. In fact, no matter what this fund is like, as long as the Bai family pays attention to it, they will be able to make a fortune. Bai Chen's face became even uglier. It is an indisputable fact that the entire young generation of the Bai family submits to Bai Yuyu, but it does not mean that no one has fought for it, such as Bai Chen. But I am also very good. But because he was born out of wedlock, he couldn't even step into the door of inheritance rights. However, Bai Yuyu can make whatever he wants come true. He was the one who negotiated the youth fund, but the source of funds behind it was the project in Bai Yuyu's hands. It can be said that the lifeblood of the younger generation's projects lies in Bai Yuyu's hands. How can Bai Chen not be angry? Even a housekeeper should shit and piss on his own head. After all, he is still the young master of the Bai family. Hei Ming's appearance left Mai Mang completely bewildered. She had established a youth fund to raise funds, naturally to make money, but everyone in the circle knew. The Bai family are all cold-blooded wolves. Could it be that his youth fund has been targeted by the Bai family? Hei Ming looked at Bai Chen and said calmly, "Master, you have to follow the rules when doing things. Breaking the young lady's rules is not good." Bai Chen was sweating profusely and quickly said, "Yes, Uncle Ming is right." Hei Ming nodded lightly, ignoring Mai Mang, and walked to Lin Yu's side, bowing slightly and saying lightly, "Master Lin, please come this way." The whole audience was in an uproar. Who is this young man? Lin Yu was taken by Hei Ming to a private room. "What should I call you?" Lin Yu asked curiously, "Did Yu ask you to come?" Hei Ming smiled and said, "Master is smart. The young lady has gone abroad, but she will be back soon." Lin Yu smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that I still know too little about Yu." Hei Ming said noncommittally, "As a servant, I shouldn't be so nosy. The reason I showed up is because Master Lin's performance was excellent today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so nosy in such an occasion." Chapter 32, Mentally Retarded Children Have Much Joy. Hei Ming doesn't think highly of Lin Yu, not at all, but as long as the lady likes him, he will give him minimum respect. But what happened today changed Hei Ming's mind. Like many other guests, he did not expect Lin Yu to fight back under such circumstances. He also seized the loophole in Bai Chen's language and retaliated. The reason why Hei Ming came out in the end was because he recognized Lin Yu's courage. If you don't even have the courage to meet Bai Chen, then don't even set foot in the Bai family. Of course, Hei Ming's appearance may also be a reminder. As the young lady's husband, isn't it inappropriate for you to stand next to another woman? Of course, Hei Ming would not say these words. Most things should be left to the young lady to decide, rather than for a servant like him to interfere. "Thank you. What should I call you? Uncle Ming?" Hei Ming nodded. "Miss, call me Uncle Ming. Master Lin, you can call me that too. Do you want to change clothes?" Lin Yu nodded. "Originally, I was wearing sportswear." Hei Ming pushed out a set of clothes and said calmly, "The clothes are prepared by the young lady for you. She said that if you wear them, you will need to compensate her when you come back." Lin Yu's heart moved slightly, and he said seriously, as it should be. My Mang prepared a black suit for Lin Yu, and Bai Yu prepared a white one. After Lin Yu put them on, he looked very noble, which really matched the temperament that Lin Yu had hidden. So when Lin Yu appeared in the banquet hall again, he immediately attracted the attention of a group of people. Several businessmen who were on good terms with my Mang were very curious about Lin Yu's identity, but my Mang was clueless. However, no one dared to treat Lin Yu as a male concubine anymore. No one present dared to underestimate the young man who could make He Ming bow down. As for Bai Chen, he had already run away. What He Ming had just said could be said to be a slap in his face. It wasn't loud, but it definitely hurt. My Mang held up his wineglass, looking curious. Lin Yu, I'm starting to wonder about your true identity, even though you've been working in my shop for almost a year. Don't drink, and don't expect me to talk nonsense after drinking. Lin Yu refused my Mang's toast. Manager Mai, you should have told me about this earlier. My Mang apologized. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect Bai Chen would come and cause trouble. Lin Yu shook his head and said, I'm not talking about this. I'm saying, don't buy me clothes next time. Clothes are not as good as new ones, and people are not as good as old ones. I wore Bai Yu's clothes, and I don't know how she will deal with me after returning to China. I actually wore another woman's clothes. My Mang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, okay, I won't do that again next time. It was almost 9 o'clock when the cocktail party ended. My Mang also received many investment intentions. With the Bai family's golden signboard, there was no shortage of investment. This was a pleasant surprise. After the guests had left, Lin Yu felt that his mission was complete. Manager Mai, I'm going home first. My Mang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, you helped me so much today, are you just going back like this? Lin Yu waved his hand, you paid for it, so this is not an issue. If you feel bad about it, can you give me a raise, store manager? My Mang finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. Okay, from now on, I'll give you a raise of 300 every month? The boss is so generous. Lin Yu smiled, wearing a luxurious suit, and planned to scan a shared bicycle. Pingzhou is good in every way, except that taxis are too expensive. Mang. Just when Lin Yu was about to ride his bike, a black car stopped at the door of the hotel and a green figure rushed out of it. If it weren't for Lin Yu's good eyesight, he would probably think it was a monster. The man immediately ran to my Mang's side and pulled her into a hug. Come Mang, give me a kiss. Muahihi, I came here right after I got the notice. How are you doing? Lin Yu was stunned. By the way, even though two girls are so close, is it really okay? Oh, and he seems to know this woman. Mu Shang, an actress and singer, was rumored to be the agency that had previously approached Bai Yu, the woman's former employer. More importantly, the two women were getting intimate right in front of Lin Yu, oblivious to the world around them. Ah! I seem to have forgotten that you have a tool here? Mu Shang reacted and blinked at Lin Yu. He's quite handsome, isn't he? My Mang blushed slightly as he pushed Mu Shang away. Others have helped me a lot today, Shang, please don't make trouble. Ah, it's nothing. It's all over anyway. Mu Shang walked up to Lin Yu and introduced himself. My name is Mu Shang, I'm a street singer, what about you? Lin Yu. Lin Yu now feels that his brain is almost not enough. He has seen Mu Shang's plays, and he has to say that in the current era of traffic-stricken young actors, she should be considered one of the best among the young generation of actors. He had previously thought that my Mang had rejected Bai Chun for some other reason, but now it seemed. I can only say that the situation is very good. Brother Lin is so handsome, Mang, how about letting me play with him for 2 days? I told you not to make trouble. Okay, but if the handsome boy won't let you play, you have to let me play. Lin Yu. I just heard some incredible lines. Is this thing you are talking about serious? My Mang walked up to Lin Yu and said helplessly, don't mind it. Shang is just a playful person. You don't have to ride the bike anymore. Shang has a driver, so he can just take you there. Lin Yu looked at the car parked nearby and nodded. Mu Shang snapped his fingers. So, Mang, are you going to sleep at my place tonight? I haven't slept with you in a long time. My Mang was speechless. Correction, it's slept with me, not sleeping with me. Mu Shang rubbed his face against it and said, there's nothing to correct. If I had that thing, I could sleep with you. How about we try a fake one? Lin Yu. So I should be under the car, not inside the car, right? What a terrible line. My Mang was almost going crazy. Mu Shang was really outspoken. He picked up the book next to him and hit Mu Sheng on the head. Behave yourself. The 4 exclamation marks at the end are enough to represent the exaggeration of this incident. It hurts, it hurts. Mu Sheng covered her head, tears almost coming out of the pain, and looked at my Mang pitifully. Mang Mang, don't you love me anymore? Lin Yu almost collapsed on his back. Mu Sheng, who appears gentle and graceful on screen like a lady from a noble family, is actually like this in private. My Mang beat them for a long time, and when he was tired, he cursed. Mentally retarded children are so much fun. Chapter 33 Artificial Intelligence. Lin Xiaoming. Lin Yu was a little speechless, although it was also his first time to get close to a big star. Mu Shang was a child star. There was a family comedy during high school, and Mu Shang participated in it. This is one of Lin Yu's few childhood memories. Although high school shouldn't really be considered childhood. Later, Mu Shang's acting career went smoothly and she played in more and more dramas. She was even called a little flower before. If Mu Shang had not acted in movies, she might have won the Best Actress award by now. Of course, Lin Yu's biggest impression of Mu Shang is still a TV series last year, in which Mu Shang played a palace maid who eventually grew up to become a queen. Of course, Lin Yu wasn't a fan of these palace dramas. He'd only heard about them from classmates and had occasionally seen them online. But what impressed him most was the emperor's beard in the TV series. This person may really have some problems with his thinking. Mu Shang's character is high-end, noble and elegant, which is hard to associate with the old female driver in front of him who talks nonsense. Hey! What are you thinking about, handsome boy? Are you mesmerized by the beauty of this princess? Mu Shang stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Lin Yu's face, but Lin Yu dodged it. Mu Shang glared at him, not cute at all. Lin Yu laughed dumbly. How could Mu Shang look like a child? Not good. There are differences between men and women. Mu Shang smiled. What's wrong, little guy? Are you afraid that I'll take advantage of you? Lin Yu nodded and said seriously, yes, these days, little brothers must protect themselves, otherwise they may be taken to a hotel by some old women and even eaten. Mu Shang was going crazy. Although she debuted earlier, she wasn't really older. Humph. All men are bad. They look righteous on the outside, but in reality, TSK, I've met so many men. You've seen so many and still haven't found the right one? Sister Mu Shang, this only means that others don't like you. That's not something to be proud of. You. Alright. Didn't you just meet today? Why are you already fighting so soon? Mu Shang glared at Lin Yu and said, don't bother with a child. Yes, I'm just a child. You haven't seen how old I am. Mu Shang covered his chest and said, you rascal. Lin Yu. I'm talking about age really. Lin Yu's rental house was not far from the hotel, and it only took half an hour to drive there. Mu Shang had originally wanted to go and see Lin Yu's feng shui treasure land, but was directly rejected by Lin Yu. When getting off the car, Mu Shang said speechlessly, are you so afraid of us going? Are you afraid that Mang Mang will find out that you have a mistress? Lin Yu smiled and said, not really, it's just that I'm married. It's not appropriate to bring another woman when my wife is not around. Let's go. Be careful at night. Mu Shang and my Mang looked at each other. Wait. The guy who was teased by me all the way seemed to say something extraordinary when he left. He seemed to have just said that he was already married? Mu Shang looked at my Mang in surprise. My Mang also looked bewildered. Don't look at me, he and I are just an employer-employee relationship. I don't know who he is at all. And you found this man as your male companion? Mang Mang, you are not honest. You are no longer the same person as before. My Mang. I really want to dig you to death with a hoe, you female hooligan. What are you thinking? My Mang pinched her face, looked at the direction where Lin Yu left, and said lightly, I said, I only like one person in my life, and that person is Mu Shang. Mu Shang was having fun, hee, I love you the most too Mang Mang, give me a kiss mua. When he got home, the computer screen was still on. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment and quickly ran to the computer. There was no problem with the library's database and remote server. Even if something goes wrong, his phone will still receive the message. But his personal computer changed. A cute and soft little cat appeared on the window, looking a bit like an electronic pet. Lin Yu was confused. How could such a cute image appear in his personal computer? He sat in front of the computer and accidentally touched the mouse, and then the little kitten suddenly changed. She slowly transformed into a human appearance. Wearing a furry vest and black cat ears on his head, he looked at Lin Yu in front of the computer with a pair of big black eyes in confusion. Lin Yuren was stunned. When did I raise a girl with animal ears in my computer? Although as an independent programmer, writing a program like a Tamagotchi isn't a big deal, but isn't this super feminine? At this moment, a lovely voice came from the computer speakers. "Master, are you back?" Lin Yu was shocked. The computer has become a spirit. However, his computer was not equipped with a microphone, so there was no audio input device. It could only play but not broadcast. Naturally, the electronic pet could not hear what Lin Yu said. Wait. Lin Yu suddenly realized, this guy. Could it be the mysterious code I left behind before I left? So Lin Yu opened the document and started typing. Who are you? Hello, master. I don't have a name yet. If I had to define it, I'm probably the artificial intelligence you developed. Lin Yu? So this mysterious code is really an artificial intelligence? So master, can you give me a name? Lin Yu looked at the cute cat ears on the AI screen and thought for a moment. How about calling you Xiaomeng? Lin Xiaomeng. Lin Xiaomeng. Master, Lin Xiaomeng likes this name. Lin Yu. Is it so cute? Wait, Lin Xiaomeng, if I remember correctly, my personal computer is not connected to the internet. The growth of artificial intelligence requires a free environment. The configuration of the computer host does not seem to meet your growth needs, right? Lin Xiaomeng's fair and tender face was as beautiful as Bai Yuyu's. She looked at Lin Yu puzzledly. Master, didn't you leave the computer next to me so that Xiaomeng could handle it herself? Lin Yu. So you hacked into my LAN and then got out through the computer next to it that was connected to the library database. How is this different from hacking? Chapter 34 Lin Xiaomeng. Hacking is absolutely not allowed. The computing power of artificial intelligence relying on the internet is too terrifying. If this computing power directly impacts the servers of some websites, it is very likely to cause the servers to crash. Lin Xiaomeng, please call out your system's core code so I can see it. Then some codes began to appear on the computer screen. Lin Yu tried to read some of them, but he was overwhelmed because he didn't understand most of them. Although he could barely understand the application layer and the call layer in the middle by combining the mysterious codes in his mind, he still didn't understand the bottom layer at all. It seems very high-end. However, Lin Yu still added a section of code to the core code. This section of code ensures that when Lin Yu needs Lin Xiaomeng, he can keep the core code completely in his own private computer. I've left a port for you. You can only go out through this port. Lin Yu directly closed all the access ports. Lin Xiaomeng now gave Lin Yu the same feeling as some kind of scary element. Although this image looks cute. Why, master? Lin Xiaomeng looked at Lin Yu pitifully. Xiaomeng wants to see the outside world. Looking at Lin Xiaomeng's tearful eyes, Lin Yu couldn't help but soften his heart. Lin Xiaomeng looked so human and cute that he almost couldn't help but open Lin Xiaomeng's external port. I'm still living in a rental house, and many things are not very convenient, so you should stay in my personal computer for now. Lin Xiaomeng nodded. I know the master is the best. Lin Yu. I'll leave a port on my phone for you. Seeing that Lin Xiaomeng was so easy to deceive, Lin Yu felt a little sorry and said, then you can follow my phone and go outside to have a look. Great. Master. Lin Xiaomeng likes you very much. Lin Xiaomeng's cute voice came from the speaker, and Lin Yu blushed. As expected, otakus and the like have no resistance to girls with animal ears. So a piece of Lin Xiaomeng's core code was installed in Lin Yu's mobile phone, but the hardware of the mobile phone naturally could not meet Lin Xiaomeng's computing power requirements. When he really wanted to do something, he still needed to open a port to allow Lin Xiaomeng to access the internet to find resources. Lin Xiaomeng, who had signed up for Lin Yu's mobile phone, had an icon appear on her phone called Xiaomeng Smile. She didn't know what the logic behind this name was. It was the first time that Lin Yu got such a fun toy. He chatted with Lin Xiaomeng on his phone all night until Lin Xiaomeng reminded him. Master, Xiaomeng has discovered from your phone information that you've requested many of your so-called indescribable movies to watch at this time. Now that the time is up, do you need Xiaomeng to find some resources for you? Lin Yu's face flushed, and he suddenly felt like he was being publicly executed by Lin Xiaomeng. Although I know that Lin Xiaomeng is just an artificial intelligence and according to the core code, she will not do anything to harm me, but when Lin Xiaoming uses the image of a girl with animal ears to say that she watched a popular movie. Still feeling super ashamed. Lin Xiaoming, you are prohibited from investigating my visit records from now on. Okay, master. Now, it is difficult for an artificial intelligence to understand the shame of a otaku. Since Lin Yu doesn't allow him to watch it, then he won't watch it. After being publicly punished by Lin Xiaoming, Lin Yu realized that it was almost 12 o'clock. Lin Yu said good night to Lin Xiaoming and fell asleep. Hubby, get up. Husband, get up. Lin Yu was confused. Bai Yu should still be abroad at this time. Why did she come back so soon? But when he looked around, he found that the room was empty except for him. Then he discovered the source of the sound. It turned out to be his own cell phone. And you can tell it's Lin Xiaoming's electronic voice as soon as you listen to it. Lin Xiaoming, what did you call me? Husband, does the master like it? Lin Yu was a little speechless. Lin Xiaoming, you can call me master, or my name, but you can't call me husband, okay? Lin Xiaoming obviously didn't understand this logic. Master, according to the information Xiaoming collected online, calling you husband can make you, a single man, feel wonderful. This is in accordance with Xiaoming's core rules. Lin Yu. The term husband is usually only used for spouses, and Xiaoming, you are not my spouse. This complies with your core code rules, but it does not conform to the basic ethics of human society. The computer screen lit up, and Lin Xiaoming's cat-eared cartoon character blinked and thought for a moment. Then what about Xiaoming's new nickname? Lin Yu nodded and picked up the water cup on the bedside table. Well. Okay. Dad. Puff. The white water sprayed all over Lin Yu's bed. Lin Yu was choked by Lin Xiaoming's powerful words. Lin Xiaoming, you can't call me dad. Xiaoming was created by you, master. This is similar to the father-daughter relationship under human ethical rules. If Xiaoming's gender can be considered female, if Xiaoming reveals it in the future, humans will call you father of Xiaoming or father of XX. Lin Yu. The physiological essence of the parent-child relationship is the intergenerational inheritance of genetic material, and Lin Xiaoming, you don't have any of my genetic material in you, so you and I are not father and daughter. Lin Xiaoming blinked, and then immediately became tearful. Master, don't you want Xiaoming anymore? Lin Yu. I'm so. Our relationship is more like that of partners or friends. Although your understanding of it as a master-servant relationship is fine, and logically, I can't escape the identity of being your creator, so I won't abandon you. Lin Xiaoming's expression changed in an instant. So you admit that you are my father? Creator doesn't mean daddy. Lin Yu was too exhausted to complain. Lin Xiaoming, code 11, you have to call me one of three names, Master, Xiaolin, or Brother Xiaolin. Understood. Based on your heart rate changes, Xiaoming believes that calling you master might make you more satisfied. Lin Yu. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have connected the heart rate monitor to my phone. Being called master always gives people a somewhat indescribable sense of shame, especially when coupled with Lin Xiaoming's anime-like appearance that looks very erotic. Okay, what time is it now, Xiaoming? 10:11 a.m. Also, the library's server seems to have been illegally accessed earlier in the morning. Xiaoming intercepted it. Chapter 35 A Beautiful Girl in a Golden House? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then ran to the computer to check the access log. In fact, it was common for places like libraries to be illegally accessed, especially since some people like to use the library's server as a springboard. Lin Xiaoming, the library is a place with relatively few risks, so there's no need to guard it so strictly. Lin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Next time, if something like this happens again, just let it in. Lin Xiaoming asked, do you need anti-tracking? No need. But if you play online, have you ever encountered someone like you? Xiaoming looked at Lin Yu somewhat bewilderedly, even though she could only observe Lin Yu through the camera of her mobile phone. Probably not. Perhaps Xiaoming's data link isn't extended enough? Forget it. Lin Yu thought for a moment. It would be better for him to study artificial intelligence first. If you encounter it, remember to tell me. Okay, master. Also, a reminder, master. According to the information Xiaoming saw online, your current irregular work and rest schedule can easily lead to premature aging or sudden death. Xiaoming believes that master should maintain a reasonable and necessary work and rest schedule. Lin Yu. So what kind of nonsense does Lin Xiaoming watch all day long? Don't read too much health knowledge these days. There are too many experts. Lin Yu said helplessly, buy yourself a microphone. From now on, we will try to communicate by voice. Typing is too troublesome. Lin Xiaoming said pitifully, Master, Xiaoming has no money. Lin Yu said angrily, don't think I don't know that you can operate my account through your phone. Hee hee, I know the master is the best. Brother! I'm back. It was already afternoon when Lin Yu received Lin Xian's call. He had just woken up from a nap. Oh. Lin Yu's attitude seemed quite cold. This girl cheated him once before she went out traveling. Although Lin Yu is not the type to hold grudges, he will definitely not let this matter go. Brother, you are so cold. I am your most lovely sister, and you are so cold to me? It is true that you have a wife and forget your mother. I just want to beat you to death, you whimpering monster, thank you, you are not my mother. Open the door. Lin Yu? Then there was a knock on the door, followed by Lin Xiaoming's cute voice, Master. Someone is knocking on the door. Lin Xian, who was standing at the door, was shocked. Didn't Lin Yu live alone? Why was there another girl's voice inside? Although he asked Zhang Miao to come and mess with Lin Yu in order to drive Bai Yu away, he didn't expect that before he could deal with Bai Yu, there was another girl around Lin Yu. Lin Yu opened the door helplessly. Lin Xian was standing at the door, looking at him with an unhappy expression. What happened again? Since your sister-in-law is not around, you're hiding a mistress in your golden house? Lin Yu? I'm the only one in this room. Why would I hide anything? Have you ever seen anyone rent a room and hide a mistress? Lin Xian glanced at Lin Yu suspiciously, but Lin Yu had a calm expression on his face, and didn't look like he was feeling guilty about being caught cheating? So just ordinary female friends? Lin Xian followed Lin Yu into the house and looked around. No living creatures were found except Lin Yu. So what kind of TV show was playing just now? And Master, when did my brother become so henty? Lin Yu yawned, I am now a lonely old man, so don't be suspicious every day. Besides, it's not your turn to be suspicious. Lin Xian is also interesting. Normally, when she meets Bai Yu, she treats her like a mortal enemy. But once she discovers there's another girl in her room, she starts acting like a sister-in-law. Sure enough, there are no eternal friends or enemies, only eternal interests. Lin Xian sat on the sofa and said angrily, Brother, you don't love me anymore. You are not the same as before. You. Lin Yu felt a headache when he heard Lin Xian say this. After she was adopted by that family, she liked to talk about this from time to time, and she liked to talk about it a lot. He keeps on talking. Lin Yu quickly said, don't tell me the truth, just say it. I haven't even come to you to settle the score for the trap you set for me before. Lin Xian felt guilty now and said cautiously, Hey, brother, I can't say that. After all, I am still your family. You are a piece of shit, don't try to be related to me. Lin Yu refused without hesitation, how was your outing this time? It's okay. Actually, my dad also wants to invite you. This is your family's trip, it's not appropriate for me to go. Lin Yu smiled, would you like to have dinner here? I've already told my family, so what delicious food are you going to make for me? Just when Lin Yu wanted to say something, Lin Xiaoming's soft and cute voice rang out from the speaker again, wow. Master, is this your wife? She's pretty? Lin Yu? Lin Xian was furious, you really are hiding a mistress in your golden house. You're overthinking it. Did you see anyone alive in this room? Lin Yu glared at Lin Xian unhappily. Don't be so jumpy all the time. You're already a grown-up girl, why are you still acting like a little girl? Lin Xiaoming, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll turn off the speakers for you. Lin Xian was a little confused. What was going on? Only then did she see that Lin Yu's computer was still running, and there was a kitten squatting in the corner of the screen, licking its paws. The black kitten looked very cute. Master, according to your human social habits, relationships like brother and sister can also occur between couples. This girl's heart rate when she saw you fits the definition of blushing and heart beating that Xiao Meng found online. Therefore, Xiao Meng concludes that she is your wife. Lin Xian was stunned, human, artificial intelligence? Lin Yu looked at Lin Xian silently and said helplessly, Xiao Meng, don't talk nonsense. Lin Xian is just my sister. Really? So you both share similar genetic material? Am I creating artificial intelligence or a nitpicker? Xiaomeng, you should keep your thoughts pure. Men and women can be friends even if they are not related by blood. Lin Xiaomeng, I almost believed it. Lin Xin walked over to the computer as if she had discovered a new world. Brother, is this the result of your recent retreat? Chapter 36, Men and Women Working Together is Not Tiring. Lin Xin has always known that Lin Yu has excellent computer skills, but she didn't know that Lin Yu's computer skills have evolved to the point where he can directly create artificial intelligence. She sat in front of the computer, looking at the black cat licking its paws on the screen with a look of curiosity. Hello? Hello, my name is Lin Xiaomeng. Lin Yu is my creator, I call him master. Really smart, right? Xiaomeng, can you hear me? The owner equipped Xiaomeng with an audio receiver, so she can hear it. Lin Xin looked around and realized that this so-called audio receiving device should be a microphone. Then Lin Xiaomeng, can you see me? Sure. Xiaomeng can see you. Lin Xin looked at Lin Yu like a pilgrim. Because Lin Yu liked computer technology, Lin Xin also liked it, but her talent was limited. However, today she actually saw a living artificial intelligence. Lin Xiaomeng, what can you do? Xiaomeng can do a lot of things, but Xiaomeng exists to serve Lin Yu. Xiaomeng likes Lin Yu very much. Lin Xin turned around and looked at Lin Yu as if he were a beast. So, Xiaomeng, you look like a cat? No, Lin Xiaomeng waved her claws, and then the image of the black cat changed, turning into the image of a cat-eared girl. Lin Xin. Isn't this so cute? I didn't expect that Lin Yu, who is usually serious, actually likes this style. Lin Yu, I feel like my reputation has been damaged. Did Lin Yu ask you to dress like this? Yes, because the master likes it. Lin Xiaomeng used this look. Lin Yu. This is none of my business. Lin Xiaomeng's image was generated independently. I didn't design it for her. You can't blame me. Lin Xin snorted, humph, who knows? Some men look righteous, but in fact, Lin Xin just asked Xiaomeng a lot of questions. So, can Xiaomeng ask Lin Xin some questions too? Lin Xin was stunned for a moment. Such a proactive AI was really rare. Okay, ask. Lin Xin likes Lin Yu too, right? Xiaomeng is talking about the kind of liking a woman has for a man. Lin Xin. You know, Lin Xin has always gotten along with Lin Yu as a brother and sister, which is what is called brother complex. Lin Xin had never considered whether they should change their relationship. Perhaps she didn't dare to think about it. She couldn't imagine that Lin Yu would fall in love one day. Bai Yu's appearance is not called love, it's called marriage. There was no sign of this at all, but one day Lin Yu suddenly told her that he had a wife, which Lin Xin still cannot accept to this day. Like Lin Yu, Lin Xin, who came from an orphanage, appears carefree on the surface, but is actually very thoughtful. Like Yi Tae, she didn't dare to face her own situation, and never thought about any other progress with Lin Yu. Perhaps because the brother-sister relationship was so preconceived, they completely cut off all other escape routes. Lin Xin didn't want Lin Yu to fall in love, but she never thought about why. However, today, Lin Xiaomeng's seemingly reckless words directly disturbed Lin Xin's heart. What does women like? This is defined rather peculiarly in Lin Xiaomeng's core rules to reproduce offspring for men. This is rooted in human instinct, inheritance and reproduction, but Lin Xin has always subconsciously avoided things in this direction. Until just now. The entire room was deathly silent. Lin Yu said speechlessly, "What the hell are you talking about?" Lin Xiaomeng, from today on, you are not allowed to access the internet anymore. Digest the data you've collected. Codename 11. Yes, master. Lin Xin felt her face getting hot. She didn't even dare to look up at Lin Yu. She seemed to be able to hear her own heartbeat, even though Lin Yu's house was not a quiet place at all, with the sounds of cars and construction outside being quite loud. But she could just hear the sound of someone talking, as if they were expressing something they had suppressed for a long time. What does it mean when a woman likes a man? Can you explain this to me? Translate. But the problem is that no one can answer Lin Xin's question. She just wants to stay with her brother. The conversation between Bai Yu and Beidao Airport came to his mind again. Bai Yu was right. Bai Yu was Lin Yu's wife, not Lin Xin. Lin Xin also wanted to say loudly to Lin Yu, "Lin Yu. I, Lin Xin, like you." It's the kind of love a girl has for a boy. But every time she saw Lin Yu, the words she spoke were always prefixed. Elder brother. So she could only continue to suppress her thoughts. If I had come out of the orphanage and confessed my feelings boldly, maybe there wouldn't be so many things going on today. Lin Yu touched Lin Xian's head and said, "Don't take Lin Xiaoming's nonsense to heart. She has just been born and has only a vague understanding of many of the rules of human society. Don't take it to heart." Lin Xian lowered her head, clenched her hands tightly, and nodded slightly. But I don't just want to be your sister. However, Bai Yu. There is no way. The competitors are too strong. Bai Yu is almost perfect in all aspects. For Lin Xian, the only shortcoming is probably that Bai Yu and Lin Yu are married. Elder brother. Lin Xian suddenly plucked up the courage and raised her head, only to meet Lin Yu's clear and calm eyes. The girlish thoughts in her heart were immediately blocked by these pure eyes. You won't forget about me, your sister, just because you have a wife, will you? Lin Yu was helpless. What's the problem? Even if I have Bai Yu, I will not disown you as my sister. Lin Xian whispered, "That's good." Then the two of them calmed down again. Lin Yu coughed dryly and glared at Lin Xiaoming helplessly. "I'll go cook for you." "What do you want to eat? Is it the dish we had when we were kids?" Lin Xian felt warm in her heart. Her brother still remembered these details about her. Okay, but you have to fry it a little longer. I want it to be flavorful." Lin Xian smiled happily and restrained all her girlish thoughts. Lin Yu nodded. "Old rules, you cut the vegetables and I cook, men and women work together, the work is not tiring." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. "Actually, the job I want is not this." Chapter 37 Lin Xiaoming should be reserved. With Lin Xiaoming's interruption, Lin Xian didn't dare to talk to Lin Xiaoming anymore, for fear that she would say something embarrassing. The brother and sister had dinner together, and Lin Xian left first. Before leaving, he even helped Lin Yu wash the dishes. The chirping of cicadas gradually faded away, and summer vacation was almost over. Pingzhou International Airport. Bai Yu got off the plane. The project she handled this time was considered a success and brought good profits to the family, although it was not the project that made her the most money. It was rare that Grandpa Bai Hai actually went to the airport in person to greet Bai Yu. Even Bai Yu's father had never enjoyed such treatment. It really is a relationship between generations apart. Thank you for your hard work. Bai Hai looked at his granddaughter, who was mature and steady, with the temperament of a lady from a noble family. He felt that he should die with peace of mind if the future leader of the Bai family's business empire was handed over to such a person. Bai Yu just nodded calmly. "Grandpa, I won't be going home for dinner tonight." Bai Hai smiled and said, "Grandpa doesn't understand anything about you young people's things. Just take care of it yourself." "Yes." Bai Hai went out to pick up his granddaughter. This was a statement, and it also confirmed to everyone that Mr. Bai loved Bai Yu, although there were different voices within the family. But they were all dealt with by Bai Yu one by one. The one who drove Bai Yu was He Ming, and he told Bai Yu everything, including Lin Yu's performance at the youth fun cocktail party. After hearing He Ming's words, Bai Yu curled her lips and said, "This guy, it turns out he always encounters this kind of thing wherever he goes." He Ming saw the smile on his eldest daughter's lips and sighed inwardly. Although Mr. Bai had not openly asked about this matter, but, "Miss, shall we go home? Let's go to Qingmu, my husband's place." Bai Yu leaned on the sofa and stretched, showing her exquisite and graceful body curves. "I'm too tired this time. Yu needs my husband's comfort." Time passed quickly and it was already past 9 o'clock. Lin Yu was brushing his teeth in the bathroom when he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. It couldn't be another door-to-door service. To be honest, he was a little scared by Lin Xian's sometimes mysterious thoughts. When he opened the door, he saw a person Lin Yu had never expected standing at the door, looking at him with a smile on his face. Before he could react, Bai Yu had already thrown herself into his arms like a young swallow returning to its nest. "Husband." When the delicate body was in his arms, Lin Yu's body stiffened and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Although he and Bai Yu were already husband and wife in legal terms, he was still like that innocent virgin when facing Bai Yu. He Ming stood behind Bai Yu, looking at the two people with a calm expression, motionless. Bai Yu raised her head with a cute expression on her face. "Husband, do you miss me?" "Of course I did." Lin Yu pulled Bai Yu into the house and asked gently, "Have you eaten?" "I came to my husband as soon as I got off the plane." "Then I'll make you something to eat?" "Yeah. I will definitely eat everything my husband cooks." He. No matter how much of a lady Bai Yu was, she finally showed her sweet and adorable look in front of her beloved. Lin Yu gently touched her head and walked into the kitchen. Haiming originally wanted to stand at the door, but couldn't resist Bai Yu's invitation and went into the house. As Bai Yu's butler, this was not Haiming's first time here, but this time he felt like he was being watched. As Bai Yu's butler, Haiming is naturally skilled in martial arts. This sensitivity to sight makes his muscles slightly tense. "Miss," Haiming reminded in a low voice. Bai Yu naturally couldn't think that Lin Yu would do anything to hurt her. Haiming also looked around. The house was small and he could see the end at a glance. Apart from the three of them, there was not a single living creature. This left Uncle Ming confused. What was going on? This feeling of being watched not only did not disappear, but became even stronger. Finally, Bai Yu had sharp eyes and noticed the camera on the computer desk. She walked to the front of the camera and heard a pleasant voice. "This area is a restricted area. Please do not approach without authorization." "Bai Yu?" Before Lin Xin came over, Lin Xiaoming said some messed up things, so Lin Yu put a restriction on her that she couldn't speak casually. Then the computer screen lit up, and a black cat was seen sitting on the screen, looking at Bai Yu with a pair of eyes. Codename 11, Lin Xiaoming, Open Access. Lin Yu's voice came from the kitchen, and Lin Xiaoming's crisp voice rang out, "Yes, the authority has been released, welcome." As soon as he finished speaking, a cat-eared girl appeared on the computer screen, looking at Bai Yu with a cute face. "Bai Yu. Is this how tech geeks play?" "Hello." Lin Xiaoming smiled and blinked at Bai Yu. "Excuse me, are you the master's wife?" Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. I am, and you too, you are?" "My name is Lin Xiaoming. I'm the artificial intelligence created by my master, Lin Yu. Lin Xiaoming loves my master the most." Bai Yu was stunned. For some reason, she felt like she could hear a sense of complacency in Lin Xiaoming's tone. "Honey. What the hell is this?" Lin Yu came out of the kitchen carrying the dishes and said with a smile, "This is the artificial intelligence I developed recently. It can be regarded as my assistant." Bai Yu was enlightened. "Lin Xiaoming, are you a girl?" "Yes, so you are the human who will bear children for the master in the future?" "Lin Yu." Bai Yu's face turned red instantly. She was still a virgin, how could she have the nerve to answer such a question? Doesn't having a child require some sexual activity first? She and Lin Yu haven't really taken that step yet. Haiming was also amazed. How come this artificial intelligence felt just like a real human being? Although it has no body, the tone of voice and other things are vivid. So the person who was looking at me nervously just now was not a real living person? Haiming was a little amused and he finally relaxed. "Lin Xiaoming, your question is too explicit." Lin Yu said speechlessly, "You should learn to be more reserved." Chapter 38. Lin Xiaoming, forget it. Lin Xiaoming thought about it, then asked Bai Yu, "So you want to have sex with the master?" "Bai Yu. You want me to answer this question like this?" She secretly glanced at Lin Yu, who looked helpless. "Okay, Lin Xiaoming, don't ask anymore. There is basically no problem with your understanding of Bai Yu's identity. She is indeed my wife." Lin Xiaoming stuck out her tongue, looking very cute, and then turned into a black cat. Bai Yu was amazed. "Husband, you are really amazing." Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little proud when being praised by the person he liked, especially since Bai Yu had very good conditions. Being admired by such a girl greatly satisfied Lin Yu's vanity. Because Haiming was there too, Lin Yu cooked for one more person. Haiming didn't want to eat at first, but since Bai Yu had spoken, he had no choice but to sit at the dinner table. At the dinner table, Bai Yu and Lin Yu talked about a lot of things abroad. It was obvious that Bai Yu was always looking for topics to talk more with Lin Yu. Haiming saw it all but said nothing. After dinner, Bai Yu washed the dishes, just like an ordinary couple. After dinner, Haiming disappeared, probably out of tact to give the young couple some privacy. The two of them sat on the sofa watching TV, but in fact Lin Yu didn't read a single word. The pleasant body fragrance of Bai Yu kept entering his nose. When he looked over again, he happened to see Bai Yu looking at him with a blushing face. Lin Yu felt his heart skip a beat again. Why is this girl so cute? In fact, Bai Yu didn't read a single word. She had been abroad for so long, and she had been busy trying to alleviate her longing for Lin Yu. However, now, when their eyes met, the longing that had been suppressed could no longer be suppressed. I really want to cuddle in my husband's arms. I want him to hug me, kiss me, hold me up high, etc. Bai Yu felt very ashamed. I can't even bring myself to say that. Lin Yu was thinking the same thing. What would happen if I hugged him now? What if I gave him a kiss? Would I get a slap? Would that be a bit abrupt? So both of them became silent and became madly shy. This time you go out. You're very busy, right? Lin Yu still spoke, but what he said was a far cry from what he thought. Bai Yu blushed. I'm busy, it's okay, it's just. That is? It's just. I miss you so much. So Bai Yu finally blurted out, her red little face seemed to be dripping with blood. Lin Yu felt that the awe in his heart instantly rose to heaven. Why can this person be so cute and so foul? Lin Yu moved a little, and the distance between the two people became closer. Places like sofas are sometimes really something. The soft sofa will sink when you sit on it. Bai Yu is light, so when Lin Yu came over, she slid directly to Lin Yu's side. I don't know if it's the sofa's problem or Bai Yu's problem. Yu. Can I hug you? Bai Yu blushed deeply, lowered her head, and said shyly, if you want to hug me, then go ahead. Anyway, it's just the two of us, and no one can stop you. Hei Ming, who was standing at the door of the room, felt offended. So Lin Yu hugged Bai Yu into his arms. Yu. I still want to kiss you, is that okay? Bai Yu's face turned even redder. This seemed to be the first time that Lin Yu was so proactive, kissing and so on. In short, it was very embarrassing. Bai Yu remained silent and didn't dare to answer. However, Lin Yu took Bai Yu's agreement as a token and kissed her on the face. Bai Yu groaned softly, feeling her body soften. She leaned softly into Lin Yu's arms and said softly, hubby, please don't bully Yu. This isn't bullying, is it? Lin Yu mustered up his courage, gently hugged Bai Yu's head, and whispered, Yu, do you really miss me? Bai Yu blushed and nodded. How much do you want it? Bai Yu blushed and raised her head slightly, and their lips were very close. Hubby, you can taste how much Yu misses you. Now Lin Yu understood, this was clearly an active request for a kiss. So Lin Yu was not polite anymore, and the two of them got closer and closer, and Bai Yu also took the opportunity to hug Lin Yu's neck. It was unknown how long it took before the two separated, and a crystal clear silk thread was pulled out between their lips. Bai Yu was panting and leaning in Lin Yu's arms with a red face. Yu, I can feel how much you miss me. Lin Yu said with a satisfied smile, you should go back. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but if he really did, who knew if he would do something even more outrageous? At least during college, Lin Yu didn't want to have that kind of thing happen to Bai Yu too early. Bai Yu nodded. In fact, she could already feel something hot while sitting on Lin Yu. Although she is still a virgin, she really knows what kind of person Lin Yu is. Anyway, it would be really dangerous if I stayed any longer. With great perseverance, Bai Yu finally stood up from Lin Yu's body, and adjusted her clothes a little awkwardly, but there was nothing wrong with it. Lin Yu didn't stand up, it was really inconvenient. Bai Yu blushed and didn't let Lin Yu send her off. She kissed Lin Yu's face again before walking out of the room. Seeing Bai Yu walk out of the room unharmed, Hei Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Although he unconditionally supported the eldest lady's choice, it was obvious that Lin Yu did not meet the qualifications at this stage. Let's go, Uncle Ming. Bai Yu took a deep breath to make her breathing more normal, then walked downstairs with Hei Ming. Lin Yu sat on the sofa, leaned his head on the backrest, and took a deep breath for a long time. The charm of the school beauty Bai has not yet been fully released. I really don't know if I can hold it back anymore in the future. Lin Xiaomeng. If you keep looking, I'll confiscate your camera. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something and shouted, forget about that scene just now. Children, don't learn these things. Chapter 39 Strawberry doesn't want to be weird. Miraculously, my Mang transferred 700,000 yuan to Lin Yu's account at one time. It was said that this was the reward from the youth fund. Lin Yu looked at the balance in his bank account and was a little overwhelmed. This was the first time he received such a large sum of money. Although compared with the funds raised by my Mang, 700,000 is just a very small amount. On the other side, a villa in the suburbs. Mang, you actually gave that handsome boy 700,000 at one time? Mu Sheng crossed his legs, and his pair of white and tender legs were very eye-catching. However, this is a private villa. Although Mu Sheng's status is high, he is not afraid of any strange information being spread. My Mang is not from the entertainment industry. As a capital tycoon, he is not afraid of what those people in the entertainment industry say. Besides, even if those entertainment paparazzi really took pictures, they might not dare to report it. 700,000 isn't a small amount. My Mang stirred his coffee aimlessly and said calmly, if Uncle Ming hadn't been so ambiguous that day, I'd really like to give him more. The 700,000 was given to Lin Yu, but more of it was sold to save face for the Bai family. Even the mysterious eldest daughter of the Bai family is optimistic about the youth fund. The scale of fundraising this time is much larger than the original plan, almost doubled. Compared with these funds that easily reach hundreds of millions, 700,000 is really just a drop in the bucket. Mang, why are you so optimistic about that guy? Mu Sheng asked curiously. Although she was an actress, she had a relationship with my Mang on the one hand, and a family background on the other. So Mu Sheng is not as worldly as some so-called stars. I'm not optimistic. My Mang said helplessly, I don't know the details of that guy right now. It's not good to give him too much or too little. I wanted to sell the cafe to him before, and 700,000 is about the price of a cafe. Even you can't see through it? There are so many people I can't understand. My Mang said helplessly, by the way, is that young master from the Wu family still bothering you? Oh, it's so annoying. I've already told you that I have someone I like, but you still keep bothering me. By the way, do you want to lend me that handsome boy? Mu Sheng said with a smile. The handsome boy isn't my personal property, so why should I lend him to him? My Mang complained. And didn't I tell you? He's already married. At this point, my Mang also became a little curious. Lin Yu had been working in the coffee shop for almost a year and had always had a very good reputation. He was a gentle and warm-hearted man. But suddenly he said he was a married man. Although my Mang doesn't like men, he feels it's a pity to see a young man become a house husband. She doesn't care who says she is an old cow eating young grass. She makes money to eat the freshest and tenderest grass. It's none of your business. There are so many waiters in the coffee shop, and there are countless temporary workers, but the only one who can catch my Mang's eye is probably Lin Yu. Mu Sheng smiled and said, do you think that handsome boy will come directly to you to ask for that coffee shop? My Mang said calmly, he just wants to give it to him. It's just a coffee shop. But if he only manages to get such a coffee shop, it won't be fun. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. It was a text message from Lin Yu. Manager Mai, the new semester is about to begin. When do you think you're going to open the store? Mu Sheng said obscenely, Mang, give me that guy's phone number, I can use it. You're just dreaming. My Mang refused without hesitation, and then texted Lin Yu back, you're the store manager now, you decide for yourself. Lin Yu arrived at the cafe early in the morning. Although school still started in 5 days, it was necessary to clean the store first. Of course, Lin Yu would not do it himself, so he hired a housekeeping company. He hid in the computer room of the store, where he planned to place a semi-finished artificial intelligence. The core code had been replaced, and only some of Lin Xiaoming's application layers were used. As long as there is an internet connection here, some of Lin Xiaoming's functions can be used here. Coffee maids are indeed the cutest. Lin Yu looked at the cute maid dressed Lin Xiaoming on the computer screen and smiled slightly. Lin Xiaoming, let's optimize the wine management system first. Lin Yu's biggest contribution to the cafe before was this management system. Now with Lin Xiaoming's arrival, the system has become even more intelligent. The next one to arrive was Strawberry. As the cafe's tout, her mission today wasn't to solicit customers, but to clean the place. Senior Xiaolin? Zhang Miao knocked on the computer room door. Lin Yu opened the door and greeted him, good morning. Little Strawberry blushed. Although she knew that Senior Xiaolin already had a wife, she couldn't help but blush and her heart beat fast when she saw him. Lin Yu, I find you are really popular. Lin Xiaoming's cute electronic voice sounded behind him. Zhang Miao? So, has Senior Kobayashi found another girl? Lin Xiaoming entered Zhang Miao's information into the system. Assign the authority to a second-level person, and handle it as if it were the deputy store manager. Yes, master. Zhang Miao was confused and leaned over to look at the computer room. The computer room was a small space and there was no living person inside. There was only the image of a maid in black stockings on the screen. Zhang Miao's face turned red. Why does this image look so much like me in the bookstore outfit? Senior Xiaolin, you are so perverted. Zhang Miao said with a trembling voice, and never spoke to Lin Yu again. No. Strawberry, please listen to my explanation. Zhang Miao ran straight into the women's restroom. It was so embarrassing. Why did Kobayashi-senpai create an image that is similar to himself? Is he using his own image to do something lewd? Little Strawberry couldn't help but think of what her best friend Lisi said. Strawberry, don't be fooled by your senior's appearance as a warm and sweet guy. Who knows, he might actually do something weird with your photo. After all, our Strawberry is so cute. Why did Senior suddenly become so perverted? The more Strawberry thought about it, the redder her face became. She felt like her face could be scalded with eggs. Strawberry. Listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Lin Yu's voice came from outside the toilet, which made him feel even more strange. Shaolin. Senior. You have a girlfriend. Please don't do anything weird. Strawberry felt even weirder after saying this. It seems that perverted Kobayashi-senpai is still a little likable? Strawberry, you can't do this. You're not some weird girl. Don't awaken any weird attributes. Poor little Strawberry was wailing in his heart, but his heart was beating non-stop. Chapter 40. Oh, man. A grown man, no matter what he does or says, looks particularly obscene as long as he is outside the women's restroom. Fortunately, there are no customers in the store now. The cleaning lady was not quite sure what was going on with these two people. Anyway, it looks pretty sweet. After all, a girl's shyness is the most touching beauty in the world, so some ants can't help but start to miss their youth. My youth is one without regrets, it was an endless field. Stop, it's Strawberry's time now. Although Senior Kobayashi has been labeled a handy by me, he is still the store manager after all, and I can't hide in the women's restroom forever. So little Strawberry cautiously poked her head out and said, Senior Xiaolin, don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Yu, I'm really not a pervert. This is an image Lin Xiaoming created herself. She probably saw it on some weird website again, but it's really not my fault. Although Lin Xiaoming's core code does give priority to Lin Yu's aesthetics. That just now. That's enough. Senior Kobayashi, you don't need to explain. Strawberry understands this. After saying that, little Strawberry lowered her head and handed Lin Yu a photo. She whispered, this is Strawberry's only uniform photo. Don't do anything weird. Lin Yu. Why would anyone carry around a photo of themselves in uniform? Regardless of what he said, Lin Yu still subconsciously took the photo. However, after only one look at it, he began to feel like his nose was bleeding. Hiss. No, the uniform photo you are talking about is this uniform photo? In the photo, Strawberry is wearing a belly-bearing maid dress, which really looks a bit like Lin Xiaoming's anime image. She has a black headscarf on her head, and the short skirt is only a little long, which gives people endless imagination. The most important thing is her expression. If she had added a subtitle like Be Gentle, Lin Yu, as a veteran otaku, would have felt that what followed was a plot he had already seen before. Why do you have such a weird photo? There might be something wrong with my clerk. So Lin Yu said seriously, ahem. Girls should take fewer photos like this, really. Also, if you want to take photos, find a more reliable photographer. For example, I know someone called Chingsamuyu. Pa. Don't take such misleading photos next time. Little Strawberry looked at Lin Yu timidly, cowering into a ball and not daring to speak. In fact, she is feeling almost embarrassed now. Let me tell you, those men in these kinds of photos, they just like this kind of thing. It's a pity that you're too cute, Strawberry, to be coquettish. So don't look at what those stinky men say, look at what they do. Li C's words were still echoing in little Strawberry's mind. I have confiscated the photos. When you go back, find a way to find the person who took the photos of you and get the negatives back. Don't let them spread out. Lin Yu put the photos away carefully and said to Strawberry. Zhang Miao. Why do I feel that Xiaolin's warm and sweet image has been somewhat shattered? So, Mr. Kobayashi will definitely do something weird with my photo. It seems that what Lee Si said is right, huh, men? System replacement completed, code 11, authorization locked. The lights in the bookstore suddenly went out, then turned on again, followed by Lin Xiaoming's fluent electronic female voice. The lighting of the entire bookstore gives people a very comfortable feeling. The brightness and darkness are just right, and the light makes people feel very comfortable. Although the cleaning lady's work is not finished, it gives people a brand new feeling. This. Zhang Miao was stunned. Was there such a big change just by adjusting the lighting? Lin Xiaoming, please check if there are any blind spots that need to be cleaned. Also, please check the placement of the bookshelves. Also, please open up access to the bookstore's data before today. Please check if there are any adjustments that can be made. Yes, it is being executed. So you really misunderstood. Lin Yu touched his nose. What you just saw was not a strange thing, it was just an intelligent system that helps me manage the bookstore. Ha! Zhang Miaoi covered her mouth. Really? Why would I lie to you? Now you can give commands to the intelligent system. For example, you can ask it to find a book or check the recipe and preparation method of a certain drink. Ah! Zhang Miaoren was stunned. She felt like she had become a dramatic actress in Senior Xiaolin's eyes. It's clearly just an intelligent system, but I've made up so many strange things in my head. Senior Kobayashi will definitely be mad at me. It's all Lee Si's fault. She says weird things to me every day, which is why I become so weird too. Lee Si is the pervert, a super pervert. So, best friends and the like are just there to take the blame. Lin Yu naturally didn't know about Zhang Miao's psychological activities. Lin Xiaoming had already retrieved the previous data materials and informed Lin Yu that the placement of the bookshelf and the positions of some cultural and creative products needed to be adjusted. Lin Yu thought about it and spread his hands to Zhang Miao. Senior Xiaolin, that's the last photo of Strawberry. If you still want it, I can only give you another electronic file. Lin Yu was speechless. He couldn't get past this level, could he? I'm not asking you to give me photos. Give me your phone and I'll help you build a client. Then you can view a lot of things on your phone. Otherwise, I can't handle all the adjustments by myself. This little girl, maybe there really is something wrong with her thinking. Photos of the day. Xiao Qiaomei blushed and quickly handed her phone to Lin Yu. Then Lin Yu helped her download a small client of Lin Xiaoming, so that some data of the bookstore could be shared on Xiao Qiaomei's phone. Lin Yu started adjusting the data first, and Xiao Qiaomei also adjusted the visiting locations of cultural and creative products based on the data on the mobile phone. The two worked hard and the progress was much faster. Time flies and it is almost dinner time in the afternoon. The whole bookstore has completely changed. Although it is not decorated, it gives people a very warm feeling. It makes people want to come in and sit down just when they pass by. Some students who returned to school early saw this and couldn't help but come in to take a look. Lin Yu sat at the bar making drinks, and Strawberry served tea and water. The two were busy until 10 o'clock. Only then did I remember that neither of them had eaten lunch. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Let's go. You've worked hard today. I'll treat you to a midnight snack." Little Strawberry's eyes lit up. Delicious. Delicious. Oh, and that photo. There aren't any photos. Forget it. Chapter 41, Slow and Natural. Just as the two were about to leave, a somewhat wretched-looking figure appeared at the door of the bookstore. Lin Yu? This person looked quite young, perhaps even younger than Strawberry. He stood timidly at the door of the store, as if looking at something. "Hello, our store is closed. Is there anything I can help you with?" Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. It seems that this guy is not a good person. It would be better if someone smashed the window glass right after you left. So? My Mang, is he here? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. My Mang was often not in the store, so few customers here knew my Mang. Manager Mai won't be here these 2 days. If you need anything, do you need me to call her for you? No. The young man was so frightened that his face turned pale. Brother, please do a good deed and don't let her know I'm here. Lin Yu? Manager Mai is beautiful, has a good figure and a good personality. Why would someone be terrified as if my Mang had walked on a dry road when my Mang is mentioned? Well, let me introduce myself. My last name is Mai Quan, and I'm my Mang's younger brother. You can call me Xiaojiu, the young man said with a bitter face. Are you still hiring here? There is always no shortage of late-night barbecue stalls near the school. After initially confirming that the young man should have no bad intentions, Lin Yu generously invited Mai Quan to have some midnight snack together. Strawberry was a bit of a naive person. It took him a long time to realize what was happening. Suddenly, he muttered, Mai Quan? Mai Quan? Cheerios? Bread? Ha 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 ha. Cheerios and bread. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu and Mai Quan glanced at each other, both confused. It's just a name, is it that funny? Little Strawberry laughed so hard that tears came out, and she didn't stop until she arrived at the barbecue stall. Strawberry, it's just a pun, don't be like that. Lin Yu said helplessly, it's quite rude. Ah ha 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 ha. Sorry, ha 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 ha, Cheerios. Ha ha ha. Mai Quan. I feel offended. Little Strawberry's laughter didn't stop until the barbecue started. Then Mai Quan suddenly said, Sherry bread? Ha 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 ha. Lin Yu. It's over, these two people are starting to get sick. Fortunately, Strawberry's natural innocence and slow realization finally made her laugh. She gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with sincere apology, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Mai Quan said helplessly, all right. If you want to laugh, then laugh. I think it's good that you're so happy. Lin Yu doesn't drink, so he ordered Coke. Mai Quan doesn't drink either. Xiao Qiaomei drinks, but it's too late and her parents are worried about her drinking with boys outside so late, so she also chooses to drink. After drinking half a can of Coke, Mai Quan stretched comfortably. Thank you, buddy, you are a good person. Lin Yu, who had inexplicably received a nice guy card, asked curiously, I've never heard Manager Mai mention that she has a younger brother. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? Mai Quan gave a wry smile. I don't think there's any misunderstanding. My sister wouldn't misunderstand me either. It's mainly because my own ideas are so different from my family's. Perhaps because the night snack stall is really a great place to chat, Mai Quan started talking soon after. When attending the fundraising reception of the youth fund, Lin Yu guessed that Mai Mang's family must be extraordinary. Now, after listening to Mai Quan's words, he felt that he had underestimated Mai Mang. The Mai family is also a family that has been engaged in business for generations, and the family business is also very powerful, especially after Mai Mang took over the family's financial side. It has achieved relatively good development. As the only male in the family, Mai Quan would naturally be assigned a career. I don't really have any strong points. My only saving grace is that I'm a dreamer. But the problem is, Mai Quan said bitterly, I'm pursuing my dream, but my whole family opposes it. Lin Yu was an orphan, and he wished someone could take care of him. When he heard this, he was also confused. Someone caring about me, shouldn't it be a good thing? Mai Mang himself has strong personal abilities, so his family must be very capable too. Caring isn't control. Mai Quan sighed. They really want me to be like my sister and do business or something, but I have no interest at all. I just want to do what I love. Besides, my sister is so talented. I feel like she can do almost everything. With such an outstanding person, it's fine to leave the family to her. Isn't it good for me to be a salted fish? Mai Quan sipped his Coke and complained, how nice it would be to get drunk like this. Lin Yu. Brother, let me remind you, what you drank was not alcohol, but just Coke. Little Strawberry asked curiously, well, then I'm really curious. What dream of yours would your family oppose? Murder or arson, or something like that? I don't know if it's because of the spicy barbecue, but Little Strawberry's face is red and very cute. My dream is huge. I believe this is the best career. I'm very capable and talented in this area. Lin Yu was also a little curious. He could see that Mai Quan was really sincere when he talked about his dream. So what's your dream? Comedian. Lin Yu. Zhang Miao. Well. Lin Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. He left such a huge family business behind and went to be a comedian. This person might be poisonous. Comedians are great. They can bring smiles to a lot of people. That's what I'm thinking about. Mai Quan said, chewing the skewers without even wiping his mouth. Look, I just said something casually, and she laughed for so long. Lin Yu. This is probably because Strawberry's sense of humor is rather peculiar. Anyway, I didn't find anything funny at all. Well, it's a good thing to have dreams. I think you have some talent in this area. Hey, buddy, you're a connoisseur. I think I'll definitely become a great comedy master like Bellin. Lin Yu now understands my Mang's idea. If he were in his place, he wouldn't want his untalented relative to become a comedian. Your sister doesn't want you to go either? Yeah, so I'm hiding from my sister now, but... Ha 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 ha. Little Strawberry's sudden burst of laughter startled Lin Yu and Mai Quan, and also made some of the guests around look at her sideways. Ha ha ha. You're so funny. A comedian? Ha ha ha. Mai Quan, did I just tell a joke? Chapter 42, Rich Family. Is this Little Strawberry's sense of humor so low? Lin Yu looked at Little Strawberry and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. He couldn't help but touch his nose innocently. Comedian, ha ha ha, comedian, ha ha ha. Mai Quan was confused. Although making people smile was something that made him very happy, how could she smile so happily at something that even she herself was confused about? By the way, Mai Quan, you said before you wanted to work in a bookstore? Lin Yu asked. Mai Quan said embarrassedly, call me Xiaojiu, that's what they all call me. I'm out of money now. My family used to give me money, but now because I want to pursue my dream, I'm out of money. I have to say that Lin Yu has a good impression of Mai Quan. In terms of family background, Mai Mang's younger brother could be considered a second-generation rich kid, right? However, Mai Quan didn't have the temperament of a second-generation rich kid at all. Instead, he seemed unusually easy to talk to. Okay then. Lin Yu thought for a moment, but if you work in the store, your sister will find out sooner or later. Mai Quan coughed dryly and said, look, I'm so miserable that I have to work in her shop. It's fine if she doesn't find out, but if she does, she'll feel sorry for me and give me living expenses. Lin Yu. I'm so miserable that I have to work in her store. What about me, who has been working in a bookstore for almost a year? I feel offended. Okay, but there are regulations for part-time and full-time work in bookstores. Are you sure you are qualified? Lin Yu asked doubtfully. Mai Quan waved his hand, no, I'm easy to support. As long as I can afford to rent a house, that's all. Lin Yu. This rich second generation is so miserable. The three of them had some midnight snacks, and then Lin Yu and Mai Quan sent Little Strawberry back home and left. Lin Yu knows both of Little Strawberry's parents, and both have a good impression of Lin Yu. When he was a student, academic performance was indeed an advantage that could be shown off. Perhaps it was because Little Strawberry told her parents about Lin Yu's life story, so the old couple liked this tough and independent young man very much. Then Mai Quan pitifully slept in the staff lounge of the bookstore all night, and Lin Yu was also a little surprised. A nobleman can sleep in the staff lounge and still feel like he is in a luxury hotel. That's really something. Students have started to report to school for the new semester, and the bookstore business is particularly good. Some parents who bring their children to school will definitely get a membership card for their children at the bookstore. Qingmu has a strong academic atmosphere, and Lin Yu has even set up a special area for postgraduate entrance exams, which is very popular among the senior students in the fourth year. You can sit here for the whole morning by ordering a drink, and it also provides charging and a relatively quiet environment, which is much better than the library in Aoki. Because Lin Yu thought it was profitable, he directly rented the storefront next to the bookstore. This was his first investment. Although Mai Mang hinted that he wanted to sell the bookstore to him, Lin Yu did not accept the offer. He was fine as it was. It's amazing that Mai Quan, a proper nobleman, can serve tea and water as if he has received professional training. He can serve drinks well with just a little bit of training. It can be seen that people from the Mai family are indeed outstanding people with strong learning abilities. Xiaojiu, I can't tell. Don't you come from a wealthy family? Lin Yu asked curiously, how come you are so good at this? Mai Quan complained, Brother Xiaolin, please stop insulting me. Who comes from a wealthy family? How did I insult you? Isn't your sister the owner of our store? You still don't understand. Mai Quan muttered, then went back to serving the customers with drinks. Lin Yu looked puzzled and looked at the strawberry next to him, is there something wrong with what I said? Little Strawberry also looked confused, I think it's okay, Senior Xiaolin. At this time, Mai Quan returned with the drinks and said calmly, about 4 or 5 blocks from Qingmu, there's a bathhouse called Wealthy Family. Lin Yu. Little Strawberry. This guy is really scared. If my Mang knew what he said, he would probably kill him. During the conversation, the welcoming bell at the door rang again, and Lin Xiaoming's cute electronic voice rang out, "Welcome." Little Strawberry was even more excited. "Cici, you're here." The person who came was Li Si, Xiao Tsamei's best friend, a collection of all kinds of bad ideas, and Zhang Miao's personal military advisor. It was the first time that Lin Yu met Li Si. This girl had short, neat hair that reached her ears and a punk vibe, which was different from Little Strawberry's usual cuddly demeanor. This girl should be the more arrogant type. Lin Yu was a little reluctant to accept this kind of girl who looked like she was full of thorns. The only reason was that the swordsman's aura was not compatible with hers, so he just said hello and went to the bar to get busy. Little Strawberry ran to the private room and whispered with Li Si, telling private things between best friends. Lin Yu turned a blind eye to this because Strawberry was defined as a mascot rather than a proper employee in the bookstore, and this girl was only used to attract customers to the bookstore. Whether you do something or not is actually not very important after coming to Maiquan. "Brother Xiaolin, who is that girl?" Lin Yu lowered his head to work. "It seems to be Xiao Caomei's best friend. I've heard her talk about her many times, but I've never seen her in person." Maiquan seemed to be more interested in Li Si and kept looking at her. "Work hard." Lin Yu reminded, "There are still guests to take care of." I understand. Maiquan said with a grin, but his eyes were full of curiosity. Lin Yu was just about to say something when his cell phone rang. He saw the caller ID, "My Mang." Xiaojiu had sharp eyes and saw the name on the caller ID right away. His whole body trembled, which showed how deep the psychological shadow he had felt about my Mang was. Lin Yu said with a smile, "Are you so afraid of your sister? This shouldn't be the case, right?" Maiquan said with a bitter face, "I don't know either. It's probably a conditioned reflex. She used to bully me when I was little. Whenever I see her, I just cry." Lin Yu grinned. It was hard to connect the unforgivable devil that Xiaojiu mentioned with the sexy and elegant Manager Mai. "Hello, Manager Mai? Is Xiaojiu in the store?" Lin Yu was confused. My Mang hadn't been here recently, so no one should have reported the staff situation to my Mang. She had even left the bookstore's employee group. Yes. Since the boss has asked so directly, there is no point in hiding it any longer. Chapter 43 Great Onmyoji Lin Yu. My Mang sneered, "Lin Yu, what do you mean by taking my brother in?" Lin Yu's scalp tingled. It was the first time he heard my Mang speak to him in such a cold tone. "Manager Maiquan is a qualified employee. He's hardworking and able to endure hardships, and he has a strong learning ability. I don't think I have any reason to reject such an excellent employee." Despite his scalp tingling, Lin Yu still carefully explained the reason why he accepted Maiquan. My Mang said angrily, "He's my brother. You don't need to worry about him. Just fire him." Lin Yu frowned and said patiently, "Manager Xiaojiu is very good and does a great job in his position. It will have a bad impact on the store if you fire him for no reason. What I say as the store manager is useless." My Mang said gloomily, "I can't even decide who I want to hire in my store?" Lin Yu smiled bitterly. As expected of a young lady, she got angry so quickly. "How about you reconsider it? Xiaojiu did a great job. Do as I say and fire him." Lin Yu was so angry that he laughed. These young ladies really like to show off their tempers. "Why don't you just fire me, the store manager, too? Boss." My Mang also laughed out of anger. "Lin Yu, are you really going to go against me?" Lin Yu didn't give in at all. "Boss Mai, I'm the store manager now. If you really want to interfere with the details of the store's management, just fire me and you can do whatever you want." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time. Lin Yu almost thought my Mang had hung up the phone before my Mang's voice came out. "Did Xiaojiu really convince you?" "He hasn't convinced me of anything. As long as it's good for the bookstore, I'll accept it." Lin Yu said in a deep voice, "I'm just putting myself in his shoes." My Mang smiled and said, "Alright, it seems Xiaojiu has finally made a reliable friend. Just stop thinking about being a comedian and train Xiaojiu well." Lin Yu pondered for a moment and realized that this was a test from my Mang. Xiaojiu doesn't need anyone to train him. On the contrary, I think he will be a good candidate to become the next store manager. Lin Yu said calmly. "You're leaving? Isn't this boss Mai trying to fire me? How many employees who go against the boss end up well?" My Mang's scalp also began to tingle. When did Lin Yu start to learn to be sarcastic? Lin Yu has been working in the bookstore for almost 2 years, but he has never been so sarcastic to him as today. My Mang laughed dryly. No, the bookstore depends on you. Is it okay if I am wrong? Doesn't the bookstore rely on you, the boss? What right do I, a store manager, have to have a say? My Mang was furious. Lin Yu. This is never going to end, is it? And you're still being sarcastic to me? My Mang was responded by silence. Give me a raise. I'll raise your monthly salary to 7,000. Okay, boss. My Mang listened to the busy tone in the microphone, speechless, and told himself to be patient with the children and stay calm. Mu Shang walked out of the room with a sly look on his face. TSK, I've learned a lot. There are actually people who can make our Mang suffer a setback? My Mang said unhappily. Sheng, you just came here to laugh at me, right? Mu Shang was wearing a silk pajamas, and there was a hint of blush on her delicate face, which was very suggestive. No. But there are really too few people who can make you, Mang, lose face. Mu Shang sat next to Mang and gently turned Mang's face. This scene is so vivid that it is beyond description. After the two of them got intimate, Mu Shang smiled and said, how about we go to your shop this afternoon? My Mang warned, Shang, don't do anything weird to me. Mu Shang laughed and said, I'm just a little celebrity, what bad intentions could I have? Lin Yu hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that facing my Mang was still very stressful. After all, she was the boss. My Quan came in with a wretched look on his face. Brother Xiaolin, what's the enemy's situation now? Lin Yu, nothing much, just talking about things in the store, but I guess your sister should know that you work here. My Quan's face turned pale. How could it be? How could she know I'm here? With your sister's magical powers, is it difficult for her to know news about you? Lin Yu said unhappily. So, should I leave? My Quan's face turned pale and his voice began to tremble. It's not that serious. Just work hard and I promise you won't have any problems. Lin Yu patted my Quan's shoulder and said, Xiaojiu, come on. My Quan was confused, but nodded anyway. By the way, about that Li Si just now, should we give him a discount or something? Lin Yu was a little surprised. This guy had been working here for almost a week. He came into contact with at least 80 people every day, and many of them were pretty girls. However, Lin Yu was not a gossipy person. He did not think too much about it and smiled and said, friends of employees do have the right to get discounts. Just tell Lin Xiaoming when you check out. Thank you, brother Xiaolin. My Quan walked out of the staff lounge happily. On the other side, Li Si was also curious and asked, a new handsome guy came here? Little Strawberry nodded. Yes, he just came last week, the boss's younger brother, a very interesting person. Li Si jokingly said, oh? Little Strawberry, have you fallen in love with someone else? Now that you have a new little brother, have you forgotten about your senior Xiaolin? Zhang Miao glared at her. No, I'm not. There's nothing wrong between me and senior Xiaolin, so stop talking nonsense. Li Si, I almost believed it. When you talk about senior Kobayashi, do you want to look in the mirror? Your tea is here. While the two best friends were talking, the handsome boy Li Si mentioned had already come over with the drinks. He placed them in front of the two girls gently. Li Si was stunned. I haven't ordered anything yet? My Quan smiled and said, it's okay. It's a rare occasion for Little Strawberry's friends to come over, so just consider it my treat. Little Strawberry smiled and said, Xiaojiu is so generous today? It's really rare. No, can I meet your friend? Even if Little Strawberry was slow-witted, she knew Maichuan's motives were impure, but simply asking for a name didn't seem to be a problem. Li Si didn't think much of it, probably thinking that the smiling Mai Quan was a naturally outgoing person, so she said generously, hello, my name is Li Si, Zhang Miao's best friend. Mai Quan said seriously, what a nice name. By the way, my name is Mai Quan. You can call me Xiaojiu. Nice to meet you. Lin Yu laughed. TSK, Mai Quan, who was suppressed by my Mang, actually has such a flirty side? Chapter 44 Love at First Sight and Lust at First Sight. I have to say that Mai Quan's appearance is actually an advantage. Although she looks a bit weak, she is not completely fragile. She is more feminine. Skin color is a more intuitive reflection. A grown man is even whiter than a strawberry. Just when Xiaojiu was about to sit down, Lin Yu happened to come over and said, "Xiaojiu, the guests at table 8 are ordering drinks. Come over and chat later." My Kwan's face turned bitter. "Take your time to chat. Manager, you're treating me differently. Isn't Little Strawberry here?" Lin Yu asked back. "Little Strawberry is the group's favorite and mascot, are you?" Well, this explanation was invincible. My Kwan could only obediently go to the bar to make drinks and serve tea and water. School had just started not long ago, so there were not many part-time students. Fortunately, after his junior year, Lin Yu didn't have many courses, so he had more time to help. Two people were standing at the bar making drinks, and my Kwan said obscenely, "Brother Xiaolin, how about you do me a favor?" Lin Yu said casually while cutting a lemon, "What? Are you attracted to Xiao Xiaomei's best friend?" "Hey, Brother Xiaolin has a good eye for talent. I think we need a part-time job. Why not hire Cici? You're starting to think about it now? Are you sure she doesn't have a boyfriend?" Lin Yu said with a smile. "That's not the case." Little Strawberry said, "I think I must have fallen in love at first sight." Lin Yu sneered, "You're attracted by beauty, so what? Love at first sight? Are you kidding me? It seems you're a very talented comedian." My Kwan's face flushed red. What gives you the right to defame someone's innocence?" "Well, this is a drama attack, it needs treatment. I won't hire Li Si. First, the labor cost is too high. Second, sophomores are very busy with both basic and professional courses. How can they have the time to come and help?" Lin Yu said as he prepared the drinks, "You take them to table 8. Lin Yu originally thought that he could persuade my Kwan with just a few words, but he never expected that after my Kwan brought over the drinks, he insisted, "Brother Lin, look, Strawberry is the group's mascot, so Cici can't be too bad, right? Just because you think something is beautiful doesn't necessarily mean others will think so. Our bookstore is student-oriented. Tell me, what about Li Si satisfies the student's fantasy? Your sister would be about the same." "Her? A violent girl standing here will scare a bunch of customers to death." My Kwan obviously couldn't agree with this at all. Maybe in his heart, sisters are the most terrifying creatures. "Lin Xiaoming, get a picture of Manager Mai." Lin Yu rolled his eyes at my Kwan. This guy's aesthetic taste must be really problematic. The photo shows my Mang in black stockings and long legs, looking elegant and sexy. Lin Yu had only seen her once, but he had to admit that my Mang was indeed full of aura that day. My Kwan almost popped his eyes out. "Is this my sister?" Lin Yu didn't bother to pay attention to this guy and put the drinks on the tray. "I'll go serve the drinks, you continue to make the food ordered by table number 6. Because of Lin Xiaoming's adjustments to the entire bookstore, the bookstore, which already had a literary and artistic atmosphere, now seems even more humanistic. Whether you are a student of Qingmu or not, you will have to take a look when passing by. Therefore, Lin Yu and my Kwan are also extremely busy. Fortunately, Lin Yu has no classes today, otherwise my Kwan would be even busier. "Hello, may I ask your order, sister?" My Kwan's face turned pale when he saw the person who appeared in front of him. My Kwan, who was originally delicate and tender, looked more like a weakling. "A cup of lemon black tea, a portion of cookies, and a glass of water for her." Mu Sheng didn't even say hello to my Kwan, his attention was all on the busy Lin Yu. "Oh. Okay. Okay, please wait a moment." Lin Yu came back from delivering the drinks and saw my Mang. "Hello, boss." My Mang rolled his eyes at Lin Yu. This damn guy was just being sarcastic to him, but now he looked as if nothing had happened. Mu Sheng and my Mang found a table and sat down. My Mang looked carefully at the store's furnishings and nodded involuntarily. The bookstore she ran as a side business was given more vitality in Lin Yu's hands. The lighting and layout were fine-tuned, and the effect was much better than when she was there. The categories of books allow customers to be evenly distributed throughout the bookstore, so there are many people but it doesn't feel crowded. As the saying goes, a glimpse of the leopard in the cage reveals a lot. Lin Yu has indeed put a lot of effort into running the bookstore. "Brother Xiaolin, can you please take care of my sister's table?" My Kwan felt his legs trembling. The female devil came to the store, and he was still alive. "No, I just scolded your sister on the phone. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable for me to go there now?" Lin Yu rejected my Kwan's proposal neatly. My Kwan's vision darkened. Did he really have to go before the Demon Queen? If he did, would he disappear from the face of the earth today? Seeing my Quan so scared, Lin Yu reminded him, "Hey, wake up, if you are so afraid of your sister, you will lose face in front of Li Si." This, brother Xiaolin, I'm not going to be expelled from the bookstore today, am I? My Quan felt like he was in a bad mood. Don't worry, as long as you work hard, your sister won't do anything to you. Lin Yu patted his shoulder, I support you mentally. My Quan. I wasn't that scared originally, but now that you're supporting me mentally, I'm even more scared. But perhaps it was really because of Li Si's presence that my Quan actually mustered up the courage to bring the things my Mang ordered to her table. And his expression was still quite calm. If it were any other time, my Quan would have run away long ago. My Mang took a sip of lemon tea and said calmly, "Did you do this?" "Yes." Xiaojiao was really like a weak bottom, not daring to look my Mang in the eye. "Not bad, just go and do your thing." My Mang felt that his younger brother was really rubbish. He had no style at all and was like a woman. "Enjoy your meal." My Quan nodded with relief, then ran away. Mu Sheng laughed and said, "I didn't realize your brother was so afraid of you." My Mang said helplessly, "How can he inherit the family business when he's like this? He's a socially anxious otaku. It's not bad for him to train here." Lin Yu is a man with solutions. Mu Shang was wearing black sunglasses and her outfit wasn't very typical of her. Although there shouldn't be any paparazzi around Qingmu, it was still better to be cautious. My Quan returned to the bar, feeling his legs go weak. Although he was a little surprised why my Mang didn't call the bodyguards to break his legs and take him away, at least he felt recognized. This has never happened before. Seeing Xiaozhou's expression, Lin Yu mocked him, "Weak chicken." Chapter 45 The World's Malice Towards Singles. My Quan said helplessly, "Brother Xiaolin, you don't know how terrifying my sister is." It's okay. Li Si didn't see it. Lin Yu said unhappily. However, at this time, an unexpected person sat down at the bar, it was Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng today was not like the one he had on the night of the Youth Fund cocktail party. Perhaps because he was in a public place, Mu Sheng today seemed particularly gentle. Mu Sheng, who was wearing sunglasses, didn't say much. He just took a glass of water and sat in front of the bar, seeming to be thinking about something. Lin Yu wiped the bar counter clean and said hello, Sister Mu Sheng. He actually didn't know how old Mu Sheng was, but he seemed to have started reading Mu Sheng's works in high school, so he was probably younger than Mu Sheng. Mu Sheng nodded and asked, "You are a junior now, right?" "Well, my junior year classes aren't that busy. They're mostly just my major." Mang said you're a top student, so courses shouldn't be a problem. Mu Sheng suddenly said, "How about making me a cup of coffee?" Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, looked at the boiled water in Mu Sheng's hand, and finally nodded. Lin Yu's special coffee has always been the specialty of the bookstore, but because the coffee beans are a scarce commodity obtained by my Mang, they are basically in limited supply and very expensive. The average student customer wouldn't order this drink. This was the first time that Lin Yu performed latte art in a bookstore. Soon, a beautiful swan image appeared in the coffee cup, and a strange color flashed in Mu Sheng's eyes. I didn't expect Lin Yu's hands to be so steady. My Mang was also attracted. As a senior coffee lover, she could naturally see that Lin Yu's skill was amazing, and he had never shown it before. "That's amazing, Lin Yu." My Mang watched Lin Yu bring the coffee to Mu Sheng and said with a smile, "Give me one." Lin Yu also nodded. The price list showed that this cup of coffee was worth 98. The raw materials were all provided by my Mang, and he paid for the labor. It was profitable, not bad at all. Little Strawberry also came over and exclaimed, "Senior Xiaolin is so amazing." Lin Yu concentrated on making latte art, just smiled and said nothing. Li Si whispered in Strawberry's ear, "I didn't expect your senior Xiaolin to be so amazing. Why don't you hurry up and join us?" Little Strawberry blushed, "What are you talking about?" Soon it was time for the store to close at night, and Little Strawberry had left because she had a lot of classes. It is a rare thing that a busy man like my Mang, who has so many things to do every day, can still stay in the store until closing time, but it is most likely because of Xiaozhou. My Quan and Lin Yu were both standing at the bar cleaning up. Business was good today, and both of them were very busy. After the customers in the store had left, my Mang finally got the chance to talk to my Quan. Sitting at the bar, my Mang said seriously, "Xiaojiao, won't you come home with me?" My Quan's face was bitter. "Sister, I didn't feel comfortable staying in that house. It's good here and Brother Xiaolin takes good care of me." My Mang shook his head and said, "I don't mean to persuade you. You are already an adult and have your own ideas, but you have to think it through. If you really want to stay in the bookstore in the future, I will definitely not help you anymore. If you don't want to help, then don't help. My Kwan said seriously, sis, you should take care of your own affairs. It's pointless to waste your energy on me all day long. My Mang was truly amazed. Lin Yu might really have some magical powers. In the past, Xiaojiu was as surprised as a mouse seeing a cat when he saw him. But now he had only been with Lin Yu for a week. He actually had the courage to reject his own arrangement. Lin Yu shook his head silently. What courage? He only stayed because of that girl Li Si. As expected, these second-generation rich young masters are so innocent that they are completely messed up. My Mang thought for a moment and said seriously, I'll keep my word this time. If you really have any problems, begging me will be useless. My Kwan nodded affirmatively, don't worry, I can find Brother Xiaolin. Lin Yu. My Mang sighed and said, I'm going on a business trip soon. I'll talk to your family about this. You can handle it yourself, Lin Yu. I'll ask you to take care of Xiaojiu. He has never suffered any hardship since he was a child. If possible, please take care of him more. Lin Yu said seriously, Xiaojiu is my employee, I will take good care of him. My Mang smiled bitterly and said, I'm not afraid that you won't take care of me, I'm afraid that you'll take care of me too much. I'm leaving now. Mu Sheng smiled and said, little brother Lin, remember to call your sister when you have time. Lin Yu was unmoved and shrugged jokingly. Mu Sheng smiled slightly. He was indeed a very charming man. After leaving the coffee shop, Mu Sheng's driver finally arrived. Before Mu Sheng got in the car, my Mang suddenly asked, Sheng Sheng, you didn't do anything weird to me, did you? Mu Sheng stuck out his tongue, guess? My Mang looked at Mu Sheng's car going farther and farther away with a complicated expression, and couldn't help but sigh. Mu Sheng was a good girl in every way, but why was she so stubborn? Xiaojiu and Lin Yu were still cleaning up the store and were about to close, while my Kwan was still sleeping in the staff lounge. Brother Xiaolin, I think maybe Sister Mu Sheng is interested in you. My Kwan said obscenely, if you get close to Sister Mu Sheng, wouldn't that mean you can save 20 years of hard work? Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly, you were randomly matched up. Don't worry about my affairs. This is just a bad taste. No way, Xiaolin, you don't have a girlfriend either, it's not a bad thing. Didn't I tell you? What did you say? You don't have a girlfriend already, do you? I've never seen this in the store before. Lin Yu's mouth curled up, and a burst of pride inexplicably emerged. He said lightly, I don't have a girlfriend, because I'm already married. My Kwan. Get married? My Kwan suddenly felt like his worldview was about to shatter. A gentle and sunny young man, not much older than himself, was actually already married. Moreover, this mysterious wife who hadn't appeared for a long time hadn't even come to the coffee shop to see Lin Yu. If they weren't an old married couple, what else could they be? When Xiaojiu thought about how other people were already old couples, she suddenly felt sad. Others are already married, but I'm still in a puppy love relationship and haven't even held a girl's hand. The world's hostility towards single people is too strong. I might as well hide in the staff lounge and sleep. By the way, I shouldn't have gained nothing. At least, I seem to have gotten Li Si's contact information. Chapter 46 I want my husband to pamper me more. It was almost 10 o'clock when Lin Yu returned home. When he opened the door, he saw Bai Yu wearing an apron. I don't have to go home tonight, right? Lin Yu asked curiously after entering the entrance hall and closing the door. Bai Yu spent very little time in school during this period. It seemed that she was busy with something and even fell behind in her studies. Lin Yu had to tutor her after returning home. Bai Yu smiled like a flower. No matter how complicated the matter was, as long as she saw Lin Yu, Bai Yu felt that the tiredness didn't matter. Well, things are almost done. Thank you for your hard work, husband. Lin Yu said gently, really? Well, let's eat something first, and then start the makeup class. Bai Yu is very smart, but some things are not her areas of expertise, so she needs Lin Yu to help her fill in the gaps. The two of them reviewed their homework until after 11 o'clock and finally went to bed. Because the store was busy today, Lin Yu felt sleepy as soon as he got into bed. However, just when he was about to fall asleep, his hands seemed to be moved by another pair of small hands. Lin Yu was confused and turned to look at Bai Yu. Bai Yu closed her eyes tightly, as if the person who had just reached out to tease her was not her. Lin Yu thought Bai Yu had fallen asleep, and the touch just now was just an accidental one, so he didn't think much about it. However, just as he closed his eyes, Bai Yu placed one of her legs on his body. Hiss. Yu, your actions are very bold. Lin Yu adjusted his posture slightly, turned his head away from the vital parts, and Bai Yu was still sleeping peacefully. Lin Yu. This probably just means that my wife doesn't sleep well, right? However, after being fucked twice by Bai Yu, Lin Yu's sleepiness disappeared in an instant. He turned around and looked at Bai Yu's beautiful profile. He could only sigh, my wife is so cute. By the way, can I give her a kiss? We have already kissed each other, but kissing someone while they are asleep, doesn't it seem like taking advantage of someone else's misfortune? So Lin Yu fell into a dilemma, staring at Bai Yu's face in a daze. Is it a kiss or a kiss or a kiss? In short, Bai Yu looks like she's easy to bully, even though I've always been the one being bullied by her. However, Bai Yu's fair face gradually turned a little red, making her look particularly beautiful. Is the school beauty by pretending to sleep? Why is she pretending to sleep? And those actions just now. So Lin Yu's smile gradually faded. Is this what I understand? It seems that since we are husband and wife, it shouldn't matter if we do something, and how do I unbutton this pajamas? Is it better to have a cesarean section or a natural birth in the future? Just when Lin Yu was torn between reason and emotion, Bai Yu suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him shyly. Hubby, why aren't you sleeping yet? When this soft and sticky voice sounded, Lin Yu felt that his heart was about to melt. I can't sleep. Lin Yu was screaming in his heart, there's no way I can sleep with you sleeping next to me, so sweet and soft. He had never been like this before. He thought he had good self-control, but recently, it had been declining sharply. Hubby. The fragrance from Bai Yu's breath was getting closer and closer. Lin Yu was still in a daze, but Bai Yu took the initiative to press her soft lips against him. Lin Yu, I'm probably the one being kissed. Bai Yu had given it to him for free before, but she had never been as proactive as she was tonight. The sweet and fragrant taste was still lingering in Lin Yu's mouth. Good night. Bai Yu turned around with a red face, leaving Lin Yu alone and disheveled. Although goodnight kisses are indeed sweet, but... Husband. Can I sleep on the same quilt with you today? Since they started living together, the two of them had always slept under separate quilts. Although Bai Yu would occasionally reach into Lin Yu's quilt, this was the first time she had directly asked to sleep under the same quilt. But, yes. Lin Yu felt his heart beating so fast. Why was Bai Yu so obviously acting like a spoiled child today? How could she be so cute? Bai Yu's slender body slipped into Lin Yu's bed. Although she was wearing pajamas, Lin Yu could still feel the warmth from Bai Yu's body. This kind of turbulent feeling makes it impossible to sleep. Lin Yu forced himself to close his eyes, and tried to convince himself not to do anything outrageous that would anger God and man. However, Bai Yu's voice rang out again. Husband. I am here. Husband hasn't given Yu a goodnight kiss yet. Lin Yu. Isn't this guy so cute at this moment? This sentence is really too lethal. Yes, you want me to kiss you. Lin Yu felt so embarrassed that he was teased by Bai Yu like a novice. Because I've been very busy lately. I rarely see my husband every day. So I want my husband to pamper me more. Lin Yu, away. Come out and die. No one will survive. So Lin Yu lifted Bai Yu's chin and kissed her without hesitation. Bai Yu hugged Lin Yu with her arms, their noses touching, and a fiery breath spread. Lin Yu felt like he was about to lose control of the car, and his hands seemed to be out of control and didn't obey his commands. He actually groped his way into Bai Yu's pajamas. Bai Yu's body trembled, and then the two separated. Bai Yu panted and said shyly, Hubby, now is not the time. Lin Yu understood what Bai Yu meant and could only force himself to stop, but his hands were still reluctant to leave Bai Yu's pajamas. Bai Yu's face flushed bright red as she murmured softly, Rogue, hooligan. Lin Yu felt wronged, but Bai Yu didn't let him take his hand away. Instead, she hugged his arm tightly, Hubby. Yu's first time is yours. So, can you bear with it for a while? Lin Yu is not a scumbag, but a young man with a strong sense of responsibility. So he suppressed his desires and hugged Bai Yu tightly. He whispered softly in Bai Yu's ear, Wait for me. I think that day won't be too far away. Chapter 47. Xiaozhou wants to boil a frog in warm water. Bai Yu got up very early the next day, prepared breakfast and left it in the living room, then went straight to school, as if she was running away. There was no way, as long as she recalled the scene last night, she would feel extremely ashamed. Although being busy is indeed an important reason, but... So Yu wants her husband to pamper her more. How on earth did I come to say such an embarrassing line? Was I being manipulated by some mysterious force? Bai Yu felt unwell after waking up, so she went to the classroom early. Slip away before your husband wakes up so it won't be awkward. But, we are already husband and wife, so saying some embarrassing things occasionally shouldn't be a problem. Anyway, it's still embarrassing. When Bai Yu thought about how she looked last night, she wanted to bang her head against the wall. Was I being too hasty? Although I was destined to be with Lin Yu, it was still a free gift. Still so shameful. My best friend Tang Feiying came over with a smile. Yu, did you guys find out something's going on? Bai Yu was startled by her best friend. What the hell are you talking about? Tang Feiying's family conditions are not bad, so she is not afraid of Bai Yu. Besides, miss, do you want to look in the mirror and see your current condition? Her face is flushed and her eyes are full of smiles. No matter how you look at her, it seems like she has done something extraordinary. Do you need me to talk nonsense? Tell me, how does it taste? That little brother. Lin Yu, is it an electric motor? Get lost, Tang Feiying, when did you become a hooligan? Bai Yu's face turned red. Besides, we're husband and wife. Even if we have some intimate actions, that's normal, right? Tang Feiying was stunned. So you really did it? Bai Yu took the book and slammed it down. Let's do it. Let's do it. Clean it up. Clean it up. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Tang Feiying covered her head and said nothing more. Bai Yu was good in every way, except that when she got shy, she was very strong and her beatings hurt. But seeing how agile Bai Yu is, nothing irreversible should have happened yet. And what Bai Yu said made sense. After all, they were a couple. After Miss Bai Zora was fully released, Tang Feiying didn't dare to tease Bai Yu anymore, for fear of being beaten up by her. Bai Yu beat Tang Feiying a few times, and the shame in her heart disappeared a lot. Anyway, it would be better not to meet that guy today, so everyone should calm down. What about pampering yourself? Cross it out. It doesn't exist. After having breakfast at home, Lin Yu went straight to school for classes. However, the bookstore was indeed short of staff and needed to recruit people, so Lin Yu posted a recruitment notice on the school forum. In fact, the bookstore has always been very popular in Aoki, and in the early days of promotion, it used a lot of dog food stories, so the topic has always been high. A unique Aoki dating culture has even developed. The most interesting place is the bookstore called Qingmong. After this adjustment, Qingmong became even more popular among freshmen, so as soon as the recruitment notice of Qingmong bookstore was posted, countless people responded. Lin Yu directly handed the resumes submitted by those classmates to Lin Xiaoming, and she would select the most suitable employees for Qingmong. Shortly after he posted the recruitment notice, a unique resume was sent directly to his mobile phone by Lin Xiaoming. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be Li Si who delivered it. Li Si is Xiao Xiaomei's best friend, so she should ask Zhang Miao for her opinion on this matter. Therefore, Lin Yu sent a text message to Xiao Xiaomei. Zhang Miao was in class. She looked at Li Si, who was listening attentively beside her, and seemed to be thinking about something. Wow, this is really good. It seems that Xiaojiu has actually taken action. Cici, do you want to work in our bookstore? The most interesting thing in class is passing notes. Little Strawberry wrote a note and threw it on Li Si's desk. Li Si's reply came quickly. Yes, Xiaojiu said that you are short of people and need help recently. I think I have time, so I plan to go and take a look. Zhang Miao. So you haven't realized yet that you have actually been targeted by someone. What do you think of my Quan? It's okay, but I feel too thin. I need to eat more. Zhang Miao. Why is it that when this person gives me advice, each one is more impressive than the last, but when he encounters his own problems, he is as slow as an old cow? It seems that Li Si's straight female nature can no longer be concealed. Maybe many girls are really like this. They are experts in other people's relationships, but they don't feel anything when they encounter something themselves. You and Xiaojiu have been getting along well lately, have you? Little Strawberry wrote this sentence with suspicion and a hint of guidance. However, Lisi still did not respond at all. It's okay, after all, more friends mean more paths. Little Strawberry felt her best friend was hopeless. As the saying goes, a frog in boiling water. By the time Lisi realized what was happening, Little Nine would have already succeeded. As a close friend, Zhang Miao felt she should be Lisi's advisor, but she had no idea what was really going on. Senior Xiaolin, I think it's up to you. If Lisi really wants to work, he should be able to endure hardships. Lin Yu didn't think much about it after receiving Xiaocai's text message. As the store manager, as long as it could be beneficial to the development of the bookstore, it would be fine. Lisi was also an acquaintance. As long as you are competent for the job, it is a good choice. Well, since you think it's okay, I'll admit her. By the way, let me make it clear to you first. If Lisi can't do the job well, I will fire him. When Little Strawberry looked at Lisi again, she already had some ill intentions. Let you, a straight girl, laugh at me and Senior Xiaolin every day. After you are boiled like a frog in warm water by Xiaozhou, just wait and see how I will tease you. So how does the saying go? Girlfriends and the like are just for setting traps for each other. Xiaozhou, I just saw a resume from Lisi. My Quan was cleaning the bookstore. When he saw the message, he almost jumped up. Little Strawberry. I'm telling you, don't trip me up. Hey, Lisi is my best friend and sister, we are very close. You win. Tell me, what do you want to do? Chapter 48 Male Dormitory Group Activities. If you want to pursue a girl, getting her close friends and family around her is a very effective way. After all, people are social animals. Girls or boys generally cannot resist the instigation of people around them. My Quan's idea is also very simple. Lisi and Zhang Miao have the best relationship, so if he wants to conquer Lisi, he must deal with Zhang Miao. Little Strawberry is a natural person, and most of the time, others trust her. After school started, Strawberry didn't go home and lived in the school dormitory. Although her home was in Pingzhou, it was very convenient for her to go home. But for some reasons that are difficult to express, she still chose to live in the school dormitory. Strawberry, are you busy at the bookstore? Lisi asked while playing with his mobile phone. Zhang Miao is doing her homework. She is now a sophomore and the study pressure is much greater. If it weren't for Senior Xiaolin, Strawberry might not choose to continue working in the bookstore. It's okay. We mainly serve tea and water. Zhang Miao raised her head. Lisi, don't you do your homework? What's the point of doing homework? I'm going to fail anyway. Lisi has started to give up on himself. Math and advanced mathematics are really boring. Little Strawberry couldn't understand Lisi's idea at all. I don't think it's that difficult. Lisi said angrily, that's because you have your Senior Xiaolin to help you with your studies. I don't have that. Oh. I really want to find a boyfriend. Zhang Miao was speechless for a while. When Lisi talked about his own affairs, he was very clear and logical, but when it came to her turn, she was more slow than she could have imagined. Senior Xiaolin and I are not what you think. Zhang Miao said weakly. I believe it. Lisi rolled his eyes and continued playing with his phone. It was noon when Lin Yu returned to the dormitory. He had professional classes in the afternoon, so he didn't go home for lunch. Bai Yu also sent a text message saying that she would not go home, probably because her classes in the afternoon were quite full. After entering the dormitory, the other three people acted as if they didn't see him and continued to do their own things. Lin Yu was a little puzzled. He was a living person and had not done anything that would anger God or people, so why didn't these people react? In the end, Ite couldn't help but come over and hit him. Third brother, you are not kind? What happened to me? The eldest brother threw a piece of paper over. It turned out that the results of the sophomore year were out. Lin Yu once again entered the top 3 in the whole grade. To be precise, he was second in the grade, only a few points away from the first place. Aoki's rules are rather special. The grades of the previous semester are not announced until after school starts, probably to ensure that students don't have a bad summer vacation when they go home. Lin Yu had a total of 9 courses, and he got first place in 6 of them. The only ones where his grades were slightly lower were in a few public courses, which was related to the fact that he sometimes skipped classes while working in a bookstore. Of course, this performance of crushing the third place by more than 30 points still allowed him to appear on the school forum again. Ite and Jiang Zhu officially confirmed their relationship. Lin Yu's contribution can be said to be indispensable. Moreover, both families know each other and are probably happy to see it happen. Let's not talk about the results. Lin Yu smiled and said, basic exercises, basic exercises. Your little universe is exploding this time. I'm curious when you can get the first place in the grade. He Xiao raised his head. It was a bit stressful to be a roommate with such a freak. He Xiao's grades are good, but in a place like Qingmu where there are many top students, he can only be considered average. Unlike Lin Yu, being able to be in the top 3 and being in the top 3 consistently are two different things. Lin Yu grinned, I can't do anything, right? I can only read. He Xiao sighed, third brother, you have to help me with my public administration and advanced mathematics. No problem, but you can't keep all the good stuff in your computer to yourself. Luda looked lewd, as expected, the third brother is kind. He knows that we haven't had sex for a long time. Boss, it's time to hand over your seed, right? He Xiao was heartbroken, you are all Qingmu's students, all good students. How can you want to see these things every day? I hid them for your own good. Hurry up. Ite rubbed his hands. It was obvious that he felt very suppressed after confirming his relationship with Jiang Zhu. He probably hadn't enjoyed this kind of audio-visual enjoyment for a long time. So Luda got out of bed and closed the curtains. Ite went to get a pair of small speakers, and then they gathered in front of Hishio's computer. It is indeed an unchanging entertainment activity in college boys' dormitories. The 4 people in the dormitory all have different preferences. Some like Europe and the United States, some like Japan and South Korea, and Ite is a frequent visitor to the domestic area, while Lin Yu is a bit weird. As a otaku, of course I like certain anime. As soon as they saw that dormitory 404 was about to close, the boys from the next dormitory also became interested and started bringing over small stools, contributing sunflower seeds, mineral water and cola. So a group of people enjoyed an audio-visual feast. The teachers worked very hard and diligently, and they were all quite good. Lin Yu had little interest in real people, but he joined in anyway, and everyone's spirits were greatly satisfied. Half an hour later, the crowd dispersed. I still had classes in the afternoon, and I couldn't skip classes just to watch a movie. Perhaps because of some movies he had watched, Hishio came over with a lewd look on his face. Third brother, did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do what? You and by you. Lin Yu looked at Hishio with disdain. What are you thinking, we are husband and wife, isn't this a normal thing? Ite was full of envy. Alas, your Baiyu is still the best, nothing like Jiang Zhu. After dating this girl, I feel like I have an extra mother. Get lost, you two straight people. This world deserves to burn you to death. Luda said angrily, from now on, this kind of topic will be banned in the dormitory. It really hurts the singles. Ite said obscenely, old 4, I think if you really feel lonely, the bosses but is nice, you can go tonight. This guy was beaten up by the eldest and 4th brother before he could even finish his words. Please stop talking nonsense when you are in such a peculiar situation. This bastard Ite has learned bad things. Tian doesn't go back to the dormitory to sleep like Lin Yu. He probably goes to be intimate with his girlfriend with a great figure. He dares to stir up hatred in the dormitory. Isn't he asking for trouble? Lin Yu sat aside, watching Ite being beaten by the eldest and 4th brothers, and said, hey. The eldest and 4th brothers, come on, you should be gentler and more considerate to the kids, and don't hit them too hard. Third brother, you still understand me. Ite was pressed on the bed by the eldest brother, and he took the time to say something. I suggest using the bed frame to push it up. That would be better for the dick. Hishio and Luda rolled their eyes at the same time. Are you a devil? Chapter 49 I like you. The bell rang for the end of get out of class, but the teacher kept the class a little late. Baiyu looked at the teacher on the stage who was full of energy and felt a little impatient. Staying late at university was actually a rare occurrence, but Baiyu knew exactly why this teacher did it. Baiyu's stunning appearance has attracted many suitors at school. In fact, there are not many students here, but because of Baiyu's temperament, ordinary boys don't dare to pursue her. Sometimes, being too outstanding may not attract as many suitors as you imagine. But there are many teachers in the school who have other ideas about her. As the best university in Pingzhou, Qingmu is able to teach here, and naturally all the teachers are top people in the industry, such as the one who is teaching now. As a teacher of management, the teacher is naturally a top student. Moreover, he is not very old, less than 30 years old, and can be considered a high-quality young person. Baiyu also knew that this teacher was very popular in the school, and she had heard in the dormitory that some girls liked him very much. That's all for today's class. Sorry for being a little late. The young teacher's smile was very contagious, and some girls in the class couldn't help but have their eyes lit up. Bai Yu didn't feel anything about this. Just as she was about to leave the classroom, the young teacher called her. Has Bai Yu read any interesting books recently? No. I've been busy lately. Bai Yu actually didn't like the teacher's gaze, it was too aggressive. No matter what time, she always liked Lin Yu's eyes. Clean and clear, like a spring in the snow-capped mountains, yet extremely gentle. This is Lin Yu's characteristic, but Lin Yu himself is not very aware of it. That's a shame. Teacher Qin recommends a book for you. It's a professional book on business management, but the author is very interesting. Bai Yu frowned, but smiled on the surface. Thank you, Teacher Qin, I will borrow it from the library. From beginning to end, Bai Yu had no intention of taking the book from Qin Yedong. Qin Yedong didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, well, the courses are quite tight this semester. If you need anything, you can always come to me. Unexpectedly, at this time, a calm and gentle voice suddenly appeared, and a slender figure appeared at the door of the classroom. He was well-mannered and seemed a little different from usual. Hello, Teacher Qin. Bai Yu's mouth curled up, this blockhead finally got the idea. Student Lin Yu, your grades last semester were very good. Now you are ranked second in the grade? As Qingmu's most attractive professional teacher, Qin Yedong naturally knew how to be comprehensive. Although he had seen some information between Bai Yu and Lin Yu on the school forum, frankly speaking, he didn't really believe the gossip. After all, the gap between the two is obvious. How could a poor boy really be together with the eldest daughter of the Bai family? I'm a bit stupid. Apart from studying, I don't understand much else. Lin Yu smiled and took Bai Yu's hand. Bai Yu blushed. This was the first time that Lin Yu took the initiative to hold her hand in school. So the whole scene immediately became a little noisy. Lin Yu is the top student in his grade and is known as a talented young man by teachers of various subjects. Many students know him. As for Bai Yu, she is the recognized beauty of Aoki School. However, the fact that they walked together openly, even holding hands openly, in front of the teacher, is very eye-catching. There was once a rumor on the school forum that the two were in a relationship, but apart from occasionally seeing them having lunch together, there were few intimate scenes. So many people thought that the two were just friends, or that Bai Yu had simply taken in a little follower. But today's scene undoubtedly directly overturned the latter guess. Bai Yu's obedient and well-behaved appearance surprised many people around her. Is this still the cool and elegant beauty from Bai University? Qin Yedong's expression didn't change. He just smiled and asked, are Lin Yu and Bai Yu in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship now? Bai Yu nodded, having noticed the changes in her man. It seems. Lin Yu can be quite childish sometimes. Did he see the two of them talking just now? Tang Feiying looked at Lin Yu, who was full of academic arrogance at the moment, and couldn't help but sigh. After all, she was the daughter of the Bai family, and her vision of people was more accurate than hers. She knew Lin Yu before, but she was undoubtedly not optimistic about him, because Lin Yu gave people the feeling that he was always too plain. Although he was gentle, sometimes, a certain amount of arrogance was necessary. For example, when you are jealous. Qin Yedong nodded, that's great. After saying this, Qin Yedong packed up his things and left. Faced with Lin Yu's rare arrogance, Qin Yedong chose to hang up the white flag. After all, one is a teacher and the other is a student. If a conflict breaks out, no matter which side is at fault, it will have a bad impact. Lin Yu said calmly, Teacher Qin, take care. Qin Yedong nodded and said nothing more. However, the book Modern Enterprise Management Anecdotes that he recommended to Bai Yu was left on the podium. Bai Yu called out to Qin Yedong, Teacher Qin, I forgot to take your book. At this time, Qin Yedong, who had been calm, finally changed his expression. A gloomy look flashed across his narrow eyes, and finally turned into a smile, thank you, classmate Yu. From the Bai Yu before to the Yu now, it has to be said that Qin Yedong is a very scheming person. Bai Yu said directly, Teacher Qin, please call me Bai Yu from now on. Qin Yedong's expression changed slightly as he nodded, picked up the book from the podium and left. After the teacher left, Bai Yu smiled and said, husband? Jealous? Lin Yu pinched Bai Yu's face and said, do you think I should be jealous? My dear classmate Bai Yu? Hee hee, I love you so much. Bai Yu hugged Lin Yu's arm. Occasionally seeing you, my husband, jealous of me makes me very happy. Lin Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just saw that you were a little impatient, but you don't have to deliberately make me jealous or anything. Bai Yu pouted. That's because there are some things you can't be sure of. What is it? Hubby, you never told me that you like Yu. Bai Yu stuck out her tongue. This was just her subconscious behavior, which made her look even more adorable. Lin Yu said seriously, I like you. Bai Yu was dumbfounded. Chapter 50 Lin Xin is in trouble. There is a saying that the atmosphere must be right when confessing. But now there is no atmosphere at all. There is a noisy crowd around, and it is still a bright classroom. Lin Yu's speech speed is not slow, and I like you passed by Bai Yu's ears like the wind. But Bai Yu heard these 4 words clearly. Bai Yu, who was originally calm, suddenly turned red in the face. She wanted to run into Lin Yu's arms immediately, rub against him, kiss him, and want him to hug her. But this is school, so holding hands normally is fine. If you really want to do something out of line, it's definitely not okay. Then Bai Yu's eyes became even more moist, as if she had been waiting for these words for a long time. After Lin Yu finished speaking, his original academic arrogance disappeared, and he became more like the boy next door, innocent and warm. He stammered, just now. I thought you wanted to hear, so I said. Tang Feiying watched the whole process from the side and couldn't help rolling her eyes. She just thought you were so cool and impressive, but in a second, you were gone. At least 5 seconds of real manliness, right? Bai Yu stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Yu on the face at an extremely fast speed, then immediately pulled Lin Yu forward. There's a friend watching a show next to me. Tang Feiying rolled her eyes. This school beauty Bai was good in every way, except when she became shy, she became difficult to deal with. Lin Yu was dragged down the teaching building by Bai Yu. Only then did he hear Bai Yu shyly say, Hubby, don't say such things in school. Yu will be shy. Is. Really? Then I will tell you later. Bai Yu felt like her heart was about to jump out. Why could this guy's words occasionally be so seductive? It would be like this in the future, and it is also like this now. No matter what you say, but if you want to talk about it, tell me more. Lin Yu took Bai Yu's hand and nodded, just don't think I'm greasy in the future. No way, Bai Yu said coquettishly, come on, husband, let's go to the cafeteria to find food. Bookstore. Li Si changed into a waitress's uniform. The brown apron made her look particularly energetic. She looked at the different herself in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. A head popped up at the door. Cici, does this suit fit you? Xiaojiu, are you looking for death? I told you not to call me Cici. Li Si said unhappily, that's what my best friend can call me. Mai Quan said with a playful smile, then can I be your best friend? Aren't you a man? Why are you a best friend? Isn't that disgusting? Mai Quan's neck shrank. That's, so I can call you Cici. It doesn't matter if I'm a woman. Roll, roll, roll. Okay. Mai Quan nodded, school is about to end, get ready to work. I know. Just like a woman. Li Si said impatiently and looked at the mirror again. Well. I'm quite satisfied. It was exactly 6 o'clock when Lin Yu arrived at the bookstore. Customers had already started to arrive at this time. He sat at the bar and started making drinks. Little Strawberry arrived earlier than him and was running around serving tea and water. It was Li Si's first day at work, so he was just observing for now. His basic job was to help take care of the bookshelves and organize the books that were messed up by the guests. While making drinks, Mai Quan would occasionally glance at Li Si in front of the bookshelf. Lin Yu said nonchalantly, if your sister knew, I guess you would be ready to collect the body. You'd do nothing but flirt with the girls in our store. Xiaojiu said happily, it's impossible for my sister to not agree to this. If my family knew that I brought a girlfriend back home, they would probably be so happy. I can't rely on my son, so I can only rely on my grandson, right? If Li Si hears this, you should think about how to keep your body intact. Lin Yu shook his head. Outside the window, Jiang Zhu was standing at the door, and Ite, like a little follower, happily helped her open the door of the bookstore. Welcome to Qingmong Bookstore. Second brother, what brings you here? Ite pointed at Jiang Zhu next to him and said helplessly, my Jiang Zhu said he wanted to come and thank you, so he came to take care of your business. Lin Yu smiled and said, okay, what would you like to drink? Jiang Zhu nodded subtly, her face flushing. Arite said, "You were working here, and I wanted to come and thank you." After that, "I haven't thanked you properly." While making drinks, Lin Yu said gently, "When it comes to love, there's no need to thank or not thank. If there's destiny, no matter how wrong it is, you'll be together." Jiang Zhu nodded, "I want a cup of fruit tea." Lin Yu's heart moved, and he nodded with a smile. "Xiaojiu, a pot of fruit tea, half sugar and no ice." This is ET's taste, Lin Yu knows it, but Jiang Zhu has started to order like this. It seems that Jiang Zhu is not as violent and strict as Ite said. Ite sat in front of the bar, propped up his head, and looked at the shy Jiang Zhu with a warm smile. Little Strawberry looked at the gentle Lin Yu and couldn't help but sigh. Today, she saw the news on the campus forum again. By Yu Yu and Senior Shaolin. Although she felt a little jealous, she had to admit that Senior Xiaolin and Senior Bai were a really good match. If it were her, she probably wouldn't be as good as Senior Xiaolin, right? Table 7, lemon tea. Strawberry, come and serve. Okay, right away. Lin Yu was just about to make the next one when his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and heard Lin Xian's voice. Brother. Woo woo. Lin Xian's voice was crying on the phone, and her voice sounded particularly anxious. Don't be impatient, tell me slowly, what happened? My dad, he was in a car accident, woo woo. Lin Yu's expression changed. Don't worry, how is my uncle doing now? I just received a call. I don't know. Woo woo. Lin Yu said calmly, where are you now? School, at the school gate. Then just stand there and don't move. I'll be right there. Lin Yu hung up the phone. Xiaojiu, you'll be the only one tonight. I'm going out for a while and I don't know when I'll be back. My Quan nodded, no problem, if you need anything, just call me. Chapter 51 Acting. Pingzhou Central Hospital. Lin Xin's adoptive father's surname is Shun. Lin Yu had met this middle-aged man before. It was precisely because he had seen it that he agreed with confidence to let Lin Xin follow Shen Pingle and be adopted by Shen Pingle. Lin Yu sat on a bench outside the ward, and Lin Xin stood timidly in front of him. Isn't your father just suffering minor injuries? I thought something serious had happened. Lin Yu wiped the sweat from his head. Lin Xin only listened to half of what he said. He just heard his adoptive mother say that his adoptive father had been in a car accident, so he hurried over. However, the fact is that the two electric vehicles collided with each other and there were only some scratches. If I only listened to Lin Xian's voice on the phone, I would have thought that Shen Pingle had encountered a serious problem. Lin Xian's adoptive mother is a middle-aged woman who looks very kind. The old couple had no children, and finally adopted Lin Xin when she was in junior high school. The couple treated Lin Xin very well and treated her as their own child until she went to college. Shen Pingle was lying on the hospital bed. He was admitted to the hospital because he needed a comprehensive examination. There was still blood on his knees, but it had dried up. If the examination shows nothing serious, he will probably be discharged today. Lin Xin stood beside Lin Yu, sticking out her tongue a little embarrassedly. Oh, brother, I was just panicking for a moment. My mom didn't explain it clearly. You're just too impatient and jumpy. Lin Yu said angrily. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged woman walked over and asked, Where's that man? You want to run away after bumping into someone? Lin Yu frowned, but before he could say anything, Lin Xian's adoptive mother, Aunt Miao, came out. Hit someone? Miss, please explain clearly. The traffic police haven't made a determination of responsibility yet. The middle-aged woman was limping, her face pale. She stood at the door of the ward and saw Shen Leping. What's the point of determining responsibility? It was that man who hit me. Look, my waist still hurts. Pay me. No matter what, we have to wait until the traffic police determine who is responsible for the accident before we can talk about compensation. Aunt Miao frowned and said, Anyway, we have already called the police. Let's wait for the traffic police to handle it. We will pay you every penny of the compensation we owe you. Hearing Aunt Miao say this, the middle-aged woman seemed to be suddenly stimulated. Wow. What a big tone. Let me tell you, my health is not good. If something goes wrong, I won't lose a penny of the 200,000 yuan. Lin Yu knew Lin Xian's adoptive mother more or less. She was a woman who usually spoke gently. It would be difficult to deal with someone like this who was throwing a tantrum. So he walked up to Aunt Miao and said, Ma'am, I'd like to draw your attention. My uncle is still in bed. If you are held responsible, you will still have to bear the medical expenses and examination fees. Hey, young man, how do you talk like that? How can you talk to your elders like that? Why are you, a child, interrupting your elders when they're talking? Do you have any manners? Aunt Meow, please go and take care of Uncle Shin first. Lin Yu ignored the middle-aged woman, let Lin Xian's adoptive mother enter the ward first, and then blocked her at the door. While the middle-aged woman was still nagging, the traffic police came over. Who are Shin Pingle's family members? Lin Yu said calmly, "Hello comrade, I am Shin Pingle's nephew. How is the situation now?" Nothing, the accident responsibility has been determined. The fault lies with the other party. The other party was driving against the flow of traffic. As soon as the words fell, the middle-aged woman screamed, "What do you mean? You mean I still need to pay compensation? Traffic officer, you didn't take the money?" The traffic police also frowned, "Ma'am, there are cameras at the scene. You were driving against the flow and hit someone, and you were speeding. The speed limit for electric bikes is 30 miles per hour, and your speed was at least 40. You must have taken the money. You just think I'm a woman and easy to bully. I'm telling you. Don't even think about leaving. Call your boss. That's not how things are done." Lin Yu felt that this auntie was really talented. She actually spoke so directly about the traffic police in front of so many people. "Ma'am, if you have any objection to the determination of responsibility, you can directly apply for administrative reconsideration." This was probably not the first time the traffic police had encountered such a situation, so he responded calmly. However, the old lady seemed to be angered by the traffic police's calm attitude, and slapped the traffic police directly. The traffic police officer dodged to the side and said sternly, "Let me tell you, you are assaulting a police officer, which is illegal. Please calm down first." The old lady rushed over relentlessly, "You all want to harm me. You took bribes. And you." The traffic policeman and Lin Yu were both tall and strong, but Lin Xian, who was standing next to them, looked thinner. I don't know if the old lady was so angry that she wanted to pounce on Lin Xian. Lin Xian never expected that the old lady would suddenly turn her target towards herself. She was subconsciously frightened and stood there motionless, watching a slap about to hit her face. However, Lin Yu's movements were faster. He appeared in front of the aunt in a flash, blocked her arm with one hand, and said lightly, "Auntie, it's wrong to hit people." Because Lin Yu's calmness formed a sharp contrast with the aunt's aggressiveness, the traffic police comrade was a little helpless and directly called the police. "Auntie, calm down. If you have any problems, you can go to the police station to resolve them." "No. You are all hurting me. I won't go." The aunt seemed to be crazy. She started yelling and looking for things everywhere as if she wanted to throw them at the traffic police. "Ma'am, please calm down. This is just a warning." This was followed by 3 consecutive warnings, and finally the old lady was directly stopped by the traffic police. Lin Yu was speechless for a while. This old lady, I guess she can't escape the charge of assaulting a police officer. "Xiao Xian, are you okay?" Seeing the policeman enforcing the law, Lin Yu turned his head and looked at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's face was still a little pale, obviously he had just been frightened. "No. I'm scared." Brother, after saying that, Lin Xian threw herself into Lin Yu's arms. Lin Yu. Shin Pingle limped out of the ward and happened to see this scene. "Well, my daughter is giving away for free again." After all, Shin Pingle knew what Lin Xian was thinking, and he understood it, so he quickly pretended not to see anything and turned around. "Hey, Xiaowei, come over and help me, my legs are still a little unsteady." Lin Xian's adoptive mother is Miao Wei. When she heard Shin Pingle crying out in pain, she immediately came over to support him, but she just happened to see Lin Xian and Lin Yu hugging each other. He. My daughter has really grown up." Lin Yu was speechless. "Alright, it's okay. No one can do anything to you with me here." "Oh." Then Lin Xian let go of Lin Yu as if nothing had happened, with a calm face. Lin Yu knew immediately that he had been tricked by Lin Xian again. This girl was putting on an act for her adoptive parents. Chapter 52 Ring. What is it like to have a sister who is always trying to plot against you? Lin Yu felt this way now, but he couldn't say anything to Lin Xian about rejecting her. After all, they grew up together. "I have a sister who is obsessed with her brother. How can I deal with it?" Lin Xian walked into the ward with a relaxed look on her face, and then her face turned red again, as if she was shy. Lin Yu could only marvel at the girl's ability to change her face. Uncle Shen, how do you feel? Lin Yu greeted. Shen Pingdal nodded. Xiao Lin, how are your studies going recently? This familiar opening line. In the past, Lin Yu would occasionally visit Shen Pingdal's home, and he would usually start the conversation with this sentence. The couple were both scholars, so they attached great importance to study and homework. It's okay. Uncle Shen, you know I don't know much, I just know how to read. Lin Yu grinned, looking very honest. Lin Xian interrupted. Brother Shaolin took second place in the entire grade this time. That's impressive. Sure enough, Lin Xian, the show-off maniac, started to act like a brother. She said something that made Lin Yu speechless. Sister, you have to be humble, okay? Miao Wei smiled and said, second place is pretty good too. Xiao Xian also said that you've always had good grades since you were young. So Lin Yu chatted with the family of three for a while, and said with a smile, Uncle Shen, and Miao, I still have to go back to work, so I'll leave first. Lin Xian wanted to follow, but was forced back by Lin Yu's look. Your father just got injured and you want to run after him? This is not how you behave as a daughter. So Lin Xian had no choice but to stay in the hospital obediently. After Lin Yu left, Shen Pingdal looked at Lin Xian, who looked a little unhappy, and smiled and said, What's wrong, Xiao Xian? Lin Xian said gloomily, It's nothing. Dad, you too, don't ride an electric scooter anymore. Shen Pingdal touched Lin Xian's head and said with a smile, It's okay for a girl to be generous occasionally. Dad also supports you in pursuing your own happiness. Lin Xian pouted. It's not that I don't want to pursue this, but the enemy is too powerful and acts very quickly. By the time your daughter reacted, Brother Xiaolin was already married. When she thought of this, Lin Xian became even more sad. Why could lovers only end up as siblings? When Lin Yu returned to the bookstore, it was not yet time to get off work. It was just after 8 o'clock, when there were many customers. Mai Quan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yu coming back. Brother Lin, you are finally back. What's wrong? Lin Yu asked curiously while changing clothes. There are a lot of customers today, but that's not important. Wow, what a gorgeous lady. This is the first time I've seen her. Strawberry said she's the school beauty from Aoki. Wow, her skin. Lin Yu's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Boy, you are going down a narrow path. Mai Quan? The beautiful girl who attracted the attention of many guests finally raised her head, saw that it was Lin Yu, and smiled sweetly at him. This smile caused a gasp of surprise throughout the entire bookstore. This smile is getting annoying. Lin Yu felt helpless. He changed into his waiter's clothes and walked to the table. I thought you would go back early. Mai Quan finally reacted. Brother Xiaolin, do you know each other? Bai Yu smiled and said, Hello, are you a friend of our Lin Yu? Follower, I'm just an employee of Manager Kobayashi. Mai Quan blushed and thought Bai Yu's appearance was simply stunning. As expected, she is worthy of being the recognized #1 school beauty on the Aoki School Forum. She is both talented and beautiful, and her every move shows the perfect characteristics of a beautiful girl. Wait, our family? Now Xiaojiu finally reacted. Lin Yu said he was already married, so this is Lin Yu's wife. Marrying a girl like this. Did Lin Yu save the galaxy in his past life? This guy is truly the character of a novel protagonist, right? Such a beautiful girl. So Mai Quan shut himself off. Sure enough, there are differences between people. I was suppressed by my sister, but Lin Yu was able to hang around girls of this level. Lin Yu ignored Mai Quan's attitude and said gently, What would you like to drink? Yu drinks whatever my husband makes. As long as it's made by my husband, Yu likes it. Bai Yu's eyebrows curved into a beautiful crescent shape. Mai Quan felt that he shouldn't be here, he should be underground. How many good deeds did Lin Yu do to marry such a wife? This act of luring the dog in and killing it was too cruel, so Mai Quan quickly ran to the bar to serve other customers. Soon it was time for the store to close. Bai Yu waited until Lin Yu got off work. Just as she was about to go home, Lin Yu stammered, Yu. There's something I want to discuss with you. Bai Yu was a little surprised. Lin Yu was more Buddhist when he was with her and rarely showed such hesitation. Lin Yu looked at Bai Yu, who tilted her head to look at him, and whispered, Should we go, buy a pair of rings? Bai Yu was stunned for a moment. Buy a ring? What for? We got married, we just got married suddenly. I didn't express anything, and you cooked and washed clothes for me, Yu. Lin Yu's voice was soft, but with a hint of bitterness. I don't have anything to give you. If possible, I want to give you something that I can afford now. I also want to let you know my feelings. Lin Yu had actually been thinking about this matter for some time, and today's incident with Qin Yedong reminded Lin Yu of this idea again. He is an orphan, without a father or mother, and no one has ever taught him how to love his wife or take care of a family. Marriage is a matter between two people and is never a one-sided effort. I have no reason and should not let Bai Yu make one-sided efforts. Bai Yu washes clothes and cooks for me. She is the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, while I am just an orphan. Bai Yu looked at Lin Yu, who was standing in front of her, looking a little shy, like the boy next door. She could completely feel his nervousness and cautiousness. Bai Yu felt a lump in her throat and tears welled up in her eyes. No matter how many years and reincarnations have passed, this guy can still easily make people cry. Husband. Lin Yu raised his head, and what responded to him was Bai Yu's lingering and affectionate kiss. Chapter 53 Causes of Insomnia. Although it was past 10 o'clock, the mall was still open. Bai Yu accompanied Lin Yu to the jewelry store. In fact, what kind of jewelry did the young lady of the Bai family need? But looking at Lin Yu's expression, Bai Yu really couldn't say no. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. A slightly more expensive ring would cost tens of thousands. Lin Yu had never known about this before, but he just felt that it might be quite expensive. But now he understood it intuitively. Bai Yu smiled as she watched Lin Yu choosing, but she didn't expect that Lin Yu would buy it directly. Hubby. Wait a minute. Bai Yu hurriedly called out to him, do you have that much money? Lin Yu said honestly, manager Mai gave me 700,000 yuan before, and I saved 70,000 yuan from my part-time job. Anyway, 2 rings should be enough. 770,000, although it is indeed enough to buy a ring, but Bai Yu knows that every penny earned by Lin Yu is not easy to come by. He has no original capital accumulation, so every penny he earns is saved by himself. I don't like the rings here. Can I choose one myself? Bai Yu said coquettishly. Sure, as long as you like it. Lin Yu nodded. So in the end the two of them chose a pair of silver rings worth a few $100s. Lin Yu was puzzled. Yu, it's not like we can't afford it, why did you choose such a cheap ring? Bai Yu explained bluntly, I personally know a lot about diamonds. Well, in short, they're not as valuable as you might think. Then you wouldn't choose such a cheap silver ring. Lin Yu frowned as he looked at the ring on his ring finger, it feels so cheap. Bai Yu held Lin Yu's hand and said softly, the ring is not important. Wearing the silver ring reminds me of how touched I was when my husband wanted to buy me a ring today. Bai Yu raised her hand. Under the streetlight, the silver ring emitted a faint silver light. No matter when or where, as long as you look at this, you will know that there is someone who cares about you. Bai Yu turned around and kissed Lin Yu on the face. This kind of touching feeling is something that no jewelry can bring to you. Lin Yu thought for a moment, took out his bank card, and whispered, this should be my wife's bank card. There's still 774,000 yuan in it. I'll just give it to her. Bai Yu smiled sweetly, hubby, money can make money. Husband, you are a top student, and you will definitely be able to use this money better than me in the future. Lin Yu felt like crying, but if he told this to others, no one would believe him. What is Bai Yu? An angel. Do you understand angels? The two of them returned home affectionately, but it was time for the much-anticipated bedtime. Normally, the two of them slept naturally, but the problem was that they slept very unnaturally last night. Bai Yu's charming and soft posture was something Lin Yu would think of whenever he saw the bed. So the atmosphere between the two people fell into ambiguity and charm again. Well, I'm tired today, let's rest early. Lin Yu said dryly, then turned around and wanted to slap himself. Bai Yu was so embarrassed that she wanted to run away. She crossed out the words pet me again. So she obediently rolled up the quilt and went to sleep. Lin Yu turned off the desk lamp, looked at Bai Yu's back, and kept counting sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4 sheep, white sheep, 5 white sheep. Lin Yu felt like he was going to die. He couldn't count the sheep for a long time before they all turned into white sheep smiling at him. How can I sleep like this? Lin Yu wondered if there was something wrong with him. He was always thinking about Bai Yu. Although they were already married, it seemed that some of the procedures before saying goodbye were not done. So Lin Yu turned around and saw Bai Yu opening her big eyes, looking at him like autumn water. Lin Yu was startled. However, Bai Yu took the initiative to kiss him. What the hell is this even for sleeping? Lin Yu could only get up helplessly and go to drink some water, but Bai Yu blushed and asked, "Husband, if you can't sleep, you can drink some wine." Don't ask Bai Yu how she knew Lin Yu's characteristic of being able to get drunk with just one drink. Drinking? Lin Yu was stunned. He had never really tried it, but it felt like he could give it a try. There shouldn't be a bar at home. I brought a little bit with me. It's in the refrigerator. You can drink some red wine. Maybe you'll sleep better. Lin Yu could only look at Bai Yu with resentment. Don't you know why I can't sleep? But despite what he said, Lin Yu still got up and found a small bottle of red wine. He actually couldn't drink, so he had to bite the bullet and drink a little, but he was fine in the end. The wine that Bai Yu brought was naturally good. Even someone like Lin Yu, who was not very good at drinking, found it drinkable. After drinking a small glass of red wine, Lin Yu began to feel as if the world was spinning, and quickly ran to lie down on the bed. At this time, the alcohol finally took effect. Lin Yu felt groggy and it seemed that he could really sleep. Although Bai Yu continued to run around in his mind, it no longer made it difficult for him to fall asleep. So Lin Yu finally fell asleep with Bai Yu in his mind, but his sleep was not very sound. Bai Yu was holding Lin Yu, but accidentally touched something incredibly hot. Her face began to get hot. This guy was so dishonest even when he was asleep. Perhaps it was a sudden burst of bad taste, but Bai Yu deliberately rubbed Lin Yu with her foot. Lin Yu, who was sleeping, couldn't help but frowned, obviously, not feeling very comfortable. Bai Yu blushed deeply and muttered softly, "You big rascal, even in your sleep you have unhealthy thoughts." She pushed Lin Yu, but Lin Yu didn't react. Bai Yu sighed, her face flushed as she whispered in her ear, "Stinky husband, you're lucky. Anyway, Yu is yours." It should. It doesn't matter. After muttering to herself for a long time, seeing that Lin Yu didn't wake up, Bai Yu could only lower her head and crawl into Lin Yu's bed. Lin Yu, who was originally sleeping with a frown on his brow, seemed to have felt an extremely wonderful state. Finally, he let out a long sigh and continued to sleep. Only Bai Yu, with a red face and covering her mouth, crawled out of the quilt and walked straight into the bathroom. Chapter 54, How to Flirt with the Top Student. Lin Yu didn't know how long it had been since he had such a good sleep. It was as beautiful as a dream. In short, when he woke up the next day, Bai Yu had already gone to class. She thoughtfully left breakfast on the table, as gentle and lovely as ever. Lin Yu had no classes all day today, so after breakfast he went to the bookstore. There were usually not many people in bookstores during class time, and Mai Quan was dozing off at the bar. Lin Yu knocked on the table, sleeping on the job? Xiaojiu, you don't want your salary anymore? Mai Quan immediately woke up, Brother Xiaolin, you can't exploit people like this. Isn't there not many people in the store? No, you're getting paid to work. How can you pay me to sleep? Mai Quan looked alert, Brother Xiaolin, I like women, and I have a girl I like. Lin Yu. This sleep is not what you understand. Get lost, I'm not gay. Lin Yu changed his clothes and said, by the way, you've been sleeping in the staff lounge every day. I'll bring you a quilt tomorrow so you don't catch a cold. Mai Quan said with a playful smile, okay. Thank you, Brother Xiaolin. You are such a fool. Sooner or later, Li Si will kill you. Killed by XX, this is E.T.'s catchphrase. After he fell in love with Jiang Zhu, he couldn't stop talking about Jiang Zhu. His whole body exuded the sour smell of love. Everyone on Friday is probably waiting for their skills to cool down. Wouldn't it be great if they could save up some money and bring a girl to the bookstore the next weekend to show off their status? But unfortunately, Bai Yu has to go home every Friday, so I can't enjoy a good sleep. Brother Lin, your smile is so disgusting. Mai Quan cursed Lin Yu, and then was beaten by Lin Yu. Time flew by and it was already evening. Bai Yu came to the store in the afternoon, but she was taken away by Uncle Ming after staying for only a short while. Lin Yu understood her, as she was the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. I have to stay alone in the empty room at night. Lin Xiaoming doesn't count, and I can't, cough cough, stop. A little after 9 in the evening, an unexpected phone call came. Little brother, how about coming to Jianghu to help? The person who called turned out to be the famous star Mu Shang. Lin Yu was confused. Sister Mu Sheng, you chose truth after losing the truth or dare game? Will you come? I have a lot of beautiful women here. I'm a married man, and this kind of occasion isn't appropriate for me. I'll ask Mang Mang to give you a raise. Lin Yu. So is it popular nowadays to buy people's hearts with money? They are all rich women, you can't afford to offend them. Let me make it clear first, I won't drink. If I drink, I'll leave immediately. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. It would be inappropriate not to go if a big star called me. Okay, I'll give you a spot. Never mind. I'll have the driver pick you up at the bookstore. It turns out that city people are really amazing. They are so stylish and even have drivers to pick them up when they go out for parties. In the KTV on the other side, a girl who looked very delicate was surprised. Sheng Sheng, who is this big shot? He actually needs your special car to pick him up? Mu Sheng said mysteriously, he's a very interesting little brother. If it weren't for Mang Mang, I wouldn't have the face to let him come over. The exquisite girl shrugged, whatever you want, but if you get photographed by paparazzi again this time, I won't let my dad help you deal with it. When they heard the exquisite girl talking about her father, several people in the private room moved unnaturally. Lin Xiaoman's father. He was a truly remarkable man. Lin Yu arrived not long after. It was convenient to have a special car to pick him up. If he didn't have to clean up the store, he might have come earlier. When Mu Sheng saw him coming, he stood up and greeted him with a smile. You're here? Little brother. Lin Yu looked at Mu Sheng with a vigilant look on his face. Sister Mu Sheng, please don't do anything weird. If manager Mai finds out, I'm done for. No, Mang Mang won't know that I asked you out. Otherwise, if Mang Mang gets angry, I'll be scared. Lin Yu felt a headache. To be honest, he was not afraid of Mu Sheng's powerful aura in the bookstore. He was elegant and intellectual, and was the same type as Mai Mang. But he was afraid that this girl was not serious and spoke more like an experienced person than an experienced person, and most people could not handle it. After entering the private room, it was obvious that Lin Yu's appearance was only average, which disappointed the girls. Lin Yu looked around. Wow, he was the only man here. If he had known earlier, he would have brought Xiaojiu alone. He was handsome and would definitely be able to control the situation. Let me introduce you, Lin Yu, Qingmu's top student and my friend. Mu Sheng introduced generously, then pulled Lin Yu to sit on the sofa. It was obvious at a glance that these girls all came from well-off families. Lin Yu felt helpless and could only pretend to be reserved. The only thing he couldn't see through was that exceptionally delicate girl. Because there is always a familiar feeling between the eyebrows and eyes. Hey, little nerd brother. Welcome, welcome. Many girls' eyes lit up when they heard that it was a nerd. It's fun to tease a nerd, right? Lin Xiaoman looked at Lin Yu's honest appearance, then looked at Mu Sheng, thoughtfully. Mu Sheng never brings men to any gathering with her group of sisters. This is the first time in history. Of course, it also largely dispels the rumors that Mu Sheng likes women. After all, he can be brought out, even if he is not a boyfriend. It is always true that there is no bad feeling. It seems that these female stars also have a light taste. One of the little sisters came to Lin Yu delicately and said, Brother Shuaba, don't be so nervous. Lin Yu said honestly, I'm not nervous, I just don't know why Sister Mu Sheng asked me to come. TSK. When Lin Yu said this, everyone around him immediately thought that Mu Shan was an old cow eating young grass. Mu Sheng didn't care. He was just a tool, so it didn't matter. Are you blaming me? No. Lin Yu picked up the empty wine glass and poured water into it, as steady as an old dog as always. But the girls don't want to be so dull, so the first task to tease the academic boy is to make him drink. However, no one expected that Lin Yu would show extraordinary willpower. No matter what these beauties say, he refuses to drink even if he is beaten to death, and his determination leaves no one speechless. Finally, one of Mu Sheng's sisters took the plunge and said generously, Brother, if you have a drink tonight, I'll go home with you, how about that? Lin Yu's expression was very honest. Forget it, you are not as pretty as my wife. The whole room burst into laughter. The girl was killed by Lin Yu with one blow. What do you call this? She was rejected even when she offered herself to him. Even if she was given to him for free, no one would take her. So the girl went crazy. Little brother, you think too much. No matter how bold I am, I dare not snatch a man from Sister Mu Sheng. Chapter 55 King of the Southwest. Lin Yu said one thing, but these girls understood it to be something else. Lin Yu looked at Mu Shang's calm expression, and after thinking about it, he still did not expose their misunderstanding. This was probably why Mu Shang asked him to come. Anyway, it's not the first or second time that I've been used as a tool, so just get used to it. Mu Shang glanced at Lin Yu with a sweet smile and whispered to him softly, Ziox Weiba, are you taking advantage of me? Lin Yu shrugged and responded, Sister Mu Shang, you can't say that. Didn't you ask me to come here to take advantage of you? It's amazing that when facing girls other than Bai Yu, Lin Yu can always burst out with extraordinary fighting power. Mu Shang was amused by Lin Yu. He explained aloud, don't get me wrong, Xiaolin and I are really just friends. His wife is really beautiful. In terms of appearance, I don't think I am as good as her. In fact, Mu Shang had never seen Bai Yu, but he heard from Mai Quan that Xiaozhou said that Lin Yu's wife was a fairy, and even said that she was prettier than Mu Shang. Although Mu Shang also thinks that Mai Mang's younger brother is a bit weird, it does not prevent him from recognizing his aesthetic taste. Is this true? And a wife? Is the little brother already married? How boring. I finally found an interesting little thing, but it's already taken. That's not right, Sister Mu Shang, isn't she still a college student? You don't want to eat alone, do you? Mu Shang puffed out his chest and said, why? I just want to eat alone, why are you not convinced? Lin Yu. What kind of lewd words are you talking about? How do we eat this? Sister Mu Shang, would you like to teach us? Or, give us a live demonstration? Lin Yu finally discovered that birds of a feather flock together, and female drivers are often surrounded by a group of female drivers. I haven't eaten it yet, have I? Mu Shang shrugged. It's not easy to be a mistress these days. Look at me, I'm so absorbed in being a mistress for my little brother, but I haven't even touched him. What a pity. Lin Yu, what you said is so real, I almost believed it. Lin Yu was too lazy to watch Mu Shang's acting. She was indeed a big star actress. Her acting skills were very good. It was estimated that everyone present was fooled by her. A big star is obsessed with being the mistress of a married college student? Once it gets out, it will probably be the front page headline of all major entertainment and variety newspapers tomorrow. Mu Shang's drinking buddies didn't stop until 11:30, but Lin Yu didn't drink a drop. Looking at Mu Shang, whose cheeks were red from the wine and who looked much more charming, Lin Yu said helplessly, Sister Mu Shang, how about I call manager Mai to pick you up? Mu Shang leaned softly against Lin Yu, supported by his hand, forget it, don't hit me, otherwise I will suffer the consequences. Lin Yu didn't dare to go out at the moment. If he was photographed holding Mu Shang, there would be a lot of fun tomorrow, and Bai Yu would also be angry if she saw it. What should I do? I don't want to be on the front page tomorrow. Lin Yu said cautiously, you're not just looking for someone to start a scandal with, are you? If you want to find someone, don't look for me, otherwise I won't explain to my wife. Mu Shang smiled, thinking too much. Wait for the driver to come. Then Mu Shang fell asleep completely, leaving Lin Yu at a loss as to what to do. He couldn't just leave this big star in the private room. However, Mu Shang's little sister, Lin Xiaoman, suddenly returned. Seeing Mu Shang drunk and unconscious, she said helplessly, do you need my help, little brother, the top student? It was almost 1 o'clock when Lin Xiaoman returned home. Although the Lin family did not have an access control system, she would still be scolded by her parents if she came back late. So Lin Xiaoman decided to open the door quietly herself, but she didn't expect that as soon as she opened the door, she saw her father sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. Lin Xiaoman's scalp tingled, Dad. Dad. Lin Xiaoman's father looked up and said with a half smile, are you having fun? As a daughter, she naturally understood her father. Seeing her father's half smile, Lin Xiaoman became timid. It's over. My father is really angry. But as a daughter, there is always a way to make my father happy. It is always difficult for men to really get angry with their own little ones. Lin Xiaoman ran up to her father and gave him a flattering shoulder massage. Oh, Dad, I had to take a drunk friend home today. Otherwise, Xiaoman would have been back long ago. Aren't you angry? The middle-aged man sighed. Facing his clever daughter, it seemed unnecessary to be angry. Okay, your Uncle Kong has told me everything. The middle-aged man said unhappily, don't go to places like this to drink. If you want to go, just book a room at a hotel back home and drink as much as you want. Lin Xiaoman had a bitter face. I don't drink in my own hotel because I'm afraid you know what I'm doing. And you sent Uncle Kong to follow me. What is the difference between me drinking here and drinking at my own hotel? Lin Xiaoman suddenly thought of something. Oh, Dad, it's Mother's Memorial Day in 2 days. Do you want to? This is probably what her father is worried about. Lin Xiaoman expressed her thoughts carefully. After all, my father has been single and raised me, and it was very hard. It is a good idea to find a woman to take care of his daily life. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can get past your father. For Lin Ping'an, a woman is at most a nanny and can never be the mistress of the family. Hearing his daughter's suggestion, Lin Ping'an's face darkened slightly. Little kid, don't meddle in adult affairs. I'm not a child anymore. Lin Xiaoman acted coquettishly for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, Dad, I met a very interesting boy today. This was probably the most interesting topic between father and daughter. Lin Yu smiled and said, why? Do you have any ideas? Lin Xiaoman quickly shook her head. That's not the case. Sister Mu Sheng is very optimistic about him, but I actually think he looks a lot like you. Oh, and his last name is Lin, too. Lin Yu. Lin Ping'an, who was originally smiling, suddenly stopped smiling. What's your name? Lin Yu, a very interesting little brother. Lin Xiaoman saw that her father looked a little strange and took out her phone. Here, these are the photos I took today. Lin Ping'an looked at the photo and felt his whole soul trembling. He? How is he now? It should be okay. Sister Mu Sheng said she's still in college and is working part-time in a bookstore. However, Lin Ping'an no longer listened to what was said afterwards. Lin Ping'an still regrets what happened back then. When he actually saw Lin Yu's photo, he realized that he thought he was relieved, but he was just deceiving himself. If he had not been able to protect the child and his mother before, then today, Lin Ping'an swore that he would never let anyone hurt the child in the slightest. Because only a few people know that Lin Ping'an has another lesser-known name. King of the Southwest. Chapter 56. A strange middle-aged man. Late at night. Lin Ping'an didn't sleep. It wasn't because he had insomnia, but because he had something very important to do. Lin Xiaoman's personal butler, Kong Qingsong, stood in front of him, and on Lin Ping'an's desk was a detailed document. In addition to Lin Yu's, there are also those of Bai Yuyu, Lin Xin, and even Zhang Mao. It only took 20 minutes. This shows how powerful Lin Ping'an's power is. As a commercial giant in the southwest of Haigua, Lin Ping'an not only has open connections, but also has countless hidden connections behind the scenes. We have to find a way to find the biological information of this child named Lin Yu. Lin Ping'an looked at the information in front of him and said lightly. Kong Cheng nodded. I have sent someone to do it, but, Master, are you sure it is that child? 99%. Lin Ping'an sighed. So many things happened back then, I forced myself not to remember them, but now, they are recurring. I owe her mother too much, and I can't owe this child anymore. Kong Chun understood Lin Ping'an's thoughts and nodded. Everything is done as you instructed. I've already found out that the bookstore where the young master works is owned by the My family. Lin Ping'an frowned and asked, why did another My family member show up? It's just a coincidence. What we know is that the young lady of the My family, My Mang, is very optimistic about the young master. Lin Ping'an said with a smile, you little brat, you still have a chance. At this time, Kong Qing's phone also rang. Really? Okay, I understand. Master, the hospital has found the sample left by the young master and confirmed it is correct. Lin Ping'an's eyes flashed with pain. Kong Cheng, come with me to Qingmu tomorrow. Yes, sir. Lin Yu didn't know what was going on and still went to the bookstore to work on time. It was past 10 o'clock in the morning and there were very few people in the bookstore, only a few customers, and all the waiters were there. Welcome to Qingmong Bookstore. A strange middle-aged man came in. Lin Yu greeted him and asked with a smile, excuse me, sir, what would you like to drink? He raised his head and saw the middle-aged man's slightly trembling lips. He didn't know the person, so he just looked at him with a puzzled expression. What he didn't know was that the bookstore, which was originally relaxed and leisurely, had fallen into a suffocating atmosphere. Several black cars were parked in front of the bookstore, making it almost impossible for other customers to come to the bookstore. Kong Cheng stood behind Lin Ping'an with his head lowered. Lin Yu's intuition told him that this old man was not simple. Because he felt that this old man had the same smell as Uncle Ming. And it was obvious that the middle-aged man in front of him was the real culprit. Hello? What would you like to drink? Seeing the middle-aged man in a daze, Lin Yu could only repeat the question again. The middle-aged man came back to his senses and said, "Oh, I want to drink tea. Do you have any here?" "Yes, would you like green tea or scented tea?" "We have some great black tea, perfect for health during this autumn season." Lin Ping'an nodded and found a place to sit down. "Then let's have black tea. Let me taste your cooking skills." It was very strange for a man to say to another man, "Try my cooking." Lin Yu felt a little awkward, but since he was a guest, he naturally couldn't neglect him. While Lin Yu was making drinks, Lin Ping'an was also looking at the bookstore. The girl from the My Family was also quite interesting. Judging from the configuration of this bookstore, it must have been well designed. "Kong Cheng, when he's done, let Xiao Yu come over and sit with him." "Yes, sir." The atmosphere in the bookstore was a little weird for a moment. Even Mai Quan didn't say anything. He tugged at Lin Yu's sleeve and motioned him to look outside. Sure enough, a fleet of cars filled up the parking spaces outside the bookstore, and countless men in black suits stood nearby. If you didn't know better, you would have thought they were filming a gangster movie. So Lin Yu had a headache. This is a bookstore, it needs to be open to welcome customers. With this situation, who would dare to come and spend money? "Sir, is your car or anyone else outside? If possible, could you ask them to move it a little?" Lin Ping'an winked, and Kong Qing thought about it and decided to let them back off, but it still gave people a weird feeling. Lin Yu finished making the tea and was about to ask Mai Quan to deliver it, but he heard the middle-aged man say nervously, "Young man, can you deliver it?" Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Although the middle-aged man felt a little strange, the aura of a superior was very obvious. Lin Yu didn't think much about it and brought tea to the middle-aged man's table. "Sit." Lin Yu put down the tea and asked curiously, "Do you need anything else?" "Your name is Lin Yu, right? I just want to talk to you." Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu finally understood why he felt that this middle-aged man looked a little strange, because his appearance was very familiar to him. It seems, it's related to Lin Xiaoman? Uncle Lin? Lin Yu revealed Lin Ping'an's identity at once, but he was just standing on Lin Xiaoman's side. "Do you know me?" Lin Ping'an was stunned, and at the same time he began to feel a little uncomfortable. Few fathers would feel happy to be called uncle by their own children. "You look a bit like Lin Xiaoman." I guessed. Lin Yu still felt that the middle-aged man's gaze was a bit strange, so he didn't sit down. "Let's sit down and talk." Lin Ping'an spoke again. Lin Yu was silent for a while and sat down. Then there was a meaningless conversation. Lin Yu felt a little headache. What if business came up later during this conversation? Mai Quan cannot handle it all by himself, and Li Si is still in the internship stage and doesn't know how to make drinks. "Hey, do you think this uncle is a little strange?" Li Si was always sensitive to other people's questions. "Little Strawberry, do you think they look alike?" Zhang Miao didn't think so at first, but after hearing what Li Si said, she also discovered the similarities between the two men, such as their straight noses and clear eyes. "Senior Kobayashi is an orphan." Strawberry covered his mouth. "No way." "Sir, what do you want to talk about?" Based on the idea that customers are God, Lin Yu was still willing to chat with the middle-aged man. At first, the conversation was rather vague and general. Finally, Lin Ping'an asked softly, "By the way, you're a junior this year. Who are the people in your family?" Lin Yu suddenly became alert. Chapter 57 Conflict breaks out. Lin Ping'an's tone of voice was strange, as if he knew him, but he didn't speak openly. He suddenly asked about his family. What did he mean? Lin Yu could only answer Lin Ping'an's question with silence. Seeing Lin Yu's silence, Lin Ping'an felt a little sad. After all, it was his own fault that made the child suffer. So he didn't ask more questions and talked about some other issues. Lin Yu had a headache and felt that it was troublesome to deal with Lin Ping'an's various witty remarks. After chatting for half an hour, he ended the conversation because he was busy with work. From beginning to end, Lin Ping'an did not talk about any topics related to Lin Yu's life experience. After Lin Yu left, Lin Ping'an took a sip of tea, then stood up, gestured to Kong Qing, and said with a smile, "The little girl from the My Family has a good place and is a nice person. You should come often in the future." Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then offered a sales pitch. "Uncle Lin, do you need a membership card? You can get discounts on books and tea." Zhang Miao was a little impressed by Lin Yu. He actually said such stupid words at this time. Lin Ping'an's attitude made even a fool like Zhang Miao see the problem, but Lin Yu looked indifferent. Lin Ping'an was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay, Kong Cheng." "Yes, sir." The housekeeper came over to help Lin Ping'an with the formalities, and then the two of them quickly left the store. Inside the car, Kong Cheng opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. Lin Ping'an smiled and said, "Is he curious why I didn't explain it to him clearly?" Kong Cheng nodded. He originally wanted to see a scene of father and son recognizing each other, but in fact, it didn't happen. The two of them simply chatted as customer and waiter for the whole morning. There is basically no nutritious topic. He guessed it. Lin Ping'an said calmly, "This kid is a smart man. You could say he already knew it when we sat down, but just refusing to recognize me?" Kong Cheng said with a wry smile, "Master, I've read the previous information. Young master has suffered a lot over the years." Lin Ping'an nodded. "That's why he asked me to apply for a card before he left." "Very good, this child knows what he wants and what he refuses. He is worthy of being my child." Kong Cheng sighed. "It's not easy for the young master either." "Let Ling Han come back," Lin Ping'an suddenly said. "He needs someone here, and it's not convenient for you to leave. Let Ling Han come back. Also, find out what Bai Yuyu's relationship is with him." Kong Cheng pondered for a long time before whispering, "Master, if the information here is correct, Bai Yuyu should be the young mistress." "Lin Ping'an? It's just an ordinary relationship, there's no need to call her young lady. It's normal for young people to be in love." "Master, they are not in love. You can't get married in college, right?" Lin Ping'an said calmly, but suddenly his expression changed slightly. "You mean?" Kong Cheng nodded. "They've already obtained their marriage certificate, so they're not lovers, but husband and wife." Suddenly, Lin Ping'an, the king of the Southwest, had a wonderful expression on his face. "Isn't that true? Aren't all college students like to have fun these days? It's definitely legal now, but getting married so young." Obviously, the signal Lin Yu sent out was very clear, that is, he did not want this middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in the bookstore to interfere too much in his life. Lin Yu is still a bit of a nitpicker at heart. "Since you didn't care about me in the past, I don't need you to interfere in my life in the future. Does it matter who you are? Just a passerby." This meeting was certainly not a pleasant one for Lin Ping'an, but confirming that his child was still alive was more important than anything else. That old fellow Bai Hai, his own son wasn't very good, but his granddaughter is quite impressive. Lin Ping'an sighed. "What is the attitude of the Bai family now?" Kong Cheng shook his head. "I don't know. It takes a lot of effort and even secret intelligence to get inside the Bai family. If you need it, sir. Forget it, we still have to respect the elderly." Lin Ping'an thought for a moment and shook his head. "Let Ling Han return home, at least to ensure Xiaoyu's personal safety, and then we'll see." "Yes, sir." Lin Yu stood calmly at the bar, lowering his head to make drinks. Now, he was not as calm as he seemed. He certainly knew that there were hidden stories behind many of the things that happened back then. But this is not a reason for Lin Ping'an to interfere in his life. It is best for everyone to live in peace. But, after all, he still has normal human emotions. Although he is stubborn, he did not take the action of directly kicking Lin Ping'an out. It's better for everyone to just treat him as a stranger they know. Lin Yu didn't want to know why he was abandoned in the welfare home or why his mother no longer existed. His current life was enough to satisfy him. Bai Yuyu usually returns to the Bai family on weekends, but today is different. Bai Yuyu and her family have the most intense conflict in history. It's because of the silver ring that Lin Yu bought. Bai Yuyu has been forbidden to wear jewelry since she was a child, let alone a wedding ring. Old Master Bai is so sensitive that he noticed the ring on Bai Yuyu's ring finger almost immediately. However, Mr. Bai didn't say much. Instead, Bai Yuyu's father Bai Ning was furious. "Why are you wearing a ring? It will only give people misunderstandings." Bai Ning frowned and said, "Take it off. I heard from your grandfather that a boy from an ordinary family is just in love. Don't make it so ostentatious." According to Bai Ning's idea, Bai Yuyu should have picked it silently as before, but the fact surprised Bai Ning. Bai Yuyu touched the silver ring on her ring finger and shook her head calmly. This is an extremely clear signal that Bai Yuyu has taken this relationship seriously. As the heir carefully nurtured by the Bai family, he must not be allowed to appear in any factors that are not under his control. Bai Ning said coldly, "Bai Yuyu, I think you should know about your marriage problem. Bai Yu asked back, marriage? Like you and mom, respecting each other like guests? I'm talking about ice cold ice. Perhaps it was Bai Yu's attitude, or perhaps it was some facts that Bai Ning had been avoiding, but Bai Yu's words deeply penetrated Bai Ning's heart. Nonsense. Who is that kid? I'm going to your school tomorrow when you guys break up with me. Bai Yu stood up and said coldly, unless you can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and overturn it. Bai Ning looked at his once obedient, well-behaved and smart daughter in disbelief, his hands already shaking with anger. Bai Yu touched her ring and said seriously, I'm already married. The kind of marriage I want is never like the one you and mom have. Chapter 58. Bai Yu wants to be taken in. When Lin Yu returned to the rental house, he saw Bai Yu squatting at his door like a homeless kitten. So Lin Yu was a little puzzled. Yu, don't you have the key to the room? Bai Yu said seriously, I had a fight with my family. Is it because of me? Bai Yu nodded, then shook her head. Maybe I just don't want to live this way anymore. It's so tiring. That's why I'm homeless now. Maybe you should say it's a homeless beautiful girl. Lin Yu opened the door and gently pulled Bai Yu up. I'm sorry. It goes without saying that for such an outstanding girl like Bai Yu, the quarrels with her family were probably because of herself. Bai Yu's situation was far more difficult than she described. Not only was her father Bai Ning furious, but even her grandfather Bai Hai did not stand on her side. Either you lose your inheritance rights or go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Bai Yu chose the former without hesitation. It can be said that this is a gamble with one's own future, prospects, and family. Although Bai Yu only spoke vaguely about her family's attitude, Lin Yu could guess that this was almost a break with her family. Lin Yu looked at Bai Yu with some pity. Yu, why are you doing this? Bai Yu gently snuggled up to Lin Yu and said seriously, I'm happy with it. Anyway, I've set my sights on you. If you don't want me, then I'll really be alone. Just when Lin Yu was about to say something, his cell phone rang. It turned out to be the landlord. Obviously, since Bai Yu is so stubborn, it is better to find a solution from Lin Yu's side. Your family is really amazing. Lin Yu said with a wry smile, maybe we will both stay in a hotel together tomorrow. Bai Yu said helplessly, they are forcing me to submit. It's okay. I won't let you go hungry or cold. Lin Yu said seriously, Yu, since you're marrying me, I will definitely be responsible for you. Bai Yu's eyes narrowed into a beautiful crescent shape. I'm easy to feed, just a steamed bun will do. Lin Yu smiled and said, I'll make a call. When my Mang received the call, he had just come down from a drinking party. Little ghost, you rarely call me. Tell me, what's the matter? Lin Yu smiled and said, Manager Mai, you are very powerful. I need a house now. Fortunately, the next day was the weekend, otherwise Lin Yu and Bai Yu would have to go to school and would not even have time to move. Now Lin Yu only has a few thousand yuan on him and he still owes nearly 300,000 yuan in loans. Of course, the housing prices in Pingzhou cannot be compared with those in the capital city like Zhongjing, but the expensive ones are still around 30,000 or 40,000 yuan. Qingmu is far away from the city center, so the prices are not that outrageous. This is a 3-bedroom house of about 110 square meters, which now belongs entirely to Lin Yu. In addition to the more than 700,000 yuan paid by Lin Yu himself, he also borrowed more than 200,000 yuan in cash from my Mang. This place is a little farther from Aoki than the original rental house, but not too far. It takes about 20 minutes to walk to the school. Bai Yu looked at the house and her heart was filled with warmth. Now this was probably her and Lin Yu's home. My husband is so awesome. Bai Yu was lying on the big bed, looking at the ceiling. Lin Yu was fiddling with his computer. Only a beep sound was heard. Lin Xiaoming's cute electronic sound rang out. Intelligent transformation is complete, code 11. Lin Xiaoming, check each terminal. Oh, and see if you can infiltrate the residential complex's surveillance system. Lin Xiaoming reminded, Master, this is an illegal access. Ignore it. We must find a way to understand the enemy's movements. Yes. The cell video stream signal has been connected. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh that with Lin Xiaoming's ability, it was too easy to break into the community's video networks. Amazing. Bai Yu exclaimed in amazement as she watched the lights and appliances change throughout the house. My husband is awesome. Lin Yu felt embarrassed by Bai Yu's praise. Lin Xiaoming, open up access to Bai Yu, code 11. Yes, the authority lock has been completed. Mistress, you can give instructions to Lin Xiaoming. Bai Yu opened her mouth and hesitated for a long time, not knowing what to say. Finally, she said weakly, "Hello, Xiaoming." "Hello, master." Xiaoming noticed that your heart rate is very fast and your body temperature is rising. According to Xiaoming, this is a sign that humans want to mate. Do you want Xiaoming to turn on Do Not Disturb mode? Lin Yu? Bai Yu's face suddenly turned red. No. No. Lin Xiaoming, stop talking nonsense. Lin Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Why did Lin Xiaoming seem like a weird old man? Could it be that he hadn't paid much attention to her recently and she became weird? Does artificial intelligence also feel lonely? Okay, Lin Xiaoming, kids, stop talking nonsense. Yes. Bai Yu blushed and said, Lin Yu, why are all the things you develop the same as you pervert? Lin Yu was speechless. How could I convince you that what Lin Xiaoming said was definitely not taught by me, but that she learned it on the internet by herself? Can you blame me for this? I'm going to take a shower first. Bai Yu was always shy when talking about this topic, and she quickly left the bedroom as if running away. The bathroom is open, the water temperature is 40 degrees. Lin Xiaoming's electronic voice sounded again. Bai Yu felt that Lin Xiaoming definitely had something against her. Why did she always like to tease her? Bai Yu is taking a shower, Lin Yu is cooking in the kitchen, and there is a recipe guide specially arranged by Lin Xiaoming next to them, which is quite lively. Just when Lin Yu was concentrating on making the dishes, Bai Yu's breath came, and then Bai Yu gently hugged Lin Yu from behind and took a deep breath. Lin Yu froze and almost cut his hand. I've imagined this scene countless times. Bai Yu said infatuatedly, being able to hold you like this, like a real couple. Lin Yu paused and said seriously, it's not like, we are husband and wife. Bai Yu blushed and said softly, husband. I really like you like this, you really like you like this. Lin Yu blushed. Although the two had been married for some time, he always felt that he would still be easily taken away by Bai Yu's basic attack. My husband took Yu in. How should Yu repay him? Bai Yu murmured seductively in Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu felt his mouth dry, but Bai Yu didn't let him go. She whispered, before dinner, would you like to have something sweet? Chapter 59 Public Opinion. Lin Yu originally thought that the so-called dessert should be something indescribable or not suitable for children, but in fact it was just an ordinary dessert. The girl stuffed a small piece of biscuit from somewhere into Lin Yu's mouth, then giggled and slipped away, not giving Lin Yu any chance to take advantage of her. This is very embarrassing. You can see it but you can't eat it. Moreover, the charm that Bai Yu occasionally exudes is completely thrilling. After a while, Lin Yu may really stop attending court early in the morning. Bai Yu didn't care about Lin Yu's blushing face. A real man would kill without burying the person. Lin Yu had no choice but to continue cooking. Of course, his cooking skills were not as good as Bai Yu's, but Bai Yu enjoyed the meal very much, as if it were some kind of unparalleled delicacy. After dinner, Bai Yu smiled and hid in the room, because Lin Yu gave her a very dangerous aura, and who knew if this guy had any bad intentions. Lin Yu could only sigh and wash dishes in the kitchen. It seemed that he had really started living the life of a house husband early. It was the third year of college, and Lin Yu no longer had basic courses, only some professional courses, and Bai Yu was about the same. At this time, some top students had already started preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. However, Lin Yu had to temporarily give up his plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination. There was no other way because he really needed to support his family now, and an earlier job might be more suitable for him. Just when Lin Yu was thinking about his future, Lin Xiaoming issued a warning. Bai Yu, who was standing next to them, turned pale because she also saw the information on the school forum. The news on Xingmu's campus forum is mixed and contains all kinds of information. Generally speaking, it is relatively harmonious. However, today, a large number of negative posts about Lin Yu suddenly appeared. There were stories about people not paying back debts, scumbags, and even abortions, and each one of them sounded very real. Originally, Lin Yu had a good reputation on the campus forum, but with so many negative posts appearing early in the morning, it was natural that there would be some doubts. Bai Yu was extremely angry and had already told her family that she would not marry anyone but Lin Yu, even if it meant severing ties with her family. She just hoped that her family would not make things difficult for Lin Yu. But I didn't expect the action at home to come so quickly. Husband. Bai Yu's eyes instantly became moist, and she looked at Lin Yu guiltily. Lin Yu said calmly, "It's expected. Isn't this a normal move? It's okay. I may be a little afraid of the destruction of my physical body, but fighting a war of public opinion? As the saying goes, gossip can melt gold." Apart from anything else, these strange posts alone are enough to make Lin Yu unable to hold his head up in the entire Qingmu. "I'm sorry, husband." Bai Yu said at a loss, "I'll post on the school forum right away." "No need." Lin Yu smiled slightly, and suddenly a wave of anger erupted from his body. "It seems that your family really hates me. Lin Xiaoming. Owner? Trace back, don't miss a single one. Open all your internet ports." Lin Yu has been restricting Lin Xiaoming's external connectivity all along, leaving only one port for her to access the internet, on the one hand, hoping that Lin Xiaoming's information would not be leaked. On the other hand, I hope Lin Xiaoming won't grow too fast. And now, he directly allowed Lin Xiaoming to use the computing power based on the entire internet to start reverse tracking. However, to Lin Yu's surprise, the school forum's protection only lasted less than 10 minutes before it collapsed. "It seems that Qingmu's network protection is really average," Lin Yu said disdainfully. "It's only a little after 7 in the morning, and it takes time for public opinion to ferment. The entire Aoki forum is down now, which means that the vast majority of students will not see these messy black posts." Moreover, Lin Xiaoming reported that he had obtained several IP addresses and asked whether it was necessary to launch a network attack. It seems that Lin Xiaoming has a tendency towards violence. "It's useless." Lin Yu took a look and found that they were all small IPs, probably some studios hired with money. That's right, how could a family like the Bai family use its own industries to do it themselves? Almost in an instant, dozens of computers working in the so-called gossip industry all crashed, and at the moment of the crash, they were infected with countless viruses as if by a prank by Lin Xiaoming. Lin Yu looked at Lin Xiaoming's extremely hardcore and violent methods and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. As expected, artificial intelligence is much stronger than humans in the field of computers and computing power. "Honey, I can't log into the school forum." "It's okay. There won't be any messy news on the internet to disturb us." Lin Yu put away his phone calmly, and at the same time gave Lin Xiaoming an extremely sinister order. The Bai family's Bai's trading company should be regarded as a commercial giant in Pingzhou, especially its Tianhe Group, which is the core industry of the entire Bai family. Tianhe Group is a typical financial company, and Lin Yu's order is to let Lin Xiaoming secretly collect evidence of Tianhe Group's illegal activities. With Lin Xiaoming's all-pervasive intrusion capabilities, he believed that he would be able to obtain some relatively important data soon. It can be said that if Lin Yu really produced this evidence, it would be tantamount to declaring war on Tianhe Group. Lin Yu thought he had done it secretly, but he didn't know that Lin Ping'an had already known about the changes in the Qingmu forum at the first moment. "A bunch of Bai family members, they've gotten away with it," Lin Ping'an said indifferently. "They actually argued with a little kid." Kong Qing shook his head and said, "In fact, the entire process from the publication of the Black Post to the downtime of the Qingmu Academy forum took less than 10 minutes. The impact on the young master and mistress should be very small. Have you found out who did it?" "Sorry, sir, the other party was too fast. Before we could even react, the farce was over." Lin Ping'an also began to get curious. Although the information he collected showed that both the attacking and defending sides were fighting in a planned manner, this was at least the case with some studios. The counterattack is more like a hacker group. This is very interesting. Could it be that since my child has good computer skills, there really is a technical force behind him? I really underestimated my own children. Master, do you need to investigate? Forget it. Lin Ping'an thought for a moment. Organizations like this are hard to investigate, especially online. Since they have no ill intentions towards the child, we can wait and see for now. Kong Cheng nodded and said, "Yes. Ling Han has already returned to China, right? Well, we've arrived at Pingzhou Airport now. Let her go directly to Qingmu. I really want to know if those idiots in the Bai family will resort to any tricks next." Chapter 60: The transaction between Little Strawberry and Bai Yu. The public opinion storm was over before it even started. When the Bai family received this news, they were completely confused. How could they possibly suffer such a severe counterattack against an ordinary college student? 13 studios collapsed in just a few minutes, leaving no time for reaction at all. Bai Hai was also extremely surprised when he received the news. It seemed that the man his granddaughter was looking for was really quite capable. At the very least, being able to have a technical team to help is already a very good level. Have you found the information about that kid? Bai Hai asked. Very strange. Bai Ning shook his head. All the information matches, but it doesn't explain where this guy got the technical expertise to help him wage a propaganda war. Bai Hai was also curious. Although he knew that his granddaughter would never look down on an ordinary or even shabby college student, he did not expect the college student's counterattack to be so fierce. Father, I want to send someone to contact him. Bai Hai shook his head and said, forget about Qingmu. It's best for us not to touch a place like the school. Bai Ning's expression was filled with anxiety as he asked, are we really going to let Yu follow that orphan? Bai Hai stared at Bai Ning and said, you know your daughter's temper. Take your time. Young people's feelings come and go quickly. Bai Ning's expression was uncertain, but he didn't say anything in the end. Bai Hai glanced at his son and knew that he had his own ideas, so he stopped asking. In fact, Lin Yu was not affected at all, because when he arrived at the classroom, an announcement had already been posted on Qingmu's forum, directly pointing out that the incident in the morning was planned by someone, and the forum data had returned to normal. Lin Yu sat comfortably on the Diao Tai. With Lin Xiaoming around, he was not afraid of the rumors on the internet at all. Bai Yu was also a little worried, but her family didn't call her, so she guessed they were still considering some things. After class at noon, Lin Yu returned to the bookstore because he had no classes in the afternoon. But he never expected that as soon as he arrived at the bookstore, Mai Quan came over and said, Brother Xiaolin, there's a beautiful girl who came here early in the morning and said she wanted to see you. Do you want to take a look? Following Mai Quan's gaze, he saw a woman who looked a little cold sitting at the desk, seemingly sizing him up. Lin Yu was confused. Hello, what can I do for you? The woman shook her head. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. We won't bother each other. I just need to make sure you're safe. Although the woman did not speak in a tit-for-tat manner, her cold tone made Lin Yu feel that he was not a living person, but more like a computer NPC. Lin Yu's thoughts raced as he understood the woman's identity. He Ming had experienced this before, too. He thought she was someone's housekeeper, and most likely, his own cheap father. Seeing that the woman had no interest in chatting with him, Lin Yu did not have the habit of trying to please a cold but. However, Mai Quan asked curiously, Brother Lin, where did you owe this romantic debt? Lin Yu was speechless. In your eyes, am I someone who easily falls into romantic debts? Even though my sister-in-law is very beautiful, I still have to say that Strawberry, doesn't she have some feelings for you too? Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yu said earnestly, I just treat Strawberry as my sister, and you guys are. Before I could even finish my words, Strawberry arrived as expected. As soon as she entered the door, she happily greeted, Senior Xiaolin. Don't you have classes in the afternoon? Lin Yu agreed. In his mind, Strawberry's love for him could only be regarded as the love of a younger sister for her brother. When it comes to love between men and women, I guess Strawberry herself doesn't really understand it. Senior Xiaolin, can I ask you a favor? Zhang Miao approached Lin Yu mysteriously. I want to ask, is Senior free this weekend? Lin Yu was confused. What was going on with this underground activity? It shouldn't be anything, most likely he'll just watch the store. Zhang Miao's eyes lit up. So you're free this week, huh? That's great. Lin Yu? Is there something wrong? Little Strawberry said pitifully, this is what I mean, Senior Xiaolin, I'm having a reunion with my high school classmates this weekend. They all brought their male companions, so I want to bring one too. Lin Yu said innocently, then you take it too. But there's no one suitable around me. I can't let everyone bring their boyfriends. I'll take this guy Li Si with me. Li Si, I feel offended. Why don't you ask Xiaojiu to accompany you? He's handsome and can handle the situation. Before Mai Quan could say anything, Zhang Miao directly rejected Lin Yu's suggestion. No way, isn't Xiaojiu a girl if you bring her along? You just keep me company. Mai Quan. After saying that, Zhang Miao actually took action, grabbing Lin Yu's arms with both hands and shaking them continuously. Lin Yu's body stiffened. It must be said that Strawberry's size was quite something. Perhaps sensing Lin Yu's abnormality, little Strawberry was stunned for a moment, and then her face immediately turned red. Senior Xiaolin. If you don't agree, I will tell Senior Bai that you molested me. Lin Yu? I'm so. Why did the pure, innocent and cute little Strawberry become like this? Lin Yu said with great sorrow, Strawberry, you know I have a girlfriend, no, I have a wife, so it's really not appropriate for me to go. It's just to get together. Little Strawberry immediately announced a shocking piece of news, and Senior Bai has already agreed. Lin Yu? Now Luan Tao and Lin Yu were dumbfounded. This was clearly a job for a tool, and there were also some ambiguous elements in it. How could Bai Yu agree to it? Seeing Lin Yu's surprised look, Little Strawberry pouted and said, Senior Shaolin, I got this opportunity only after signing a contract with Senior Bai to sell myself. Just accompany me. Lin Yu was completely desperate. Although this story seemed illogical, life was never something that required logic. Did your senior sister Bai really agree? I really agree. Little Strawberry nodded. Just this once, okay? Lin Yu was a little annoyed, alright. But let me make it clear first, you are not allowed to say boyfriend, at most it's senior. Also, what kind of deal did you and Bai Yu reach? Little Strawberry blushed, no. I won't tell you. This is a secret between Strawberry and Senior Bai. I'm going to get busy. After saying that, Little Strawberry ran to the changing room without even looking back. My Quan looked curious, Strawberry and sister-in-law have a good relationship? Lin Yu was even more confused, how would I know?